Ну что, друзья, привет. Мы с вами в эфире. Меня снова зовут Илья Столяров, или по-прежнему. У нас с вами где-то минут 20. Давайте сделаем небольшой анонсик, что у нас. Все окей, все пошло. Проверим, что есть у нас звук, а не как в прошлый раз. И, как мы видим, 23 минуты у нас осталось до выступления Варуна Пармара. Это круто. Это CPO Chief of Product Miro. И обычно именно Варун рассказывает про то, что ждет нас в будущем по миру. И сегодня, я надеюсь, тоже у нас не будет исключения, и мы услышим много новых вещей. Пока не началась у нас вся эта замечательнейшая история, я думаю, что мы немножко так посмотрим, что вообще, куда пойдем и для чего. И отправимся, ну, то есть некий маршрут сегодняшней конференции, как мы это делали вчера, и что вообще ждем именно от выступления Варуна, что вообще ждем от сегодняшнего дня. Это, напоминаю, день второй конференции, вчера у нас будет день первый, если сейчас останется там минут 10, тоже подведем небольшой итог, что вчера было замечательное, что крутого, и что вот прям хочется обсудить, а что, может быть, и не очень. Буквально сейчас. Угу. Так. 2, 3, 4, 5. Замечательно. Все, отправили, значит, сообщение всем, кому надо. 20 минут. 20 минут у нас до старта. И давайте посмотрим, а что сегодня стартует? А вот что сегодня у нас с вами будет то или не будет. Так, уже немножко мы возьмем нашу замечательнейшую доску, которую пришлось, конечно же, немножко переделать, ибо неудобно было совершенно работать с той доской, которую предложил нам автор. Сегодняшний день у нас стартует с выступления Innovation in the Modern Workplace, инновации, да, в современном рабочем месте, которая у нас идет в 14:00 по центральноевропейскому времени. И, ну, это замечательнейшая история, с чего хочется начать, да, и, в общем-то, мы видим, что целый час для этого будет заведено. Наверное, здесь будет много вау-штук, возможно, где-то я даже буду просто фототь экран и скидывать это в наш канал Мироскоп, как это традиционно делал. И дальше у нас будет несколько слотов. Всего слотов сегодня у нас, мы видим, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 и 6. Вот у нас сегодня будет подряд 6 слотов. Давайте попробуем выбрать, что будем, куда пойдем в каждом из этих слотов. Слот у нас, соответственно, с вами пойдет первый. И он, на удивление, начнется, судя по всему, внахлёст, что ли, с выступлением Варуна, потому что он 45 минут, а у Варуна тут, например, до 14:00. Это любопытное решение, но почему бы и нет. Из этих 3 моментов, наверное, пойдем на воркшоп, да, которая Bridging the Empathy Gap to Create Modern Value Products. Почему сюда? Ну, потому что хорошо вчера были воркшопы. Вот прям воркшопы, они были замечательные и хорошо пошли. Демо, ну, это просто показывает, будут для разработчиков узкоспециализированные вещи. И я надеюсь, что она будет в записи. Потом, если что, просто стоит скинуть. Опять же, вот как визуализировать работу. Ну, вот тоже хочется, конечно, хочется. Но все-таки, наверное, начнем с воркшопа. Поэтому давайте пометим себе, куда мы пойдем. Да, дальше у нас, собственно, рекомендация здесь. Дальше мы говорим про воркшоп. Слушайте, а его что-то даже здесь и не видно. Почему-то. Вот он, да? Угу. Так. Ну или так давай. Добавим в адженду workshop. Отлично. Тыдынц. Так, пойдем. Второй слот. Второй слот у нас пойдет далее. 15:15 по центральноевропейскому времени. Значит, и здесь у нас опять же демо, интерактив и презентации. В общем, смотрите, в чем подвох? Вроде как The Power of Mental Models. Интересная презентация, но Дженни Кларк вчера нам немножко заспойлерила одну из фишек, которые Miro будет анонсировать сегодня. И так выходит, что как-то становится довольно интересно. Интересно пойти именно к ней на какой-то интерактив. Посмотрим. Да, вот этот My Day in Miro. Далее. Выучить, ну, то есть turning complex ideas into clarifying visuals. Это тоже интересная штука. Вот здесь, вот прям на разрыв, если честно. Но презентации вполне можно посмотреть в записи. Записи ведутся, записи будут. Интерактив, возможно, тоже можно будет посмотреть в записи. Вот, кстати говоря, как вчера обозначалось то, что она делала, это все-таки позиционировалось как интерактив или нет? Да, это позиционировалось как интерактив. Вот мы видим. Интерактивным там не было ничего, забегая вперед. Но полезные фишки и функции были. То есть, по сути, как бы показывать будут, что и как идет. И, наверное, мне вот интересно демо сходить. А здесь интерактив... Интерактив вот вчера он не писался, вроде как. Короче, будем, наверное, разрываться между этими двумя активностями, но заглянем на демо. Просто для того, чтобы заценить, что и как. Давайте включим здесь, соответственно, у нас... Эх, а что-то не можно добавить. Почему-то я хочу добавить. Вот, добавляю в адженду на демо, чтобы не забыть. Потому что, ну, Дженни Кларк я не забуду в сердечке нашем. Структурный позитив ее навсегда. Далее. Третий слот у нас после выступления ключевого будет, опять же, видите, 3 штуки у нас. И вот тут... Так, это точно не первый день, потому что ощущение, что это день... Да, день второй. Кози Juicy Reel. Вчера не сработал, на самом деле. То есть они повторяют то же самое, что было вчера. Для других слотов там, с одной стороны, ограничено количество людей. С другой стороны, у нас получается, что, опять же... Как вам сказать? Ну, там переход идет в другую площадку. Zoom — это лишние танцы с бубном. Довольно-таки дискомфортно. И я вот не хотел бы его сегодня именно брать. Наверное, пропустим Кози Juicy Reel. И из того, что у нас здесь остается, это 2 презентации. Как бы презентация либо презентация. How to them your retros. Смотрите. Вот тут интересно. Вчера Крис Стоун просто выдал перформанс. Просто был как боженька, молодец, красавчик. По поводу вот тем, по-моему, было сказано практически все. Я не знаю, что вот у нас вот Дэйв сможет здесь дополнить, добавить. Плюс это, в принципе, презентация. Можно посмотреть записи. А вот здесь у нас идет что? У нас идет One Canvas, Any Content, Anytime. Это любопытно с точки зрения, что будет у нас представлять ребята именно из Miro. И это будет Аманда Ботха и Сварна. Вот мне интересно именно Сварна, она крутая. На самом деле, она очень интересная. Она Product Lead Manager. И, в общем-то, я думаю, что мы пойдем сюда. Потому что здесь может быть прям ультра круто. Много вещей. Каких-то вот, опять же, расширение презентации первого часа. Поэтому я вот считаю, что нужно идти сюда. Еще по той причине, что вчера Кристон все разложил, что можно было разложить по поводу и без, как тематичность добавить вашим активностям, ретрам и прочему. Далее. Что у нас происходит здесь? Здесь, соответственно, у нас очень много в этом слоте всякого добра. Давайте посмотрим. Сразу же цепляет Async Game. Прям запоминаем. Интерактив еще ко всему прочему. Workshop. How do you communicate user research findings with impact? еще интереснее. Да, как коммуницирует, как вы, ну не знаю, коммуницируете в ходе исследования юзера, да, с влиянием. Я не знаю, как точно это перевести. В общем, правильно, понятно, про импакт, про поиск, что-то связано с коммуникацией с пользователем. Короче, дико люто интересная история. Еще один интерактив. Forgetting the screen between us. Прям забудьте про экран между нами. Интересно. Ну, кто у нас здесь? Здесь Pixel Research. Это крутые ребята. Это крутые ребята, прям честно признаюсь. У них хорошие работы. Второй из компании Colvin. Тут любопытно. Тут любопытно. Здесь Workshop Work. И эту компанию я не знаю. Соответственно, не могу сказать. Здесь целых 4 человека. 4 человека, и они все из Miro. Конечно, вот Async Game и все это из Miro. Вроде как да, но не все то, что делают ребята именно как бы из Miro, с точки зрения применения их продуктов, является каким-то прорывным, что ли, да, то есть это как один из примеров, главное в нем не циклиться. И 2 презентации. Презентации, опять же, можно смотреть записи. Situation normal, everything must change. Окей. Есть ощущение, что здесь капитан очевидность против капитана очевидности будет. Ресерчер. Скорее всего, будут цифры. Цифр много, клево, классно. Потом обязательно посмотрим. Возможно, как-нибудь вместе даже. И еще одно выступление здесь, презентация Neuroscience Behind the Emotional Power of Typography. С одной стороны, звучит очень круто, но, опять же, презентация. И в любом случае, это все меня разрывает. Разрывает, еще раз. Разрывает. Что же делать? Как же быть? Вот что же делать и как же быть? Да ладно. Ну, скорее всего, мы пойдем на Async Game, асинхронную игру. Но что здесь важно понять, друзья мои? А вот что у нас Кристон? Вот вчера вот у него был все-таки воркшоп. И я хочу кое-что еще проверить из вчерашнего первого дня. Вот здесь у нас был воркшоп про сторителлинг. Хотелось бы понять. Это не Крис, это Эллиот. Он заявил как сторителлинг. Там был далеко, в общем-то, не воркшоп. А у Криса как раз интерактив был. Ага. То есть воркшоп был поскушнее, откровенно говоря. Но это, возможно, была именно проблема у нас Эллиота Райнера. А вот интерактив, конечно, рулит. Ага. Значит, нам интересуют в большей степени интерактивы. Интерактивы. Хорошо. Давайте еще раз взглянем на это. Ну, блин, давайте, короче, Async Game. Все, мне хочется сюда. Я думаю, вам тоже будет интересно посмотреть, что здесь будет. Будет скучно, перекинемся в другое место. Просто выйдем, скажем, спасибо, до свидосы. Так. Где это Async Game? Чтобы найти. Здесь-то и нету его. Вот он есть. Ставим сюда свою адженду. Поставили. Далее. Что у нас идет? Далее у нас идет такая штука, как отдельно вот это вот Thought Leadership. Это разговор. Похоже, будет на 4 соображен. Лидеры из Slack, Dropbox и Miro поделятся своими лучшими оптимизациями для коллабораций. Штука интересная, но это трёп. Да, то есть это разговор, это трёп, его можно потом заценить в записи. Вот в чем прикол. Нам нужны какие-то интерактивы. Ну, мы в поисках этого. Далее, следующий слот. Вот тут у нас как раз, по-моему, да, разрыв. Ну, то есть мы можем на полчасика сюда сходить, потом сфинтить. В принципе. А тут у нас в принципе, что ли, разрыв? Я не понимаю. Ага, да, у нас тут будет перерыв. Вот, то, чего вчера жутко не хватало, это перерыва, конечно, абсолютно. Ну, давайте тогда сделаем так, что ж, ну, пускай у нас будет здесь тогда перерыв. И потом мы, соответственно, продолжим. Еще несколько слотов. Слот у нас здесь будет интерактив, воркшоп и 2 презентации. Отлично. Ну, давайте с презентацией. Navigate Preodolеть with more confidence and clarity. Короче, про навигацию. Что если мы могли бы recognize, rethink and embrace ability to learn and grow. Не знаю, может быть. Ну, запись покажет, как говорится. Neighborhood faces. Research and government participants. Очень клевая, интересная презентация. Вчера, кстати говоря, одна из презентаций, которую я практически скипнул, просто зашел, потому что в месте, куда я хотел присунуться, было откровенно скучно, и пришлось оттуда уходить. И я пошел на презентацию к ТЭС. Я жду теперь ее запись полностью, потому что я застал только финальную треть, и она была любопытная, мягко говоря, но несмотря, немножко не в контексте, но все равно сориентировался. И вот сейчас мне хочется посмотреть эту презентацию прежде всего вот целиком полностью. И, конечно же, там еще одну пересмотреть. То есть не знать, что презентация прям отстой, как бы бывает очень хорошая. То есть вот здесь я бы прям вот тоже добавил себе в список закладочек, что хочу посмотреть. Давайте по воркшопам. Что у нас здесь? Moving Minds, Exploring Conversation Maps. Miro. Интересно, да? Как бы такой воркшоп идет от Кноунимо, Джошуа Дэвиса. Why is my impact? This workshop find out a theory of change template helps you define objectives and developed. То есть тоже что-то связано. То есть оба, похоже, будут эти воркшопы связаны у нас с ребятами, точнее, связано с темплейтами, то есть шаблонами. Как их оптимизировать и модифицировать. Кстати, остается всего 5 минут. Я думаю, сейчас мы отправимся уже в ожидании сцены. Что же выбрать? Или интерактив. Интерактив у нас Stitch Fix. Building Blocks for Brainstorming. Вообще очень странно. Ну, то есть давайте фундаментальные компоненты стратегии. Очень, мне кажется, какие-то базовые вещи будут. И, ну, не вижу потребности туда идти. Наверное, больше интересует что-то из этого. Давайте Moving Minds. Может быть, Moving Minds пойдем. Вдруг будет интересно. Moving Minds. Тут уже будет ночь, да, у нас глубокая. Мой импакт. Moving Minds. Ну, пускай будет Moving Minds. Посмотрим. Нас же никто там не приковывает наручниками. Не понравится, мы тут же перескочим в другую вещь. Чуть будет сложнее, может быть, сориентироваться, когда заскакивают, но тем не менее. И заканчивается этот слот у нас тоже интересно. Ох, уже начинается. Ой, началось.
I'm coming to you at 7 a.m. from Austin. It's a bright and early morning for us here. If you didn't join us yesterday, my name is Shipra Kayan. I'm the product evangelist here at Miro and your host for Distributed.
Евангелист продукта из мира, то есть коллега, привет.
From Paul's keynote, unpacking the survey results about the human side of work, to seeing some of the creative ways social impact organizations are leveraging Miro to deal with, and I love this phrase from yesterday, the beautiful complexity of solving challenges like climate change. Mm-hmm. If you missed any of those talks, you can watch them in the replay section of Hopin. So as a reminder, everything you need to engage in our sessions, from polls and chat and all of these other features, it's all right here on Hopin. So if you have any trouble using the platform or navigating Hopin, just swing by the help desk and we can help you out. All right, it's time now. I know you've all been waiting for our product keynote. You'll get an inside look at product announcements that will enable all the new ways of working we were discussing yesterday. Our product and engineering teams have been working hard for the last few months. So I'm going to kick it off to our head of product, Varaun Parmar, and our head of product marketing, Brianna Rogers, to share with you all the new features that we want to bring to you. Take it away, Varaun and Bri.
В общем, сейчас пойдут новые фичи. Все, ребят, пошла жара, то, чего мы ждали.
A space to connect, to think, to belong, to build something new. A new idea, a new way of working, with new tools, new friends, new possibilities. We are no longer defined by where we are,
Новые инструменты, новые друзья, новые возможности. Что мы делаем вместе?
but what we give our time to.
Но на что мы тратим
This
время?
is your time.
Мы вам
This
даем
is
время.
your space.
Это ваше время,
Help us
это
make
ваше
it
пространство.
For everyone.
Помогите нам сделать это великим для каждого. Интересно, что Варун с кем-то будет.
Hello everyone. I'm
Привет,
Varaun
Варун.
Parmar, Miro's
Здорово.
Head of Products, and I'm really excited to welcome you all to day 2 of
Мистер
Distributed.
Пармар.
Distributed is an opportunity for us to recognize and celebrate our community. Every year, our community gets bigger, and today, we are excited to announce that we've just crossed 45 million users, making us the largest visual collaboration community. How great is that? And every year, Distributed also gets bigger. What started as a relatively small virtual gathering back in 2019 has grown into a global community event. Just last week, we held events all over the world, from Austin to Berlin to Sydney. And I'm really proud that so many people in the world get value from our products and from our ecosystem. And beyond that value, I'm also glad we've got a community that can connect and support each other and share their best work and best practices. So I'm
45
very
миллионов
thankful to all of you and
пользователей.
everyone who supports and inspires Miro on this journey to make space for human and create great things together.
И
Now,
создадим
since I joined
великие
Miro,
вещи
I've been
вместе.
blown away by the amazing things all of you are doing every single day. From Reed Thomas's template for planning out your garden collaboratively. And what's amazing about this template is that it helps you visualize your garden at different stages of the growing season. It's really cool. To Impact's workshops to help communities explore and improve COVID-19 vaccine uptake
Это
by
примеры
bringing
досок,
residents together
которые
to
реальные
discuss
кейсы
improvements
помогли
they can make.
в разных
To the
аспектах.
beautiful and inspirational art
У
that
нас
Saeed
на
S. makes
Miro
in
Reelz,
Miro
да, лежат?
and shares with all of us online. I especially love the recent one he did of our high five sticker. We want to make more of these stories possible to help teams all over the world do even more together. And one of the best ways to do that is by harnessing the power of the Miro community. And frankly, the Miro community is not shy. You tell us what you like, and more importantly, what you don't like, and how you think we can improve. And we listen. That's exactly
слушаем то,
what
что нам
happened
нравится, то,
with
что
the
нам не
new features
нравится.
we're going to show you today. These are
показывать
updates you've
новые
been
фичи,
asking for,
которые
and they're
показать
designed
сегодня.
to make
Этот
your
апдейт
experience in Miro even more dynamic, more
дает миру
collaborative,
больше
and more fun.
динамичности,
So
больше
today,
сотрудничества и
we are
больше
really
веселья.
excited to walk you through 3 big product updates. First, new and dynamic ways to bring data into a Miro board,
Так, 3
including
глобальных
embedding
продукта,
business intelligence
апдейтов.
dashboards and charts. Second, powerful update to enable you to deliver interactive presentations using Miro to engage your audience in ways
Интерактивные
not possible
презентации,
before.
которые
And third,
как никогда помогают
enabling more
вовлечь ваших
asynchronous ways
участников.
of working with Miro board recordings. So let's get
И
started
запись
with our first
досок, то,
announcement.
что вчера уже было слито, и было понятно, что это будет сделано, да.
Silo mentality can be a huge problem for an organization. When your teams operate in silos, it breaks trust and creates complacency. often work ends up being duplicated across teams and functions, leading to work waste. When you break down silos, you save your company money and meet goals faster in more creative and meaningful ways. Exaggerating the silo problem today is the proliferation of tools. And typically what we find is that an average enterprise has more than 100 SaaS applications across the company. In remote or hybrid setups, tool sprawl means it's even harder to create space for people to work together collaboratively. Teams are not only physically distant, they are digitally siloed. And this is where Miro comes in. A Miro board gives cross-functional teams a shared digital space to converge and solve big problems together. With Miro, you can bring every kind of content to a board, from documents to tables to images and videos and surveys and more. And all of this content is always up to date. And your source of truth in Miro stays the source of truth.
Так, да.
And Miro
Каждый
creates this
контент,
layer
очень много
of
контента, и
real-time
каждый контент
multi-user
требуется
collaboration on top of your
апдейтить,
content. So what's
свежать.
the next frontier? It's bringing data into the mix.
И дату добавлять туда.
Iteration is a core cultural value at Miro. We use data to learn how we can iterate on our product to make Miro better. And we know this is true for others. At all innovative companies, data is how decisions are made, how you prioritize what to work on next and learn. And data and business teams need to come together to make more out of their data and to move from numbers to insights and actions. With a more collaborative approach, teams can move forward with a shared understanding of insights and can come together to make decisions that stick. So we are excited to share a completely new way to bring data into Miro from business intelligence dashboards and charts. So your teams can learn, discuss, debate, and iterate together. A Miro board transforms a static dashboard into a space for iterative analysis and discussion, so you can get the most out of your data. And it's built in a way that lets you securely share data with team members who may not have access to your business intelligence tools. So we are excited to share how all of this content and data comes together for a team so that they can solve big problems together, and to share with you some brand new integrations we're excited about. So let's take a look.
Давайте посмотрим, как это реализовано.
Imagine Awesome Watches is a smartwatch company. They recently shipped a new smartwatch model. Sophia is a product marketing manager and is searching online for customer reviews. She goes to YouTube to see what people are saying. She finds a video with a lot of views and good insights. She copies and pastes the link into Miro.
И Embed делает ссылку.
With Miro's new YouTube integration, she can select relevant clips to put on the board. She can quickly watch with her team the most important parts.
Редактор клипов
Once she's
внутри
created a
доски.
clip, it appears on the board for her team to watch. She can do this multiple times to pull all of the relevant parts of the longer video on the board.
Отлично.
After rewatching the
Инсайты
clips, Sophia
сделаем.
captures key takeaways in sticky notes and tags them as strengths, opportunities, and weaknesses. Using Miro's clustering feature, she clusters the sticky notes into
Кластеризация —
categories so
это
her
тема
team
прошлого
can
года.
quickly dig in.
Это уже понятно.
Now Raphael, a data analyst, can compare the feedback with the company's performance data by copying a dashboard link from their analytics platform, Looker. He selects the charts he
Собственно.
wants to add to the board, and they instantly appear.
Так,
Now
добавляем
everyone can see
графики.
how the reviews on YouTube compare with their internal data. Raphael identifies a big drop in battery performance that lines up with the review notes. He highlights it on the chart. He also adds a few detailed notes for the rest of the team to see. They notice that the drop in battery
То есть, в
performance
принципе, сейчас
correlates
показывает
with
в
the
целом
software
workflow,
update,
который
and decide to bring the data back to
видится на
Ashley,
Miro.
the product manager. After reviewing the info, Ashley decides to put together an action plan on Confluence.
Из
When she copies the
Confluence
link off the
страница,
Confluence page, it is embedded into the Miro
забираем.
board for everyone to contribute to. Now
Confirm.
everyone can see the entire Confluence page without leaving Miro. And that's how
Судя по
the
всему,
Awesome
они
Watches
натренировались
team
на
innovates
Гугле.
like never before by bringing together tools
И добавляем
like
сюда.
YouTube, Looker, and Confluence onto a Miro board.
What we've shown you is a host of new capabilities. you can simply copy and paste a link to a dashboard, and you'll be prompted to extract all or some of the charts or graphs onto a Miro board. For every type of data or content,
они же
there are
откуда-то
standard
берутся
actions
диаграммы,
you can
они же,
take.
давайте будем
For
честны, не
example,
создается на Miro.
you can expand into a full screen mode to take a closer look at the dashboard. Optionally, you can display metadata such as the dashboard name and description for easier readability.
А вот
And
то,
with
что
a
можно
quick
скрывать
click of a
метадату,
button,
это прикольно.
refresh the dashboard without ever having to leave Miro. How cool is that?
Это
All
действительно
of these
круто.
capabilities are available for the partner integrations you just saw in the demo. So YouTube, Looker, and Confluence.
Не так уж и
And
много,
what we've
с одной
just shown
стороны,
you is
конечно.
only the
И
start.
что-то про Google ничего не
In the
говорят.
next few weeks,
Хотя Google
more
тоже интеграция
integrations will
отличная.
become available, including Tableau, Grafana, and Amplitude.
Отлично. Ну,
And
то есть
what's
все
truly
основные
unique is
пацаны,
that all
ребята.
of these new integrations are built on the Miro's
нужны.
developer platform, which means in addition to the standard actions, app developers can create custom actions. For example, exporting comments from a Confluence page as sticky notes in Miro, or extracting a portion of a YouTube video and then adding that extracted clip back on a Miro board. You can sign up to test all of these integrations at mirodistributed.com/beta. So now that you've seen how a team can come together to make decisions and collaborate, the next step is often sharing with the broader team, and usually that happens in a meeting.
Meetings more human. Давай. Как мы делаем? Покажет, видимо, конкретное тоже видение, конкретные
So
user
to
story,
talk
как это должно
through
быть
how
на
we are
митингах, да,
evolving
на
Miro
встречах.
to support you in conducting better meetings, I'm excited to welcome Bree, Miro's head of product marketing, who has sat with me in many meetings during our time together. Welcome, Bree.
Thank you so much, Varun. It's really great to be here with you today. So I think we can both agree it's not a competition, but we're both in a lot of meetings, and we're not alone.
That's true, Bree. In fact, during the pandemic, there was this interesting report that Microsoft published, which said that there was a 150% increase in the number of meetings and 250% increase in the amount of meeting time.
With all these
Данные
meetings,
Microsoft,
you'd be thinking we'd be getting really good at them.
150%
But
увеличилось
I also saw
количество
another
встреч на
study that said that up to a
250%
third of
общая
workers say
совокупность
they're
времени на
spending 2 to
встрече.
5 hours a day in a meeting and having no results to show from it. I really think that so many of these meetings are these one-way presentations where the presenter is in the driver's seat and everyone else just has a passive role. And that's really what a lot of presentation software was originally built for. I think that works if you're in an all hands or a really formal presentation, but it doesn't work when a team is trying to come together to make decisions and solve big problems.
That's true, Bree. And I think what we hear from people is that they really want interactive presentations, right? And that's true both for the presenter as well as the participant.
Хорошо, люди хотят
When we go talk
интерактивных
to presenters, they
презентаций.
say that they want to curate the overall experience for the participants. And when we go talk to the participants, what we hear is that they want to make sure that they are not just being talked to. They want to make sure that there is a certain level of engagement and interactivity, both with the presenter as well as with other participants.
Yeah, it makes sense. And thinking about that curation point, before I worked at Miro, I spent so much time
Забавно, что
making
они как бы отыгрывают
presentations,
встречу
and a lot of that time was
и
spent
сами
taking
не используют то, что, о
screenshots
чем сейчас
from
говорят.
the web,
А было бы
from
прикольно, если
mocks,
бы как бы здесь
from
как раз
charts, and pulling them into a
сломали
presentation
шаблон,
software.
сказали, а давай как бы вот
And
так.
what that meant was all of my presentations after that meeting became out of date. Nothing was live, nothing was synced, and the presentation just became this outdated artifact really quickly.
So imagine how cool it would be if you actually have one tool where you present and the work gets done. So instead of actually cobbling together multiple
фигму, то есть
different
ребята
tools,
не пойдут,
oftentimes that they're
судя по
disjointed,
всему.
you have a single tool where both you're working as well as you get to present.
I love it.
We've thought a lot about this over the past year and are really excited to share with you all how we are taking a fresh look at presenting content in Miro. So it's interactive, more dynamic, and
Так,
less work.
вот
to
это
build.
любопытно. Что
When we
сделали
left our friends at
такого
Awesome Watches, they had come
динамического и
together
крутого
to
для
make a plan to
презентации?
address user feedback they received for their newly launched smartwatch. So let's take a look at how the team uses Miro to present recommendations for input and feedback.
все идет к тому, что часть курса придется перезаписать. Все, сейчас прям перезаписывать будем. Итак, презентации
Ashley, the product
интерактивные.
manager, is starting a presentation by opening the team board and clicks on the present button. She can present any of the content on the board, or she can choose certain frames. She can also navigate the board by simply panning around, but also by using the presentations toolbar to move from frame to frame. While Ashley is presenting, she can start a timer, voting session, or breakout. And she can pick which tools everyone can use, so they don't get too distracted.
Это же функция Smart Meeting, которую презентовали в прошлом году.
Midway through the presentation,
Она
she can easily
трансформировалась,
hand
да, у
off
нас?
presenting to Sophia to walk through user feedback.
Всё.
As viewers, her teammates see a
Роли.
join pop up when a presentation is started on the board. Even if they're late to the meeting, they can still quickly get context by panning to the earlier parts of the board before going to the current view. With the new interactive presentation mode, no one has to sit and passively watch. They can raise their hand if they have questions or comments, or post stickers and reactions to let Sophia and Ashley know how great their presentation is. Here, our presenter has started a timer to collect questions and feedback. And that's how the team at Awesome Watches makes meetings more engaging by using Miro's new presentation mode.
То есть, когда сейчас переходим в этот режим, у нас появляется нижняя панель, которая все это удобно, но в принципе это все абсолютно и так
So we've been
есть,
testing this
и
new
это уже мы
presentation
используем.
mode, and it's really exciting to see that encouragement with reactions while you're presenting. As you've seen, the new presentation mode is very flexible, meeting the needs of collaborative teams. Some of the highlights include audience interaction tools like reactions, hand raising, and sticky notes directly accessible through the presentation. Participants can also use activity apps like timer, voting,
Ну,
and
как бы
breakout
надо
frames.
тестить, как оно теперь будет
All of
работать, но в
these are
целом
great for raising
просто
the
пересобрали
engagement
несколько
levels in a
функций,
For the presenter, not
добавили
only
в
can they
режим
present their frames in
презентации
a
то, что
slideshow,
было в других
they can also
режимах.
present content from all over the board. So presentations no longer have to be
И
a
вопрос
linear
ключевой,
experience.
если... Ну, этого
And
не
if you
будет,
have
скорее всего,
multiple
на
presenters in the
фри-тарифе.
meeting, you can really easily hand the hosting off to another person on your team. You can sign up to test the new presentation mode at
Иначе вопросы,
www.mirodistributed.com/beta.
О, пошли. Пошли. Скорее. Это надо сейчас же. Где? Ссылку, дайте ссылку.
So we just saw how the team at Awesome Watches can use Miro's interactive presentation mode to share their plans with the team. But what happens next?
Ссылку.
How do you tell the rest of your organization about it?
Ссылку.
And how can Miro help? Just taking a step back, the theme for Distributed is make space for human.
Окей.
And I love the
найти.
idea of making more space for human ways of working. Not just in how we solve problems as a team, but also in the way we communicate with each other at work. One way to do this is having more flexibility in how we show up at work. People expect flexibility and autonomy around how, when, and where they work. The old way of being always on, always available, always in your physical office is just not working. Especially with team members distributed around the world in different offices or remote setups. This is why Miro is pushing into new solutions for asynchronous work that help people work how and where and when they want to.
Earlier this year, we showed a sneak peek into a feature we are working on called Talk Track. Today, we're excited to give you a closer look and share that it's available in beta now to everyone joining us here at Distributed.
Я бы тоже
When
очень
we
кричал от
last left the
счастья,
team at
если бы
Awesome
вчера это
Watches,
не
they
заспойлерили.
had led a successful
сейчас будут говорить.
presentation about their plans to address recent user feedback. So now, they have made the updates to the onboarding flow and are ready to release the changes. So let's see how the team could use Talk Track to share the new product updates with the Awesome Watches support team.
Sophia is recording a talk track. She is training the support team by walking through the latest smartwatch updates. She checks her mic and camera and gets a countdown to make sure she's ready.
Есть, дали
Then the
ссылку.
recording begins. She can pause and resume the recording after a well-deserved sip of water. When she's done, her recording is automatically saved. She names it.
Да, и вот, да, автоматически все
Now the
сохраняется,
support team
несколько
members
рекордов,
can watch a walkthrough.
несколько записей.
wherever they
Вопрос,
are
какой
and
объем
whenever it works for
хранения
them.
и где хранится.
They'll get an
Можно
overview
ли
of changes
скачивать?
with links out to other resources. When they come to the board and play Sophia's recording, it's as good as an in-person meeting, only now they can collaborate in their own time.
Когда смотришь, можно сразу же скорость контролировать.
Move the video to a better position on the board and explore on their own. And with one click, they get back to following Sophia. Here's the thing. The recording is tied to the board itself. So the team isn't just watching a screen recording. They're seeing the video embedded into the board. This means that while they're watching, they can add, let's say, a comment or a sticky note. So the viewer and presenter are collaborating asynchronously. They can also see a library of past updates that she has shared, so they can revisit older recordings. And that's how Awesome Watches uses Miro's talk track to keep teams connected and make sure they have all the necessary info to solve anything together.
Отлично, суперски.
So we've been testing this feature inside Miro for a while, and people are really loving it. It's been great to see all the different use cases that come up and learning from the team.
If you actually look at the product team, there are multiple use cases for this. People are using it for product updates. They are doing it for initiative updates. They are doing it for status check-ins, etc., etc. And as you know, I will actually not look at any Miro board that's shared with me that doesn't come with a talk track.
That is definitely true. For our side on the marketing team, we have a really globally distributed team. We're across a ton of different time zones. And what we've really loved to do is use TalkTrack to provide async updates for each other that are just feel more human and personal as a check-in.
And I think it's not just about providing asynchronous updates, Bree. It's about providing an equitable and inclusive environment where people feel that they can collaborate and they can provide updates in a way that actually is more personal to them. So let's talk about an example of an introvert, right? So what they could do using TalkTrack is that they could actually do multiple board recordings, multiple video recordings, and then they can pick the one specific one that they actually feel confident delivers on the update that they're trying to provide. So there's actually more value that we deliver with TalkTrack beyond just asynchronous work.
Эти функции в бете, они поменяются еще не раз за следующие 4 месяца.
You can sign up to get access today at mirodistributed.com/beta. We can't wait to hear from all of you in the community on how you're liking TalkTrack and the new interactive presentation mode.
Ну да, они сейчас призывают нас записываться на бету. Я вас тоже призываю, пишитесь на бету. Ссылочку в чат надо фиксануть.
We mean it when we say we love our community. We learn so much from how you use Miro.
Так, ладно, давай.
What you like and what you don't like. Every product team at Miro has a dashboard where they regularly monitor incoming feedback from 6 sources. And you'll often see our product managers and our product marketing managers answering questions and asking for your input in Miro's online community. And we want to be even better about closing the loop. We're building new ways to respond to your feedback and help you stay up to date with the changes we're making, like our What's New program, where we offer quarterly webinars where you can hear directly from the team on the latest updates. The changes we ship aren't always big, new features. We also spend time creating little moments that make your day in Miro better. So before we say goodbye and part ways for today, we wanted to share 5 not-so-small updates as a way to say thank you for all of your feedback.
Больших, не таких малых объектов, дадим вам пространство для работы, сотрудничества, не успел, и мы, ну, условно говоря, слышим I think Miro needs. А мы слышим голос каждого, я думаю, Miro нужно для... Так, это, видимо, у нас новый виджет для... Ну, то есть обновленный виджет. Окей. Рамки тоже были для изображений спалены вчера. Обрезка, ребят, есть уже пару месяцев. У рамок действительно не было, рамки появились. Рамки можно добавлять для изображения, это приятно. То есть можно делать тени. Но вот это вообще, почему про это не сказать? Это то есть репозиторий. Неужели не верите в то, что это сможет привлечь людей? Это очень странно. Почему так вскользь? Это очень крутая функция. Ну, блин, конечно, давайте про стикеры поговорим, а то... А когда можно свои стикеры добавлять? Не подскажете? А то народ ждет. Давай. Что? Ну... А как это будет работать? Она так не вставляется, не надо. Ой, она не вставляется так. Она вставляется криво. Нет. Красиво. Не так она вставляется. Редактура едет. Да, у вас добавлены новые языки, и тоже почему об этом вскользь. Это крутая вещь, захват новых рынков. Может, сейчас про это еще расскажут подробнее?
We hope you're as excited about all of these announcements as we are. As Miro users ourselves, we know firsthand how big of a difference these changes can make in your day-to-day work. So let's take a quick look back at what we covered today. We shared how we are bringing new forms of data and content into Miro boards with new integrations with Looker, Tableau, Grafana, Amplitude, Confluence, and YouTube.
Сейчас запустим
We showed
опрос,
new ways to
что
run
из этого
interactive
используете, ребят.
presentations right where you get your work done, which is on a Miro board. We also showed how TalkTrack helps teams work more flexibly and asynchronously across time zones. And finally, we shared some love we've been giving to the overall Miro experience with 5 delightful new updates to Miro. You can learn more about how to get most out of Miro at the breakout sessions hosted by more members of the Miro team and our partners and customers like Atlassian, Slack, Salesforce, and Dropbox. So that's a wrap. Thank you so much for joining us today for the product keynote session. And please don't forget to sign up for new features at mirodistributed.com/beta and have a great rest of Distributed. Thank you.
Спасибо большое. Ну, как бы смотрите, если бы запись экрана вчера нам не заспойлерили, это был бы разрыв. Но вчера почему его вчера показали? Может, они поменяли файлы, потеряли.
Oh my goodness, there were some really cool features on there. I'm seeing the chat light
Да,
up,
фичи крутые,
right here.
вообще без вопросов.
Yeah, curious to see what you guys watching are most excited about. So share some of your thoughts in chat. I already see it light up. You know, and I want to say we have, as a special guest, we have Bree joining us live from Amsterdam. So we'll bring in Bree. Hi, Bree.
Hey, Shipra, it's great to see you.
Great to see you as well. So surreal. Welcome. That was a lot of really good stuff. You know, I want to just start out with, I know you mentioned you've been using TalkTrack on the marketing team, but, you know, people are really loving TalkTrack.
Стой, ты куда потерялась?
You know, sometimes I'm having a hard time scheduling a sync meeting with people all around the world with busy schedules, and I find it's a lot faster to just send them over a recording, save everyone a little bit of time, and it also gives people time to absorb the information and respond in their own way, in their own time. I also use it a lot to distribute information to my team quickly. So if I've come out of a meeting where I've learned something new or I've heard something that I want to share with them and add a little context, it's a lot faster and more effective for me to record a quick talk track than to write up a long memo or something like that.
Totally. And Amy on the chat was just mentioning it's perfect for final sprint demos, which is so true. That would
be. We even use it, you know, in some of our big product reviews or larger group meetings. Sometimes we'll have a team member who's on holiday or can't make it, and we'll have people just hop in and we'll play a talk track, and it's like they're in the room with us. Right in the middle of the presentation, then we can go back to the sync meeting. And so it creates this really dynamic sort of blended experience that I think we didn't even predict when we first started building the tool.
Yeah, the need, like just removing the need to pause when one person is out on holiday is, it's pretty amazing. What else is standing out to you now that some of these little big features have been out for a while? Anything else you want to call out just from your own experience using it?
Yeah, I mean, well, I'm using almost everything we talked about on a very regular basis. I think, going back to the start of the keynote and the embedded dashboards as a marketer is really exciting to me. We're always trying to make sure that the work we're doing, the campaigns we're running, have a lot of impact. And so the idea of being able to bring your creative assets and your campaign results into a single view and into a collaborative space so that you're closing the loop with your creative team, your analysts, everyone can come together and discuss it and really learn what's working, what's not working, make better decisions. I think it's going to be really transformative for the way that we're working, and we're already starting to experiment with it. So I'm excited for that one as well.
Oh, I totally hear you. I mean, I have to say, I create a mind map a week. So I'm really excited about collapsible branches.
Смотрите, очень странно, что
I saw that on chat
сделали
as well. So for those
очень
of us
коротко
who
про эти
really
вот
love
эти функции, там
diverging,
про
I think
язык, про что-то
that is
еще,
going
про
to
что-то
be
еще. Как-то так
a game
вскользь сказали.
changer. You know, I want to zoom out a little
Оно
bit.
вроде бы более готовое, чем,
For our conference
опять
is
же,
make space for human.
презентационный мод, который в
I
бете.
know that our teams internally are really thinking about human ways of collaboration. Talk track is definitely one of those is inspired by human ways of working. Is there anything you want to say to kind of close out how you think Miro is evolving to support the human side?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really built into everything about how we're approaching our product and how we're thinking about how your technology can help promote a different way of working across your organization. I was reflecting a little bit on the presentation mode updates and just thinking about how much of my work life before I joined Miro was making slide decks and attending meetings where I just sat and consumed presentations. And when I started working at Miro, where we were doing our meetings in Miro boards, it really just transformed my whole experience about how I showed up at a meeting. I was engaged, I was participating, information was presented to me in a different and dynamic way. And it's really exciting to think about how our software can play a role in changing how people feel when they show up at work, and I'm excited to keep working and pushing on new updates that are going to continue to do that.
Yeah, absolutely, and every voice counts, and we're working hard to make that possible. Well, thanks, Bree. It was awesome to have you join us, and thanks for that. I mean, people are loving the video, so amazing job just sharing all of our updates and representing the team. Thank you.
Thanks, Shipra. It's great seeing you.
Likewise. Bye.
Да, привет.
All right. Well, moving on. If you want to try any of these features, like Bree had mentioned, you can sign up for the beta at mirodistributed.com/beta. So that's mirodistributed.com/beta. I'm sure somebody will pop the link into chat to help me out here as well. So today, you can join the product breakout sessions to learn more about how to get the most out of Miro. You can learn more about some of the capabilities that were shown here. And there'll be members of the Miro team hosting and showing how our partners and customers use some of our latest capabilities.
Ну, смотрим чат. Чат говорит, что
I also want to give everyone a quick reminder to please provide your feedback in the session survey. We really value your insight. Again, at Miro, we value feedback and iteration, so we're going to use that to make our community events better.
Пересобрали уже свой готовый код.
I do have a few housekeeping notes, so hang in with me here.
Что станет
so
теперь
as a
с
reminder,
режимом Smart
everything you need
Meetings?
to engage in their interactive sessions and to connect with other attendees is here on Hopin. So if you have any trouble, there's a help desk. We will get you sorted. Just swing by the help desk and we will get you sorted. And we're going to take a break on main stage. So we're going to close down main stage. We're going to prepare for the afternoon sessions. So check out the schedule. But I want to highlight a few sessions that I'm really excited about.
Very excited.
There's M121, turning complex ideas into clarifying visuals. I love diagrams. So for those of you that are into visualizing complexity, that's a good talk. There's 141, which is about the power of mental models. And 122, I highly recommend. It's an interactive workshop with cozy, juicy
Ну, то есть сейчас она решила перечислить то, что будет сегодня дальше, куда не рекомендуют сходить.
It's just so fun. So if you want to just chill out and have some fun, I highly recommend Cozy Juicy Reel. And that's it, you know, have fun with your sessions. I hope you get to experience something new this afternoon. We'll be back here a little later today. So that'll be at just before 10 a.m. CST or 5 p.m. Central European Time for a really incredible thought leadership session with panelists from Miro, Dropbox, and Slack. You're not going to want to miss it. So I'm going to see you back here on main stage then.
Зафигачили, да, отлично. Вот это я понимаю, да, вот эта доска, так доска. Вот ее нужно будет сохранить. Почему ее не было в первый день? Ее не было в первый день. Вообще, чао, все, 30 минут. А вы же на час слот говорили, разве нет? А sessions у нас же будут, получается, только через... Ага, как говорится. Давайте подумаем, что мы сейчас только что увидели, что с нами случилось. Ну, собственно говоря, все прекрасно. Мы с вами посмотрели, да, вот на несколько фичей. По сути, что нам показали? Первое. С конца будем начинать. Запись экрана. Это здорово, это круто. И вау-эффект подпортил только то, что вчера в ходе сессии прям показывали, как ей пользоваться. А так был абсолютный вау-эффект. То есть вы можете включить этот режим, записать видеосообщение, определить, для кого оно. И это может быть, ну, то есть на доске что-то показать, рассказать и так далее. То есть вы можете это сделать, запись как бы презентации для вашего клиента и отправить ее как бы как готовую. И это тоже очень интересно. Ну, то есть с моей точки зрения, то есть он просто включает проигрывать, его будет там отправлять с одного пункта, с одного слайда на другой, что-то выполнять, делать и прочее. Второе, да, что нам показали, это новый режим презентации, так называемый, да, интерактивный, в который входит прям вот многие фишки, которые использовались вот в этом режиме, режим, который у нас называется, а его здесь нет, да, потому что это доска вот здесь, да, если мы зайдем, у нас уже есть такой режимчик, называется у нас «Здравствуй, Meetings», да, вот, собственно, Meetings, и по факту там то же самое, практически все то же самое. То есть, видимо, вот эта кнопка у нас просто будет как бы и вот это, вместо этих двух кнопок будет одна Presentation. Вроде неплохо, вроде прикольно, но есть один как бы нюанс. Нюанс есть, называется он... Но вы же в прошлом году вроде как митинг анонсировали. Тут, по сути, вы то же самое анонсируете, только немножко в другом соусе. Ну, как бы окей. Почему бы и нет? Почему бы и нет? Далее. Что у нас с вами получается? Получается, у нас был еще про наши различные... Ну, давайте прям apps посмотрим, если у нас графана добавилось. Если у нас графана... это различные сервисы. Нет, графаны. Как раз про графану сказали. Но графаны, дружище, пока нет, извини. А что у нас было там? Logic. Был у нас интеграция с несколькими сервисами, которые вы можете представлять свою дату, выстраивать ее по красоте, так, чтобы она была здесь. В принципе, Smart Sheets уже про это... Интеграция была заявлена, и я не думал, что это прям вот будет сильно-сильно в эту сторону делаться уклон. Ну, почему бы и нет, почему бы и не сделать уклон в эту сторону. Что-то прям хочется в конце, как у нас пойти к Дженни, что ли? Ретро-ретро. Ну, здесь будет ретроспектива всего именно закрывающая ретро. Вот здесь будет у нас Miro Improve Madness Battle to Win. Какая-то интерактивность. Воркшоп. Это точно мимо, это неинтересно. Работа с инбоксом, ну окей. В общем, наверное, раз, два или три здесь в конце пойдем на воркшоп, может быть. Записываемся на бету. В любом случае, бета очень полезная и крутая. По-другому не скажешь. Сейчас я думаю, что мы прервемся немного даже. Потому как через 20 минут такой небольшой перерывчик, и через 20 минут мы продолжим. Как-то так. Я думаю, не буду прерывать, просто поставлю потом тайм-коды. И все будет круто у нас. Все будет круто. Вернемся через 20 минут. Фичи классные. Что смущает? Единственное, как я уже сказал, это то, что... Ну вот, как мне, например... В чем разница? Что будет у нас со Smart Meetings функцией? То есть, и в чем просто разница? Просто сейчас на изображении она дублирует эту функцию. Дублирует очень сильно. Прям один в один. С минимальными отличиями. Ну ладно, отличие то, что у нас получается, когда мы приходим в режим презентации, разделяются роли. Я как презентер становлюсь, видимо, да, так же, как в режиме Smart Meetings, например, кто-то становится фасилитатором. Хорошо, я презентер, докладчик, а кто-то другой у меня становится, то есть остальные становятся участниками. У них появляется альтернативная менюшка внизу. Как в Smart Meetings. Она другая менюшка, но принцип тоже. Ну, ладно, менюшка другая. Хорошо, принимается. Вот. Ну и что-то меня прям порвало с то, что можно делать клипы с Ютуба. Вчера еще было немножко это заметно. И сейчас, конечно, очень хочется. Дайте бету, пожалуйста. Я хочу порезать ролики. Я просто, первое, что я сделаю, я возьму вот эту трансляцию, которую мы с вами сейчас ведем, которую мы с вами сейчас смотрим. Возьму ее, вот эту всю 5-часовую, закину туда, порежу и разложу. Вот. И, пожалуйста, будет удобно. Сюда смотри, туда смотри. Вау. Будет удобненько, комфортненько. А можно какие-то отдельные клипы, отдельные пункты, да хоть тезисы можно делать. Главное, чтобы поток шел, когда ты мог писать что-то, и при этом шел поток. Потому что главная проблема не в этом даже, не в клипах, а то, что ты сейчас, когда добавляешь видео на доску, то у тебя выходит стрёмная история, ты, получается... У тебя получается, что ты, дружище, становишься... Короче, если ты его включаешь, ты включаешь его, а потом выбираешь другой объект, видео прерывается, и потом начинается сначала. Это неудобно, это дискомфортно. Так, что у нас здесь? По популярности визуализации, смотрите, это визуализация больше всего народу интересует. Может, туда перейдем. Может быть, сюда перейдем. Видите, предварительно. Говорит, у тебя там скоро начало. А что, раньше, что ли, просто начнется? Второй сегмент. My agenda. Кстати, вот что можно сделать сейчас фончиком. Это Miro Reelz. Пускай пойдет. Miro Reelz. Вот что мы здесь сейчас просто сделаем.
Template for the discussion guide or the completed template for the discussion guide. I'm going to do that right now. Miro has a plugin, or
через 5
Google
минут
Drive has a
Ну, 5
plugin
минут
with
будем
Miro. And here I can paste in my discussion guide. The way that I did this is I copied and pasted the doc link and I just pasted it into Miro. And we can see here our lovely discussion guide.
Okay.
We next go into the note-taking canvas itself. So at the top, you can see the interview objective. We have the background, the 2 in-depth discussions, the wrap-up, and anyone else who's taking notes, they can capture their insights in the bottom square. Moving into the analysis, I tend to do this alongside the note-taking canvas. So we can see that I've decided to choose a category of where things go wrong. I then have the topic, the problem statement, and I go one step further and I assess the risk, the wish list, and the success metrics. It's really important to call these out because it then allows the product manager to prioritize which is the most significant category to address. Once the prioritization has taken place with my product manager, I then reach out to my developers to have a functionality mapping session. A functionality mapping session is a step that I take before I go into designing. The reason for this is I need to understand as a designer if functionality, capabilities, features are actually feasible. And this is where the developers come in. To create the template for this, if I press N on my keyboard, that will give up a shortcut in how to create a new sticky. So I'm going to select green. And here I'm going to add in my journey. I'll then give an example of that journey. On the right hand side, I'll then start to call out my features. Feature 1, and then feature 2. Down below, this is where developers will start to add in their comments. Could be comments about the architecture, about something else, but this allows a conversation to take place before I start designing on what is actually feasible, what is the difficulty, and if we were to do this feature, how would this be t-shirt size in the sprint? Once I've completed the designs, I tend to either export them or screenshot them into Miro. The reason for this is it's really easy for my product manager or my engineers or anyone else to leave a comment and review. So one way they can leave a comment is by pressing C, and they can leave a comment. And they can drag and drop that anywhere onto the image. Another way that they can leave a review is with a sticky note. I hope this overview was incredibly useful. As I mentioned, Miro is absolutely great and used extensively in our day-to-day processes and ways of working at Kaluza. Thanks, everyone.
Okay, I got it. I'll be sharing all my vacay deeds on my board from now on.
Okay, but don't worry about that while you're on vacation. You just need to enjoy the sunshine, maybe drink a few drinks.
See, I wish I didn't have to worry about it while I was on the beach, but let's face it, I'm gonna return to so many notifications when I get back.
Ugh, notifications are the worst. But did you know with the Miro and Slack integration, all of your comments and mentions will be in the same place? You won't even miss any of them.
Oh yeah, that's right. You know, we also have a ton of other really cool integrations. Here are a couple worth checking out.
Так, ну что, пора возвращаться. И давайте пойдем в ту зону у нас отчуждения, которая нам предстоит. Где у нас там? Давайте прям в сессион зайдем и посмотрим, что у нас тут. Где у нас народ тусит? Empathy Gap или как визуализировать Work Builds High Perform Teams. Давайте сюда пойдем, посмотрим все-таки, если что, перескочим.
The content of the session. So I guess the first thing is on me. So before I start talking about things, I just wanted to mention that for every source that we are quoting, we've got the reference where it's coming from. So feel free to, if you want to learn more details, to click on those links and you will be able to go deep into those concepts. We are just going to mention them because our session is quite short. So if you don't see anything clearly from my presentation, you can always
Доску где-то уже скинули, да? Давай
So that was
посмотрим.
just a little bit of the logistics.
Зайдем.
But we are going to talk about high-performing teams delivering outcomes and how the visualization of work can help them. So we thought that it's super important to align on the vocabulary. So we want to start with high-performing teams.
Блин, а
High-performing
почему
teams is
такой
a really
угол
widely
экрана у них?
discussed in the industry topic. So I'm not going to go on one way or another, but I'm just going to tell you what we think about high-performing teams. Ilaria and I, we both work with teams from the beginning of the stage. So when they start forming, we help them build, and then we work with them to the moment when they get to the stage or performing. And high-performing teams are the teams that operate in the space where the motivation works for people. So we follow the learnings of Dan Pink, where he talks about the things that really motivate people to do the best of themselves.
Хорошо, а давайте сгоняем все-таки у нас к парнику. Что здесь может быть полюбопытней?
So, yes, we will be sharing.
Я почему-то думал паренек.
Can you hear me? Because I hear no one. Yeah, so I think everyone can hear us. So I'll just copy the link here. Yeah. There you go.
Подождите.
I actually cannot press the present mode.
Then we can just move to drag from one screen to another. I think it's...
Что происходит? Хочется задать вопрос.
Okay.
So now we begin.
Yes. Well, welcome everyone. My name is Krasi, and I'm super excited to be here with you today. Our session is an interactive workshop on a concept that probably hopefully intrigued you. The empathy, hopefully, why should you care? Then quickly after, we will dive into the focus of the session, which is the empathy gap. And last but not least, we plan to have a little bit of fun with you to get through a series of activities. My name is Krasi, and I'm the strategy director of Outcome, and I'm here today with my colleague Diana.
Sorry.
На стратегии, где бы то ни было.
Double click on the slide. So just double click on the slide.
Maybe you do it. It doesn't work.
I don't have the rights to share.
Как-то не очень работает, ребята, у вас все, я смотрю здесь. Ну, разгонимся.
So what do you want me to do? Sorry.
Кристофер Стоун, конечно, круто. Вот так понимаешь, что было дальше. Конечно, Кристофер вчера показал уровень и мастер-класс, и все теперь мы будем мерить по тому, как Крис Стоун сработал.
Okay, so let's continue.
Okay, cool. To kickstart the workshop today, we wanted to actually have a little icebreaker just to warm up and get into the mood of talking about empathy. And we really appreciate virtual for many reasons. First of all, it created a good environment for us to be able to connect with each other across borders, to overcome many adversities, to have fun, but also work remotely. However, we experienced that there are a lot of challenges that actually block empathy in a virtual format. And we wanted to pose this question to you all. What, in your opinion and from your experiences, blocks empathy in virtual? And for that, we wanted to give you just quick 5 minutes to think about and share ideas in the board.
5 минут, как бы круто, но у вас сейчас на доске 70 человек. 70 человек. 70. А стикеров, ну, не 70. Вот в чем проблема. Как будем решать вопрос? Как? О, таймер пошел. Угу. Так. А может там несколько блоков? Нет, она здесь. Вторая вообще идол, поэтому, да, вот мы здесь. Следуем за Дианой. Давай, удалил. Что пишет народ? Итак, what blocks empathy in virtual formats? Что блокирует эмпатию в виртуальной форме, да? Лаги, awkward silence, ну, тишина, дистанция, фокус на задачах против людей, разница во времени, я так понимаю.
Really, the ideas that are coming on internet, nobody knows you're a dog.
People arriving without becoming present. To the purpose.
I'm trying to bring some from the chat. Empathy in virtual
достигает
workspaces, respecting and
презентацию,
accepting
то цели.
on the internet. Yes, that should sometimes.
Приходят из других встреч.
Maybe blame the
Нет
internet for the poor bandwidth.
транзита времени между встречами. Not feeling comfortable.
And what also stood out for me is this notion that in virtual people tend to focus a lot on tasks versus people. I think this is this resonates
нет
with me in my
смолтоков,
experience.
когда ожидаешь в комнате или рядом с кофемашиной.
I'm already seeing a very interesting pattern here. We do have the connection layer.
Okay.
And you know the prerequisites for trust.
Мы все еще здесь, ладно, почитаем.
Seeing someone for who they are, not having bounded conversations.
Ты забрала у меня возможность сделать стикеры. Нет, не забрала. Просто.
Absent feeling of people. Yes, very true. A lot of multitasking.
Народ уже дальше пошел, я смотрю.
Guilty of that myself.
The 100 tabs open, and you don't know where the music is coming from.
I wonder what it means, time constraints, because to some extent, virtue is perceived almost like boundless, so that kind of intrigued me. And I love whoever wrote that in virtual we can't build trusting relationships. That's quite true. And to some extent, this is one of the reasons why we wanted to talk to you today about empathy and empathy gap specifically, because we believe that if we think for a minute about the future and where we're heading, we think that the future is going to be empathic. And this is for a reason, because we already had transition from the platform economy to the ecosystem economy. And in this transition, everything has changed. Now the rules of the game are different, because in the ecosystem economy, you are required as a person, entity, or a business to actually foster different kind of relationships to gain agility, to be fast, and also to be competitive. And in this environment of the ecosystem economy, what is really standing out is that there is a new currency of exchange that appears to be really important. And this currency of exchange is trust. trust to a lot of extent permeates in every aspect of the value chain, regardless of the industry you are in. And trust is also quite complex and multidimensional. When we say trust, we mean trust in relationship towards our clients and users, but also trust in the relationship with our partners. And last but not least, trust in the relationship with our colleagues, the culture and the environment that we work with. And at the heart of trust, of course, to a large extent, sits empathy. However, it is not really easy to activate empathy consistently and at scale with the available tools, because there is this notion of oversimplification and to some extent linearity to think about that the empathic journey starts by putting yourself in the customer's shoes. Yes, it starts there, but it shouldn't stop there.
Почему-то вот они не пользуются функцией Smart Meeting. Это бы прям так ему упростило вопрос, если они на Miro работают. А вы точно эксперт по Miro?
It is not so easy for you as a manager or also as part of the team to actually come to these really unique and interesting insights to help you make an impact from the start, which we think actually comes down from a conscious choice and decision to put the empathy at the heart of the product development. This whole notion and experience that we had with Diana for the past 3 years actually gave us some ideas and showed us clearly the need that empathy requires a different way of engagement. And we saw this pattern that it is possible to replicate and consistently activate empathy if only we look at it differently. And in our journey through this identified need and a pattern, we were able to come up with a tool which we call active empathy. This is a collaborative method to discover unique and empathic insights, which resides around 3 key activities: self-design, co-design, and impact design. And everything is actually rounded around the notion of needs. And of course, there are different types of needs that are addressed poorly, which give us an incentive to do something, but also needs that are difficult to identify and are not so obvious to define, but at the same time truly valuable. And in this pursuit of needs, we actually think that designing for impact requires empathy to be not only embedded in every step of the product development, but to be there at the beginning. And if you think about this idea of the ecosystem economy, and what is happening is that we actually have no longer the luxury of being in the so-called transactional world, a world where you're acting alone. That's no longer enough, especially if you want to go after these valuable needs. You really need to shift and change your perspective and find a different way how to collaborate and partner with others in order to create this brand new world.
Так. Знаете, есть ощущение, что некоторые эксперты, что вчера, что сегодня, как раз непосредственно с досками Miro знакомы плохо. Вот. И отсюда странности.
But like Cross is saying, to actually co-create, despite best efforts, we discovered quite let's say a problematic area that wasn't holistically addressed. And as we developed active empathy, we realized that there's a disconnected space into and it lies at the center, right at the center of the interaction. And what was meaningful to us and what we got to call as empathy gap is actually what we'll be delving into this workshop. So empathy gap is actually more than, let's say, a concept we're aiming to define, but it's actually a reality which poses very serious challenges that make our world richer and more complex. So it is because, and to ask the question, why does it even matter, is because to co-create successfully, we need to understand where the disconnects are and begin to build trust and a solid foundation for trust. So for that, within the active empathy, we created a framework to better look at the empathy
Ой,
gap
что-то
and break it down
мелковато.
into more
Прям вот
attainable exercises.
странная история.
So there are two main elements to the empathy
Давайте
gap. So
приблизимся
as you can
к
see
этому
here,
видео.
we have the degrees of separation, comparing priorities, actions, and values, but also we have evolving relationships from you to the customer, from the customer to their customers or users, and from the user to the market, and why not the entire world. So what makes the empathy gap powerful is that it has a very different shift that produces in focus.
Дичайшее эхо,
So
просто,
instead
конечно.
of trying to solve the challenge, we focus on filling in and bridging in these gaps before we begin to co-create. So to put this into context and make it a bit more attainable, we decided to focus on a challenge that everyone can relate to, because empathy gaps can be encountered everywhere in many areas of our lives and activities. But this world is the fact that the world is now hybrid. And for us to better understand it, we must
вообще в
begin to
разных
think
стилях.
hybrid. But what does this
Лично
mean
у меня она в голове
is
не
that
дружится абсолютно. Я уже третий стиль
when the
вот
world
сейчас
went
вижу,
from
третью
mostly
стилистику.
in
Ну,
person to
по-моему.
fully digital almost during the pandemic, the empathy gap, even though it wasn't called this way, it really we really felt it strongly. And now we haven't even fully developed the potential of what is possible in the digital, and we're moving to the hybrid, when yet another empathy gap can be felt. So if we recall, about a year ago, everyone was missing the behaviors and the let's say gestures, like making eye contact, shaking hands, or turn yourself when you talk to another person. And this was no longer possible in the digital, but had to play smart and think about what other ways can people attain feeling the sense of connection. And even more so when we're moving to hybrid, because you don't actually know what is going to happen. How is this actually shaping, and how deep is this transformation? But we know that these emerging practices have to now complement rather than replace the usual behaviors or the features that have to be placeholders for that connection. So moving on to the empathy gaps, we actually try to define them better. So the first empathy gap, and this is the one we were trying to first understand during this workshop, is teams staying connected in a fully digital environment, which most softwares and applications manage to do well, and kind of up the game and take it to the next level, where people, depending on the way they work, whether they're remote, whether they're in office, must feel equally included and engaged. So we have actually provided a few cases here where digital features managed to help teams connect when they were working. So for example, the pen tools took at us because we really liked expressing ourselves freely, even though it was a digital environment.
Окей, приватные каналы, слайки, помогают эмпатии, ладно.
In a secure manner and not
Господи, Баттер.
Get lost in the
Не
public
люблю абсолютно. Вижу, что он пользуется в определенных местах популярностью. Вообще не люблю.
Microsoft Teams provided, where people had a shared space.
Together Mode, это очень клевая штука, да. Но не только Microsoft Teams же.
Was a really interesting addition. So instead of having a dark screen, no one to look at, you had a customized avatar.
Это digital, чисто диджитальные способы, да, он говорит, какие фичи могут построить мост через пропасть эмпатии.
Now it's time to get your hands into action and help us uncover actually a little bit more features than what we had in mind, to think about 3 platforms in case. So what we are going to do in the next 10 minutes, we are going to do a really rapid fire exercise where we would pose 2 questions to you. The first one would be to think about digital features that help bridge the gap in digital for Miro, then Slack, and then Microsoft Teams. And then the second step of the exercise is to to use these features that help bridge the gap in digital to inspire you and think about, are these features actually fitted for hybrid? And what features would you suggest those platforms put in place? And we will finish each of the platform rounds with a short voting, because we are really curious to find out what are those top 3 features that you think are necessary to bridge the gap in hybrid. And we are doing this for a reason, which we will review in a little bit. So the first one in the platforming case is Miro. Hopefully all of you today in this session are familiar with it.
Неформальные
And
немного
set now
такие
a
встречи
timer
для
and let you
сообщества.
think for a
Условно
minute.
говоря, рисуем
What are
картины
those
по
features
номерам
that bridge the
и так
gap in
далее.
digital? And now go.
Go! Давайте, ваши варианты. Что можно еще сделать в диджитале?
Reading your interesting ideas.
Our answer to this question, how we felt most connected in digital through Miro, is actually a tool that we use a lot, draw with pen, and we have a lot of fun, as you can see. This is our house dog called Odd. But I'm curious to see what others think about when it comes to features in digital. Reactions is really one of my favorite ones. I do get encouraged to see reactions on boards. I don't really know what is talking heads, but I'm curious to find out.
Которые сюда делают. Комментарии. Ну, просто перечислить фичи.
Oh, post-its, yes. They look so real.
Допустим.
And they match real-time colors too. Awesome. Really, thank you for the participation. I see really quite an interesting ideas. So now, in the second step, we want you to pause and reflect on those ideas that, on those features that bridge the gap in digital, and think about, are they really suited? And what else would you like Miro to bring forward for the experience in hybrid?
We're gonna give another minute for that.
Именно в гибрид, да, получается? То есть первый раз мы чисто в диджитал, то, что мозг делает, а теперь, что именно в гибрид?
Because we really feel passionate that hybrid has to overcome this notion of engagement and participation equal between the offline community but also the digital part. And we wonder what that is. We have some ideas ourselves. When we were discussing with Diana, we thought that perhaps a notion of a priority mode would be a really interesting feature to help us make sense of who has the mic in a way when we work in a different environment. And but I'm curious to see what others have in mind.
Place to discuss, для дискуссий, место кофе для дискуссии и чего?
Nice. So now we would ask you to actually each of you would be given 3 votes. So we would ask you to pose your votes on those ideas in the pink post-it notes, just to see what the collective group thinks are the most interesting one, which we will take further in our interactive work together.
Okay, so we're going to give you another minute and 3 votes for each. Area, and we start.
Ну, не хочу я. Ну, давай проголосуем. Ой, join. О, боже мой.
No, I'm thinking. I want to put my
Сколько?
votes
3 мне дал.
You can put all 3 into one sticky note, so you don't have to pick 3 ideas. Perhaps one is the good one for you.
Slack integration, interactive on Miro. Personal profiles per users.
Okay, so we got.
Мы же про эмпатию говорим. Live камера, допустим.
Imagine if we do that in an actual election. You have 1 minute to find your politician.
Это пускай будет. Много написал человек. Надо похвалить. Просто для сравнения, ребят, надо посмотреть Криса Стоуна.
Wow.
Да?
So we've got 15 votes for coffee place to discuss all nothing. a live camera.
That's
And
nice.
then I need to So having a section on the Miro board that
4
is
минуты, на
leaving
самом деле,
space for
следующие
both
уже активности.
movies
Я
and
думаю, сейчас мы
series instead of
перейдем.
requiring movies to be on their individual computers. Yeah, I think these are all really interesting ideas. I'm gonna take these and I'm gonna take them to the next place.
And while Diana is doing that, now we want you to quickly change heads, if I can say so, for the second rapid fire. And in the second rapid fire, we brought for you the platform which hopefully all of you have used, which is Slack. And we are now wondering, what is your experience and ideas of Slack? And if you can bring forward digital features that you really find awesome in your experience with Slack. And then we'll do the same, 1 minute. So as soon as the timer is on, we'll say
Так,
go.
ребят, у вас что-то не подрасчитано было по времени. Сейчас еще минута на Slack. По структуре прикольно, да? То есть, собственно говоря, ты говоришь, что из этого, что из этого помогает преодолеть гэп в диджитале, что из этого позволяет построить гэп в гибрид. Отлично, что это говорит. Потом, опять же, про Teams. Прикольно, что они дают свои сначала примеры.
Yes, I have learned the hard way today.
Ну, по структуре мне нравится, конечно, такой подход. Куда ты хочешь направлять людей. What's this true for
Emojis, yes, that was nice.
Yeah, we use that actually quite a lot with the community. The polls.
Cool, thank you. Thank you for the input. Really, really good. How many minutes we have? Oh, 7 seconds. Yes. Time is running fast. And now, with this warm-up in hand, we are ready to think about what features
Смотрю
would
просто,
you
что там дальше
suggest
будет. Which best practice
Slack
makes
to
with
bring
these
forward to hybrid.
features.
So we'll do the same 1 minute brainstorm.
Потом можно, думаю, сюда зайти и сказать, давай, короче,
Show me your
хорошо.
best features for hybrid.
What stays true for empathy? Что
Actually, we had a lot of thinking.
Для эмпатии полезно, да,
How would you use?
I was hoping that there would be something called emergency notification that can actually alert me, because of course you receive a lot of input when you are tagged and you are mentioned in a different channels. But there is nothing that says that's really an emergency. So I was
еще один участник, который создает просто стикеры для тех, кто бы не стеснялся и создавал.
Of course, not everything is an emergency, because then nothing is an emergency, but
all right, so we have the easy voting.
Поможем людям. Что-то у них так мало, как будто как украли. Да.
Nice. 1 second. Cool.
You can just say 1 second and expect that everyone's gonna cram the work. Okay.
I know, I need to be more empathic.
Yes, you.
So we are going to do again the voting, just to be able to prioritize with your help and find the top 3 features that the group today thinks are the most relevant one for hybrid.
Да, отстань, не хочу. Я просто людям помогаю прямо во время конференции. Как говорится, я тут на полставки, подрабатываю. У меня новая профессия будущего. Я digital sticker maker. Digital sticker maker. Вот. Кем ты мечтал стать в детстве? Я digital sticker maker. Of course. I'm one of the best in this. Digital sticker maker. Абсолютно. DSM. Интересно, вот вакансии есть такие или нет? Кто готов мне платить за то, что я буду создавать стикеры на ваших досках?
Where is the demand? What's in need?
Почему так мало стикеров? У вас 190 человек. Ну, в общем, все ушли на фронт, все такие все поняли.
Easy voting. Yes.
So we got easy voting, an archive to see stuff later. Exactly, that's what I wanted.
И архив, то состав. Вот три вещи. На самом деле это полезно. Практические исследования проводят они, конечно, классно, но...
So we are going to take those
видим,
for the
что
next
все меньше и меньше
exercise,
людей, немножко
which
становится.
would
То есть
give you a minute
все
of
вроде
rest, a
вернулись.
few seconds before we do one more rapid round. And this time, the platform in case is
пойдем
Microsoft
сходим.
Teams. Hopefully you know it. I don't have to present that. And we are going to do
Я
the
думаю, мы
same
еще
thing.
сейчас
Think about
вернемся, если
features in
там анонсированный
digital, and
комплекс
then
CDS будет фиговый. Вот, заходим сюда, смотрим, где у нас. Много людей, угадали ли мы? Да, мы абсолютно угадали. Turing Complex Ideas into Clarifying Visuals. Здесь больше всего людей. Подождите, так там же самое. Подождите.
Funny, but we found it to be quite moving, and it helps with engagement and help us somehow bridge this difficult space
Это странно.
when you cannot be with the person you have to collaborate with. But
Подождите, что происходит? Он еще не начался, что ли, или как? Я просто не понял, как это возможно. Мы же вот здесь, да? Или нет? Или нет? Нет, мы же вот здесь были. Вот я нажимаю. И опять в эмпатию гэп попадаю. Пока ты не пройдешь этот уровень, пока ты не выдержишь все, никакого тебе следующего зала.
Improve search, definitely. Okay, nice.
Справедливо, наверное.
Interesting. Thank you. And
the
now,
last stretch.
yes, the last stretch.
So we're going to give you another
Microsoft in hybrid. What could they do? For me personally, this is supposed to be quite a difficult question to answer. So we've been talking a lot today with Diana in preparation and discussion. So one idea that I quite liked, and it's in my wish list when it comes to Microsoft, is this idea to create purpose-driven meetings, if this is even possible, to help the teams actually prompt and be prepared of how to handle whether if they gather together to have a discussion and decision meeting, excuse me, or if they gather to just brainstorm, or they gather.
Я сделал столько стикеров, почему вы ими не пользуетесь? Я специально для вас так старался. Дублировал.
The best possible
а вы
features and
не накидываете
characteristics
идеи.
to run this most efficiently. We thought it's going to be nice.
Okay.
Microsoft VR, cool.
We've worn them out.
Yes.
But I think we're getting better and better answers. I really like this.
In-thread responses would be cool.
В
Yes.
Microsoft
So
Teams.
let's vote again.
Лучший X. Хорошо. Не знаю, кто автор, но это прям хорошо.
Cleaner integration to other tools. You know, I was telling you about this morning. They are there, but it would be nice.
Can be better. I agree. Can be better.
And the Clubhouse working rooms, like the Clubhouse, the app.
Yes.
So yeah, nice.
В этом есть большое преимущество. Я, кажется, понял, как кое-что делать.
Are we there yet or not?
8 more seconds.
Okay, cool. Oh, better UX. Tough one for Microsoft or anyone in that position, but a good recommendation.
Это хорошо.
And I agree with the better reaction emojis.
Окей, да, что поможет Microsoft Teams?
Lучший X.
Это хорошо, хорошо. Так, вот что здесь будет у нас? Смотрите, она выделяла, получается, лучшие 3 варианта, переносила вот в эту зону итогового голосования. Отлично.
And why we're doing that? We wanted to bring together from this exercise with a variety of platforms, Miro, Slack, Microsoft, very different providers for very different needs. But we were hoping that despite their differences, we would be able to uncover interesting features that matter a lot for hybrid if we distance ourselves from those platforms. So we want you to reflect for a little bit the output of these 3 voting rounds and think about if you have to make a pick, which features do you...
Я вот хочу, можно я другую сессию? Ну, они сейчас выберут лучшие понятные, да? Power of Mental. Я не понимаю.
Easy voting, better reaction.
Сюда возвращаюсь. Обновляется же, вот. Захожу сюда и опять туда же. Ну, видимо, это зал, что ли, то же самое, или что? Как говорится, вашу маму и там, и тут показывают. Давайте, может, обновим вообще здесь страницу. Короче, какая-то накладка. Извините, ну, накладка безупречно не идет. 8:15. О, надо было обновить, да, получается?
Make sense of it all. It's really the job of the group. And so the third point I would make is sort of the flip side of it, which is despite that inherent value, the collaboration that you want to see doesn't nearly happen as often as you would want.
А почему нет записи?
That's because the friction
Вы не записываете
это? People from leveraging the most valuable resource that they have, which is each other.
Yeah. And could you expand a little bit on that aspect? So what do you mean by friction of collaboration?
Yeah, I mean the basic mechanical things that can really derail the collaborative process. Like, we heard stories about how people had gone through all of this effort to enlist the right collaborators, get them to carve out time in their schedules and brain space to think about this stuff. And then they'll just run into these showstoppers at the moment of truth. Like, not everybody has access to the tool, like basic stuff. Or not everybody is able to figure out how to use whatever it is they're trying to work in. Or you have version control issues, or people breaking parts of the diagram because they didn't understand what they were doing, like that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and maybe it's just me, but maybe I'm hearing what I want to hear. But it sounds to me like a lot of the pain involved in getting people involved and keeping them involved is helped by consolidating the process into a single, flexible, intuitive space.
Понятно, ребят.
Это знаете, почему у нас не идет запись? Потому что это уже записано, это просто трансляция предзаписанной истории.
For diagramming, talking about like that being a sort of an essential benefit.
Yeah, so let me illustrate this idea you were just talking about with a customer example. So I spoke to this director of product at a scale-up, and they run into challenges like most scale-ups do. An endless amount of work. So they asked themselves, how do we prioritize? And what are the customer pain points that we should focus on? The second thing is people are wearing multiple hats. So they had to figure out where one person's responsibility ends and the other one starts. Now, to approach these challenges, they were looking for a solution that offered company-wide access to information and a single space in which anyone can see and be part of the progress of the company. Now, I'm going to show you an example of what they did, and the goal was to create a process map showing which touch points users would engage with and the actions that they would take. So let me move over to here, and for the sake of confidentiality, I recreated the steps that they went through. Now, the product team, they would run interviews, which is basically a huge brain dump of stickies. And Oliver, I think this is kind of what you were referring to as a complex mess of information.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. So what they would do is they were looking to map out the actions their users take. So let's copy the first row of stickies, which are these actions. Now, they would then drop that just below. And from here, going through a few steps in
Давайте
Miro,
посмотрим, как
you
мне
can
вот
easily clean up
пошел
this
мастер-класс.
information and structure it.
Это всегда интересно.
Now, this is where more teams would get involved. So in this example, marketing, product, growth marketing folks. And what they would do is they would tag each sticky with a touch point. So let's go ahead and go with the first one, search how to work remotely with the teams. Now, I think that's search. There we go. And watch an onboarding video. That would be on the web. There we go. And they would do this for all of the stickies, and then they would remove.
Так, ну подписали теги.
So that looks something.
Молодец,
like this.
заготовочка, да.
Now from here, what they can do is they can easily cluster these stickies. So.
Да, ладно, ну понятно же про кластеризацию. Ну.
Per touch point, what are the actions that their users are taking? Now, and from here, they can convert the stickies into shapes. So they would do that like this, convert into shapes. With the shapes, they can now start actually creating the diagram. So what they're looking for is a swim lane diagram because they want to make sure that they can view the different touch points next to each other. So they would pull up a swim lane diagram like this. And the first thing that they would do is add the lanes. So let's just give a start here and website. And this is one of the most powerful parts because this is where teams across all different departments get involved in creating and refining the diagram. So you would just pull up these shapes over here and you would start creating your flowchart in this swim lane.
Так, ладно, ну окей.
Just to show you how this looks, there we go. This is the sort of end state that they would get to. And in the case of the scale up, the diagram was never considered to be finalized. It's meant to be a living artifact that they continue to update. And at this stage, all teams can pull in information from the process map. But one of the examples I want to highlight is their engineering team. So at the bottom, they would convert actions into Jira cards for action tracking. And I thought this was a really nice example because it shows you that a diagram like this can continuously be iterated on.
Окей, да. Мы, кстати говоря, тоже проходим на курсе. Вот делать как такие диаграммы вполне себе ясно.
Yeah, this is such a super example. I'm really glad that you brought this one up because it illustrates the way a team is able to use diagramming to go from a unstructured, vague mess where information is coming from all kinds of places to something that people were able to get behind and then move ahead. And I also think that it tells us something about what you want, flex to whatever you're throwing at it, and you don't lose steam along this like organic journey.
Эй, качество, вернись.
And then finally, it should be really easily shareable and integrated, ideally, so that it's simple to bring the outputs of the process that you've just gone through in diagramming to the people and the downstream systems that you need to make use of it.
Yeah, I think that's a great outtake from the session. So Oliver, I want to thank you for joining us and sharing these research insights. And I think we're all trying to strive to become a little bit more collaborative in our work. So it's great to see how people are actually doing this while diagramming.
Слушайте, ребят, я реально мог выступить здесь. Или что? Демо-тайм. Все, молчу. Давайте.
And that's diagramming, mind mapping, and we have a new feature that I think our engineering community will absolutely love. All right, so we're on the board, and give me a thumbs up if you've created a diagram in Miro before.
Кажется, кто-то пользуется как раз ту фичу, которую сегодня нам рассказали про запись доски.
Ease, efficiency, and precision. So in other words, can I easily create a professional-looking diagram quickly? Now, we've made some updates, and I'm going to walk you through them. That will make this much quicker and easier to do. So let's go ahead and
как сделать максимально быстро?
To the toolbar. And once I click this, two things happen.
Ох, принят. Что-то там интересного было. Хочется себе такое же. Ну да, да, да.
If you've created diagrams in the past, this is quite a familiar view probably. You have the board in the center and you have the toolbar on the left. And if you were to create a diagram, in this case a flowchart, what you would do is you would go to the toolbar, drag and drop a shape.
Так, ребят, это очень базовые штуки, это прям... Здравствуй, самое начало. Не уверен, что нам это точно нужно.
Now, I'm going to show you 3 tricks that will speed up the process. And the first thing that we'll do is, let me just drag a shape onto the board. And just for the sake of this demo, I'm going to close the diagramming toolbar and show you that you can create diagrams without having the toolbar open. So just from the shapes. And the first thing is that we're going to show you is, if you have these 4 blue dots.
Так, ясно. Это очень, здрасте, какое-то супер начало. Что еще есть интересно? Пойдем сходим. Это прям такие базы. Это просто реально самый-самый первый урок. Может быть, второй. Давайте вот Power of Mental Models сходим. Что это?
Keep them flowing if you want to Google the stuff that you don't know to learn something new. But we
Видимо, все закончилось.
Towards the continuation of our subject, because soon we will have to develop a mind map or mind model of our own, but not before. I tell you a couple of obvious advantages and disadvantages of mental models. Get ready, buckle up, because this will be supremely brutally honest. What are mental models really good at?
Для чего же подходят ментальные модели? Давайте подумаем вместе. Делиться знанием и опытом. Ну, такая вдохновленность, согласитесь. Просто потрясающе, да? С точки зрения ведения, просто у нее отличный фон, подсвеченный, она сама стоя, и она на чердаке. Комбо.
I like it. It's flirting. They make us look intelligent. It's really cool once you are starting to either using on producing mental models. This is the deepest, the highest level of thinking in my universe. This is what interesting people or LinkedIn on just like the general conversation are doing. So the whole image effect of it, and just like your ability, your passion, your devotion.
Что делают mental models? Они делают, как бы, что ты выглядишь умным, профессиональным.
And right now we have to acknowledge what mental models suck at.
Да, где они сосут? Давайте.
But they don't always work. Meaning, if I'm using, for example, this focus work by future framework for OKRing and setting up OKRs, maybe it works for me, maybe it doesn't work for you because you are a different person, so we definitely wouldn't like to think that they are universally applicable and the best for everybody.
Ну, окей. Они далеки от универсального приложения, да, предложения.
If we use them too often, we can become rigid thinkers, and we don't want that. If I conducted any market research by using an Asian model such as SWOT metrics, I would deprive
Сегодня я чувствую, много молчу.
For example,
Ну, как есть.
Amazon reviews, doing usability tests, having the whole variety of insights that would help me make better decisions, but instead I would be mentally rigid and I would only use SWOT metrics because this is what they taught me at college. So things are changing and we should be rethinking mental models ourselves. Last but not least, not everybody is so enthusiastic as you and I over mental models. For example, next week I have a key opinion leadership workshop the technology forum.
Не
And
для
it
всех
took
людей
us
они подходят, да.
great amount of work to convince developers and engineers in order to even consider using LinkedIn, which is cool. I totally respect that. I have nothing but the best minds among these people, but some people would have to see it work before they enthusiastically join this mission of yours to start thinking about mental models. Wouldn't like to discuss this any further, but you know, if it doesn't work from the get-go, maybe you just have to have some evidence, and later on you can generate more support.
Попробуем.
Hope that was an honest conversation. If you have anything else to comment about, please write in chat. I saw you before. You are a really intelligent bunch, so I'm sure that you can give each other even more food for thought to continue this conversation. But I do have to offer a part of a solution here as well. Miroverse is actually my Google for mental models. Whenever I have a new intellectual need, for example, right now I am developing like an onboarding process for a company, this would be the
Совет, который я тоже даю всем: больше изучайте то, что есть на Мироверсе.
Miro themselves publishing amazing workflows, and just like the whole workshops from which we can really learn, so we don't have to tackle any problem from get-go.
Не, она офигенно вдохновлена, конечно, разговаривает, да, рассказывает абсолютно вдохновленно.
Definitely check out the Miroverse. I'm sure Helena will kindly share the link in chat as well. And I don't think that anybody here is on the board, but if you want a board link, yeah, that's fine as well. We can share it again in chat. So, yep, another section done. And right now, we really gotta roll the sleeves and get this party going. We will learn how to develop your very own mental models, how to think about this. Where I like to start in this process is, why hasn't this happened yet? What are maybe some mental barriers or maybe objective things such as NDAs and confidentiality that prevented you from publishing your first mental model or publishing your more mental models that you have already done? What is the barrier? I would like to spend another minute in chat with you guys. We will move to chat immediately. Here I just wrote a couple of examples. And let's talk about barriers for a sec.
Какие барьеры нужно перепрыгнуть?
Them, to throw it out, and then we'll get super
Вот первый — это мой.
Super constructive.
От публикации то, что меня останавливает.
So I'm waiting for some barriers in the chat, please. And Max had a beautiful
Слушай, ты уже написала
все
барьеры. Я не то нажимаю, наверное.
Unsure where to start. Time.
Sessions нужно нажимать.
The retrospective. I couldn't have done it if I wouldn't have this dedicated slot to it. Barrier. I'm not the definite voice on X. Neither am I. This is what I'm testing my mental models on social media, as we will learn furthermore. But yeah, thanks for bringing this out, because sometimes it is our imposter syndrome as well, right? That happens a lot, especially with women and young people.
Ай, случайно. Зайдем сюда. Все, конец. Зашел на конец. Все закончилось. Да, тут все закончилось. Вернемся обратненько. Что у нас здесь идет? О, My Day in Miro, кстати говоря. В прошлый раз там была интересная штука замечена. Но есть ощущение, что... Что? Заглянем на секунду.
Facilitator toolbar. I'm going to drop down, open the More Apps feature, and click on Board Recording. And if you haven't added a board recording
Это
yet,
было вчера.
So we're going to go ahead and add
Это было вчера.
Right now. It's going to ask me for my video and audio input. And then when I start recording, I can show the board and kind of take them through the content.
Они по ошибке вчера запустили эту штуку.
3,
2, 1.
So you'll watch along with me. Hi there. Thanks for clicking open this presentation. My name is Jennifer, and I'm going to take you through a couple of slides so that you can learn how to use this exercise on your own.
Ну ладно, это мы смотрели, еще посмотрим. Предзаписи. Прикольно, конечно. Вернемся к ментальным моделям. У нас нет выбора.
And this is something that is the first element that we need to consider. The second one is even
Она
more
прикольная,
practical.
надо загуглить,
This
кто
is the
она.
stuff that we already master. Maybe you have a template
Maja
where you
Voje.
work for a product launch or for
Или Maja
onboarding
Voje.
or a checklist for how to do stuff with influencers or something like that. We are searching for an asset which has been tested dozens of times, that you know it works. If you got woken up at midnight and you would have this checklist, you could still do it. These are the things that are bulletproof. So what is something that you have perfected to work whenever you need it? Something which is bulletproof by now. And the third question, this is where the passion is. What are you intellectually curious to tackle? For example, mental models. It's my first time that I'm speaking about mental models.
Есть развлечение такое, берешь спикера и ищешь его на YouTube, прежде всего.
So it was a transition, but I wanted to think more about thinking. I wanted to perfect my way of thinking in order to become a better professional, hopefully also a better person, but yeah, to challenge my logic a little bit so I don't have a fixed mindset. These are the 3 questions that work spectacularly well for me. I will leave this on the screen right now because if I stop screen sharing, you won't see it. And I would like to ask Helena to monitor in the chat for the next 2 minutes or so. If you guys, by now, have an idea, what is the mental model that you would like to build by the end of the year? Probably,
Если у вас идея какая-нибудь, какую ментальную модель вы хотите сделать?
Social media, in Miroverse, or just like as a slide deck or a workshop concept that brings the best out of you and really gets you excited about sharing these ideas. Let's spend 2 minutes thinking and elaborating this in chat, and probably I will be too curious at some point and I will just jump in the chat as well.
All right. Yeah, I'm here. I'm looking at the chat, guys. Bring out your ideas.
Can't wait. And I promise not to steal them. I have a huge backlog of my own.
Don't we all? All right.
What interesting stuff are you seeing, Helena? I'm eager to hear.
Some Reese.
Reese Jones, скорее всего.
I'm working on building automation into our processes and have reached for mental models many times in refining process steps. And Max has wanted to publish Ikigai.
Ooh, nice. Yeah, that's really good.
Что там?
Yeah, these are the ones I'm seeing so far. I guess people are thinking.
Yeah. And it's a process. I mean, 2 minutes is just like a pressure point, but maybe somebody has thought of this before, and you will get this access to this board. So whenever you get really serious, right now I'm working on a planner, because for 3 years I have been putting my weekly goals into this ugly notebook. So right now I'm digitalizing it and give it out to the public as a PDF if it would help with their goal setting, because I have tested this for 3 years and it works wonderfully.
Так.
Cool. Do we have anything else or do we continue the conversation?
Let me just read a couple because we're running out of time. So Karina's saying, nurturing a true sense of belonging in organization in a hybrid context.
Speed networking. Ну, не. Вернемся в sessions. Я случайно. Делаем вид, что я случайно. Варианта все равно нет, тут ничего не происходит. Нигде ничего не происходит, только здесь. Очень странно.
I am a type of person who gets excited about many things, and I need to prioritize everything.
Что у нас по адженде дальше?
If I have multiple ideas that I would like to test, this is the framework that I like to use. It's ICE. Impact, confidence, is. If somebody wrote RISE there, like such as Rich at the beginning, that's absolutely wonderful. But just like to quickly explain that, impact is how
Вот,
likely
это интересно будет у нас через 15 минут.
My goal could be to impact as many people as possible or to sell workshops.
Канвас.
I don't care, you know that. Is how easy is something to implement. For the majority of us, like creating a spreadsheet is probably easier than creating
Слушаем и смотрим.
because not everybody here is a designer. So what is the MVP that I can launch? And confidence, I love to keep it here because it's just a gut feeling how likely it is going to work. And this is the fun part. Based on your feedback of what you have written, that are some barriers, this is how I test my mental models before they are ever published and developed into the entirety. First of all, I love to discuss these ideas with my peers, with my colleagues on workshops or even podcasts. And I'm monitoring people's faces very, very, very diligently because what I would love to see is what sparks their interest. Like they're sparkling the eye when they got like a little bit more awake and something like
Run
that.
public
These are
workshop,
the wow
demo, get
moments
feedback,
that illustrate to
always
me that
elaborate.
I'm onto something, that I should like explore this idea.
Короче, знаете, что хочу сказать? Мне кажется,
one
надо
is
делать
just like
Мира
simple
пятницы.
test,
Просто Мира
simple
пятницы.
description of this idea on social media, like we saw beforehand with Elena and John Cutler.
Чтобы вы видели, как работает настоящий мастер, то есть я. Хотя вот Майя прикольно говорит, и чувствуется, что она все использует.
Remember market problem map that I talked about beforehand? We are at iteration number 5 right now. Not saying that the first iteration was shit, but by now we got feedback from so many companies, what was useful for them, what they struggle with, that we can make it
Прикольно,
better.
вот последний пункт, что цель — это то, что модель может самостоятельно использоваться в достаточной степени людьми, которые также самостоятельно пришли на доску. Это ключевое правило для мироверса. Я абсолютно с ним согласен.
And benefit thousands of people to become our intellectual legacy and a source of a new knowledge that we are creating. So that's the ideal. This is what we are aspired to achieve. We don't always necessarily do so. But nevertheless, just to conduct this process a little bit, we talked about whatever is yellow here. So ideate, how to find ideas for that. And seriously, like if you are struggling with your first mental model, that happens with positioning as well. I like to send an email or a private message to 5 of my closest confidence friends and colleagues. What am I really good at? How would you describe the value that I'm bringing to your business? That's a very transformational exercise. So if you are facing such challenges, I definitely recommend you to do that.
MVP, тест, исследование, измерение, обучение, масштабирование.
So after you have a bunch of those ideas, you decide upon them, and you
А вас тоже смущает вот это вот стрелка, которая идет от learn к scale, рвет глаз?
It can be simple. It can be a bunch of circles in Miro that you screenshot and post on LinkedIn. It can be a spreadsheet. It can be really low-fi, low-resolution stuff.
Так как хочешь сказать.
Don't overthink it. It's an MVP. Then we
Молодец. Конечно, мы тестируем потом. Сделали какую-то MVP-шечку, быстренько накидали. Потом тестируем. Мы измеряем, насколько много людей зашли, сколько людей скопировали на мироверсе вас. Лучший фидбэк для вас. Не согласен немножко с этим. Ну, как бы да, но как бы нет. Там люди, бывают те, которым не актуальна конкретно твоя штука. В этом плане есть брейкерс лучшие, тогда будут, получается, у тебя модели. Да, и мы потом масштабируемся и так далее. Короче, посыл такой. Ты сделал модель какую-то, проверь ее через Miro-верс. Окей. С моей точки зрения, мне казалось, что туда ты должен постить уже что-то не на проверку, а окончательно. И более того, туда раньше не пускали какие-то полуготовые штуки, А по готовой штуке ты выпускал в Miro Community, то есть на форуме.
And here, what you see here, what is really ugly, is a picture that Simon and I drew this summer, how we will popularize the market problem map concept.
How God loves you.
This feedback from professionals in the similar space that we had was really one of the strongest channels for us, in addition to close professional groups. So, yeah, we left ourselves vulnerable.
Слушайте, согласитесь, Майя мертвого вдохновит. Просто вот прям поднимет, и он сможет запостить в Miro Reelz.
Okay, that was a little bit of a promo for Pitbull, but nevertheless. Look, here is my challenge for you. We have talked about
Челлендж.
extensively.
Закончи одну и зафигач на Miro Reelz. Challenge accepted. Окей, Майя, принят челлендж.
It can be in Miroverse, full-fledged workshop or template thingy if you are like really in it to win it, or it can be a simple graphic on social media that you would just like to have feedback for. Don't be afraid from it. Thinking in public is always more rewarding than you think of. And you know how it is in life and business. You never like succeed 100% of the times. You get better with iteration. So here is my challenge. I would very much like to encourage you to start thinking in public and to really invent your mental model by the end of the year. And once you do that, I would very much appreciate you if you could share it with me on LinkedIn, which is my preferred social media. And I'm kindly asking Helena to share it in the chat if you want to continue this conversation. And Helena also invites you here to check out Miroverse and to join like Miro community itself. Maybe we'll have a minute for a question, maybe we will not, but I would just like to finish this by wrapping up what we have talked about today. The first thing is that thinking in public, as scary as it sounds, it usually pays dividends, and it gives you feedback, it gives you great positioning, as well as great insights that you can build upon on later. The second one is mental models, which are really like the way how we think. For me, these are the pillar of human civilization. So really powerful thing, acknowledge them, just as you are absorbing life and learning new stuff. That's another important thing. And last but not least, you are probably closer to inventing a mental model that you think right now. So do ask yourself those questions, do ask for your peers' feedback, and I'm definitely looking forward to celebrating the launch of your new mental model on the platform of your choosing. Thank you so much. Helena will take us from
Спасибо
here.
тебе.
Thank
Спасибо
you so much,
большое.
Maya. Unfortunately, we don't have time for questions.
Oh, no worries.
Yeah, but we are happy to hear from you on Miroverse, Miro community, Maya, your socials that I also shared. So please get in touch with us and tell us what you have created. Maya, thanks so much for a call to action. I mean, this is very,
Спасибо,
very
да,
Call to action. Action is where the fun stuff happens.
Yeah, you're challenging us all
Пробивающий
to do
позитив.
something, which is really inspiring. Thanks so much
Тот
for this
самый.
session. As I said, and a lot of people have said, it's inspiring, and you are inspiring.
Эта цепь на шее у нее на всех превьюхах и на ее сайте тоже, если что.
More about whatever you're up to. I heard there were some good things cooking. I don't know if it's a secret, so I'm not going to say anything. So yeah, thanks. And thank you everyone for joining and being so active in the session.
And just like one spoiler at the end, so Miss Helena here is pretty awesome as the queen of Miroverse. Whenever I needed help, if I didn't know how to publish something, she was my go-to. She's nothing but joy and glory to work with.
Да, Хелена классная, она хороший комьюнити-менеджер. Yes, yes.
You met her today. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you so much. I'm all red. I'm all blushing. Thank you so much, everyone. Bye-bye. Thank
Да,
you.
согласен. +1. Helena is awesome. Of course. Helena действительно очень-очень интересная. Давайте вернемся в Sessions. Да. Спорим, больше всего будет вот это вот One Canvas Any Content Anytime. Но не факт, что это будет самый удачный. Как затематизировать ваши ретро? Очень... Вот я не верю, что что-то может быть круче, чем то, что вчера нам показал Кристофер, наше все Стоун. Мужчина, с которым теперь хочется встретиться и обсудить некоторые моменты, аспекты. Единственный момент, конечно, что он, по сути, натягивает на стандартные, абсолютно такие, ну, общепринятые, что ли, модели ретроспективы, тематику. Вот. Но вот мы, например, с моим партнером Юлей немножко другим путем идем. И у нас тематика влияет на структуру в том числе. И отсюда рождаются абсолютно новые формы. Например, геройское ретро. Уникальный абсолютно продукт. Уникальная штука. От уникальных людей. Ну, через 3 минуты уже будет здесь старт. Я думаю, можно заходить, подключаться. Судя по всему, там будет больше всего. Вот. Ну, я вот подумал, а ну-ка сделаем дублировать. Что такое? Что, дорогой? Не хочешь? Почему? Вот. Кто-то поделился с нами икигаем. А может нельзя просто, что в 2? Это чтобы было. Ну, пойдемте one canvas. One canvas. Any content. Anytime. Интригующее название. Что же будет за ней спрятано? Хай. Все равно есть некоторое разочарование от анонсов. В общем, смотрите, дали клевые вещи, но, в общем-то, не то, что очень сейчас хочется. Может быть, это моя субъективная вещь, мои там предпочтения. Ну, блин, ну, в 2 местах меня, конечно, пробрало, если честно, да. Все равно нельзя не избавлять это. Но думалось, что ну вот такой идеальный повод взять и пойти на рынок фигмы. Просто идеально не придумаешь. Ну, нет, так нет, как говорится. Опять же, почему бы не сделать календарь? Ну, то есть, пуши. Ведь вы, наверное, занимаетесь мобильным приложением. Хотя бы для айфонов. Хотя у меня их нет. Но, тем не менее, почему бы и не сделать? Почему бы не сделать? 0-0, все, начинаем. Чего ждем-то? Все здесь, все собрались, стартуем. Ну, так я уже здесь. Все здесь. Народу меньше супер значительно. Вот прям категорически меньше. Ну, начали на 2 часа раньше. Но в целом, прям вот вчера было 2000 человек в совокупности, сегодня 1250. Да, в общем-то, ну такое. Привет из снежного Монреаля. Привет из Ванкувера. Мы еще не начали? No. Нет, еще не начали. А я ничего не вижу и не слышу ничего. Это чат такой, а чё, не начали? Еще не начали? Все, еще ждем разрешения попасть сюда. Все. Алекс Кузянин. Куда ты исчез? Куда ты испарился? Алекс, вернись. Стой. Мы тебя запомнили. Чат не сворачиваю, потому что он просто веселее. Окей. Let's think, everybody. Да, пожалуйста, подождите. Let's sing. Everybody. Let's think, everybody. Давайте споем, что ли. Why not? You can ask to share audio. No. Oh. On the conference talk, Miro boards. I see. See any. I see her. Я ее видел. Мы все тебя видели. Ой, не, сегодня день накладок. Вот реально у Мира. Вчера был день накладок по доскам, на самом деле. И, кстати, очень странно, что почему они не... Классная же доска. Классная доска, вот эта вот удобненькая. Что, ее скинули, как я вчера расхерачивал, что ли, доску? Не успели приготовить, может, еще что-то. Вот это же классная доска. Ну, классная прям. Почему ее не было в первый день? Как бы вот у нас... Хочется даже по ней побродить. Прикольно. Слушайте, иллюзия проектора — это фишка интересная. И такая иллюзия 3D пространства. Вот это мне нравится, кстати. Хорошо. Вот это уже интересный дизайн. Окей. Это, кстати, тоже вот прикольная такая штука. Угу. Ну, это банальненько. Такое я тоже делал. Свек. Что там?
Hi everyone, I'm Amanda, and I help lead platform partnerships at Miro.
Так.
Did you hear what Varun shared earlier today during the keynote? That enterprise customers use up to 280 different tools. Can you imagine what that means for distributed teams? Well, this is where Miro comes in. Today, we're going to talk about new dynamic ways to bring all kinds of content right to your Miro board.
Вот, то, о чем говорим. Закройте лишние вкладки. Закройте лишние вкладки.
This is especially challenging when the content they need is spread across the many tools they're using every day. This is what we call digital silos. When teams operate in silos, it breaks trust and creates misalignment. Often, work ends up being duplicated across teams, leading to work waste and lack of efficiency. As a partner manager, I regularly need to share urgent requests from partners and updates with folks in our product, design, engineering, and marketing teams. This usually means sharing the same information in the different tools each team uses as its own source of truth. But what happens when I miss an update in one of the tools? Today, we're going to explore the full potential of Miro as a shared.
Короче, правильно зашли. В общем, здесь будет подробно, о чем анонсировал CPO, да? Наш их.
All of your team's favorite tools, including Tableau, Confluence, user testing,
Confluence давно напрашивался.
Get ready to see how
Амплитуд,
the whole team
успеть
can use a
сфотографировать
single
или нет?
Miro board to share every type of content,
Успею.
ensure it's always up to date, and drive even deeper
Подожди
collaboration.
секундочку, девочка.
Before we jump in, I'd love to
Я не успел,
introduce
одну
you to a few
секунду.
of our users: Ashley, Nico, Haruki, and Sophia. In a few moments,
Кто все
you'll
эти
be able
люди?
to follow along as each of these individuals use our new experience to solve their challenges. Swarna, take it away.
Thank you, Amanda. Hi, everyone. I'm Swarna, and I lead Miro's developer projects.
Так.
Being data-driven is the biggest
Ой, как по
catchphrase we hear
суфлеру.
all the
Ой,
time.
как суфлеру-то вид.
But what do we mean by that?
Ну ладно.
Data helps us make decisions, helps prioritize what's next, and helps us learn and reflect. But data shouldn't be something that sits in the hands of the analyst alone. Access to data needs to be democratized. With our latest integrations with leading business intelligence tools such as Looker, Tableau, Grafana, and Amplitude, you can now bring dynamic and live data right to your Miro boards. Building dashboards that bridge input from multiple sources.
Я все равно не понимаю, зачем делать такой гигантский просто акцент. Просто гигантский акцент. На, по сути, эмоциональных. Ну, зачем?
Different data points quickly and move from numbers to insights that fuel decisions and outcomes. Let's take a look at this with an example.
Тебе все равно же придется регаться во всех этих сервисах. Эшли похожа на очень одну мою знакомую, хорошую.
She reaches out to her data analyst on a frequent basis to update the dashboards with metrics important to her. But here's how Miro makes it easier to work with data. Ashley recently has released a new product into the market and wants to understand how the product is being received. She goes to Looker, pastes the link onto the Miro board, and the dashboard gets embedded. She can select only the charts she needs right from the Miro board without switching tabs. Now, she has a live dashboard that brings together her most important charts.
Но это у тебя должно быть в лукере все равно быть, эти метрики, да? Же. Понятно. Обновить. Разительные изменения, хочется пошутить, но тем не менее.
She quickly highlights this on the chart and jumps into a brainstorm with her team. The team tries to understand why that metric is dropping. They come up with a possible hypothesis.
Вы что там все офигели? Как продукт написала бы. Что происходит?
Quickly adds another chart with a more detailed breakdown. With all the data in one single space, they quickly connect the dots and make a plan of action. Over to you, Amanda.
It's great to see how Miro can help product managers. But what about developers?
Да.
Grafana is a tool often used by developers
Давай,
to make
про
sense
Grafana
of
теперь покажут.
massive amounts of data and to monitor app performance. With Grafana, anyone can create and share dynamic dashboards to foster collaboration and transparency.
Суть же
Things
та же
we are
будет,
equally
получается.
passionate about at Miro. So what happens when you combine the power of Grafana with Miro's infinite canvas?
Действительно, что будет, если силу
Let's ask
Графаны
an engineer at Mori.
соединим с Miro возможностями?
Nico recently received a notification about a product outage from his team lead. Since this is the second outage this week, Nico and his team immediately jump onto a call to investigate the issue.
Ты можешь
They start
оценить
with the
наш
Miro board,
сервер?
bringing in multiple charts from Grafana to brainstorm
Okay.
the potential causes.
Так.
Nico points out that the site traffic has spiked to unprecedented levels after a recently changed feature. His team agrees that the outages seem related to this release. Now that they've identified the likely issue, they drop a task onto the board to add a service ticket to their backlog to resolve the issue.
Это здорово, кстати, что они показывают, как это работает на конкретных примерах, да. Но да, видно, что как раз было некое исследование, они получили его. Ну, вот это вот. Здравствуй, любимая Джирочка. Ника рад. До 50 карточек Джира за один клик теперь можно получать Нико. Массовые трансформации в Джира карточки и отправление их в Джиру вашу.
Or spot irregularities and derive insight from it. Extract and paste only what is relevant for you. You can choose the entire dashboard or specific panels, all in an effortless experience.
В конце концов, ну, тут было исследование. Скорее всего, несколько тысяч они опросили. И за этим есть потребность.
And no need to switch tabs and lose context. All data is visually connected right there on the board.
Ну, это же не отменяет того факта, что тебе нужно зарегаться в Графане.
Content always remains up to date and in sync with its original source of truth.
How many of you have added a YouTube video onto a Miro board recently? If you have, you would have seen how simple it is.
Есть вопрос сейчас будет. Вот, конечно же, YouTube
and
link.
watch it magically unfurl into an embedded video. Our users loved this feature, but we were curious. How could we delight them even more?
Ну давай.
From product teams using Miro to build the next big thing, to teachers delivering
В общем-то, в
engaging
принципе, это вы
process.
показали в 15-секундном ролике.
Videos are
Но
one of the most powerful
давайте.
means of conveying messages. YouTube is one of the fastest growing sources of product reviews. In the past 2 years, videos with review in the title had more than 50,000 years of watch time. This offers great insights for product, research and design teams.
Я не понимаю проблему, почему
I'd
бы
like you to
не
meet Sophia, a
поставить
UX
ей
researcher.
микрофон-петличку
And here is an
и
example
снизить уровень
of
этого
how
дикого
Miro
эха.
makes Sophia's life easier. Sophia is keen to understand what users are saying about their newly launched product feature. She goes to YouTube and grabs all the relevant videos. She pastes a link on her Miro board and the video is now embedded. With our newly launched feature, she selects only the most relevant parts of the video and saves them as snippets.
И как клип оно сохраняется,
She can add
и
notes
сразу же
for
вот
herself
у нас
and
есть,
her
видимо,
She now has on her board
вот это не понял.
all her video snippets with her notes added right next to them. Sophia thinks she still needs to spend hours reading through all her notes and grouping them. We've all been there, but don't you worry, Sophia. we've got you covered. Just go
Такое
ahead
наблюдение.
and select a few stickers or maybe all of them. Use a clustering feature powered by Miro's machine learning algorithms. With a simple click, the stickers are now grouped into meaningful and actionable patterns. Often, as a researcher, Sophia spends hours editing videos in order to present the key insights to her product teams. Now, she can extract the most value out of her videos and capture key insights on the go. With Miro, you don't simply import a YouTube video.
Нет,
We
другой
give
импорт.
more power to UX researchers like Sophia and her colleagues. So we've solved that problem for UX researchers. But what's next? Let's talk about
Неужели
integration with
Confluence?
Confluence.
А чего
Confluence
не
is
говорите,
your
что
remote-friendly team
все это
workspace
работало с
where
Google
knowledge
сервисами?
and collaboration meet.
Подскажите мне.
Everybody consumes content differently. Some of us prefer visual,
А я вам
while
объясню,
some
потому
prefer
что
structured
мир
long
очень сильно дружит с Atlassian,
Miro is here to accommodate all of us.
и Confluence это один из продуктов
allows
Atlassian,
users to seamlessly share
который вот они так, видимо,
structured
дружественно
from Confluence
ну,
with
продвигают,
Miro's
можно сказать.
infinite visual canvas. Here is an example to see this live in action.
Какой Харуки все-таки
A human
HR
resource manager
менеджер.
is working with his team on updating the processes in the company. These live on various pages on their internal Confluence wiki. Haruki drops the relevant document onto the Miro board. With one-step authorization, Haruki and his team are now able to preview the page.
Есть очень одна важная
A
шутка,
meaningless
но я не
link
буду ее
transforms
произносить
into
вслух.
a useful visual frame of reference. The team brainstorms on Miro about how the process could be improved. As a follow-up, they work on documenting the process.
Я
Without having to
тоже
leave,
рекомендую вам делать так же.
Haruki simply opens the Confluence
Черным
doc and
вопрос,
starts to edit.
красным ответы на более
Having
простые.
the context of the brainstorm right next to them
Ну, то есть, обратите внимание, это происходит что? Прямо внутри мира окна, то есть он открывает, что-то пополняет. Ну, оно открывается, то есть оно эмулируется внутри мира. Я уверен, что это код, который они отработали на Google сервисах, потому что Google сервисы так прекрасно работают уже.
A team member points out that they're not working on the latest version of the Confluence page. The timestamp at the bottom shows it was updated 2 weeks ago. So Haruki quickly presses the refresh button, and within seconds, this page is updated and synced. With a click of a button, Haruki can extract the comments on the Confluence page into Miro. Haruki and the team quickly review and incorporate the feedback into the new process flow and update the document. One of the
О,
feedback talks about
можно
how
извлечь
employees want to learn more
в одно
about the
нажатие
process.
комменты
As
из
the relevant
Confluence
continues
на
to
доску
grow,
в формате стикеров.
integration
Это
hierarchy is very
Это
difficult
круто.
to manage and maintain.
Очень круто. Примечание вытащить можно.
Haruki can, in a click of a button, view a sitemap of where the page lives within a Confluence workspace.
Так.
This visualization helps the team understand exactly where their work fits into the larger context. Having a one-stop shop
Это прикольная
lets them
кнопочка.
create a visual and engaging
Ага.
shared workspace where all the relevant content is referenced.
Но нужно тестить,
Users can easily
как
switch
она
between visual and
работает.
structured representations of content without having to leave the tools of their choice. With Miro, you don't simply import private and public Confluence docs onto a board. We offer more power
В общем,
to
если
Haruki
дадут
and
тест,
others
будем
such
пробовать.
as
На самом деле, вот эта вот раскладка, что куда идет, крайне полезна с точки зрения ведения документации. И
Second, your board becomes the base of all knowledge, a one-stop shop
Что,
for
вау-эффект есть?
everything you need to know. And finally, you can bring every kind of content to the board, from docs, dashboards, surveys, videos, 3D, and more. And this is just the beginning. Soon, more integrations will become available, including amplitude, user testing, typeform, and coda. And we're not stopping there. These new integrations and others to come are powered by Miro's developer platform, which means any app developer can now build similar experiences. So thank you for tuning in.
Miro становится таким engines.
Added to this experience, please drop a comment in the chat. We hope you're just as excited as we are about taking your shared space to the next level.
О, ну, next level, хорошо. Да. Все? Все? Так, чтобы научиться соединять и совместно работать с глобальным Miro комьюнити, в общем-то, иди на форум. Спасибо. Спасибо большое. Ушел на форум. Нет, на форум я не ушел, я ушел сюда. Такс. Что у нас по моей адженде дальше-то было? Сюда мы сходили. Насладились. То есть дальше у нас будет с вами через 8 что-то минут, да? Нет. Или сейчас будет большой перерыв как раз, если я не ошибаюсь. Ну, перерыв так перерыв. Очень понравилась фича, которая связана у нас была с тем, что можно конфлюенс разделить. Как сейчас показали, в одну кнопку. Сразу же связи выстраиваются что зачем на пространстве. Это очень крутая вещь. Вопрос только в том, о чем спросили в чате. А это, ну, понятно, с облаком дружит. А если конфлюенс пространства и такие enterprise, то есть организации, они есть, а если конфлюенс пространства, они располагаются на своих внутренних серверах. То есть можем ли мы это как-то подружить? Тут, ну, возникает ряд вопросов. Я думаю, что это не будет, может быть, работать даже. Пытаюсь понять, если это вот тогда, то извините меня. Это же у нас не то, господи. Вообще не то. Вот, у нас async game через 6 минут будет. То, что мы, в принципе, ждем. Ну, в общем, я не понимаю. То есть там, как бы, почему нельзя было микрофон-петличку нацепить хотя бы? Черт, вот... Не знаю, есть ощущение, что не было какого-то продюсера, что ли, у конференции. Вот что могу сказать. То есть, как-то местами да, но в целом нет. И конфа прошлого года, да и позапрошлого года, чего ж там греха таить, они, конечно, более, кстати, ну, потому что там, видимо, абсолютно новые фичи делали. Ну, давайте ретро там на 6 минут зайдем, на 5 минут зайдем. Ну, тут уже спросите меня, все закончилось. Ну, давайте мы темплейт стырим. Ой, Дэйва темплейты.
Excellent. I'll paste that in the chat, and if I can get available in the chat for anyone that wants to have a look. But if you've got any feedback on anything you see on the link tree, anything you want explained, or anything you think can be better,
темплейты, у него 16 темплейтов.
And there is
ну, не такие себе.
Jessica asked,
я помню. Нет, Гарри Поттер ретроспектива одна из самых топовых. Его поэтому позвали, потому что огромное количество просмотров.
But what I've often done is, if we get a theme that a lot of the team aren't familiar with, I'll ask them to do either a little bit of homework. Can you go and watch a couple of episodes? Can we share a couple of YouTube links? Can we even send them on Reddit a bit of a meme?
Давайте подкроем какие-то ссылки. Это же наше любимое занятие, открыть ссылочки, да? 4 минуты. Вот она борда. Да, вот борда, видимо, которая была. Там идет запись. Посмотрим записи его потом. Крис Стоун вчера был. Он по его работе лучше. Вот. Если так взять, я бы порекомендовал равняться на Криса Стоуна. Да. Это весело было, смотрите-ка. Мечи. Как ты чувствуешь себя на Miro сейчас? А почему мечи развалились? Пуньк, 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 шпуньк. Пыньк. Ну, почему бы и нет? Конечно, Звездные войны. У нас же больше нет других тем. Какую бы тему ты хотел вот замутить? Я знаю, конечно. Я сделаю тему. Вот прямо есть инсайты, озарения. Найти бы на это все еще время, потому что это из разряда чистое творчество. Ну, в общем-то. Да. Единственное, вот знаете что, вот не до конца понятно, ну, в общем, зачем так сильно разнесли вот блоки про то, где у нас CPO Варун, мистер Пармар, он доносил, да, как бы сжато про фичи, потом более развернуто фичи показывали, рассказывали. В общем-то, зачем их так разносить по времени, не стало мне понятным. Топики. Кстати, вот это очень старый дизайн мира. Вот этой презентации... А какого они года? Реально, 19-го, 18-го, вот когда делались в таком вот стилистике. Можно, наверное, брать. Я не знаю. Пуньк, пуньк, пуньк. Нужно будет прочитать все это. Самые популярные доски, да, вот у нас, смотрите. Ну, да, но это самые его популярные доски, действительно. А что у нас сейчас на Miro-версе вот прям популярное? Ну, Дэйв. Пока есть 2 минуты, зайдем, посмотрим. Вообще будем жарить Miro-верс. Постить мы туда, конечно, ничего не будем, а вот жарить будем. А то расслабились. Так. Давайте прям вот популярные сделаем. Что у нас выдаст популярно? Пуньк. Ретроспективы, да. Ну, давай ретроспективы. Опять же, как смотрим? У нас есть количество просмотров, у нас есть количество копий, у нас есть количество добавлено в избранные. Пуньк. Сейлбот ретроспектив. 23 тысячи копий просто потому, что в какой-то момент времени не было ничего, а только она. Это не значит, что это лучшая доска. Там, ну, вот она уже на критической массе находится. И так далее. Далеко не самая лучшая, с моей точки зрения, доска. Ну, вот я хочу отфильтровать. Можно мне, пожалуйста, вот ретроспективы и фильтр по популярности? Да или нет? Ладно, нет так нет. Погнали. Enter сегмент. Отправляемся в бесконечности далее. Следующий зал. Следующий прекрасный доклад. На самом деле, Async Game, я не знаю, я очень ожидаем. До скольки мы сегодня? Ой, блин, до 2 ночи. Ой-ой-ой. Давайте, я хочу сюда. Пустите, пожалуйста. О, смотрите, Тесс Диксон, это очень интересная женщина, Докладчик со вчерашнего дня, она здесь участником, ее это тоже интересует. А у нее был любопытный доклад, который я услышал только на 3, я про нее говорил, но надо посмотреть. I don't hear any... Привет из Ричмонда. Да, привет, Тесс.
Hi, sorry everyone. We're having a little bit of technical difficulties with the other two speakers, so we'll be starting a little late just so that we can get the other two on here. But thank you so much for joining. We're really excited to get started with the async game. Just need the other two to come on.
Благодарю Тесс за ее презентацию. За ее презентацию. Надо быть благодарным людям. А, вот это получился у нас с ней трейдик, да? Тут такой, ну, класс. To Miro board for session. Nope. Нет пока никаких здесь линков. Что, давайте на Miro тогда пока что сходим, пока ребята не готовы. Накладок много. Слушайте, прям вот хочется сказать, как работал я в одной финтех-команде и должен выразить восхищение к команде Нутрикома. Насколько же круто, отлажено, великолепно у них все работало. Вот и все, что я хочу сказать. Да? Best of the best. Boring. Скучно. Boring. Let's play. Round 1.
Hi everyone, so sorry. We're
Всё?
still trying
Ладно.
to get the other two speakers to get on stage. They're having some technical difficulties. Very sorry about that.
Round 1. Batman or Batwoman. Choice. Ну,
Yay, we got Bihar on. I'm gonna cry.
choice.
Awesome. Thank you everyone for being so patient.
Так, кто-то у нас подключился.
Yeah, we need later.
Надо заполнять паузу чем-то, да? Вот надо людей поразвлекать. Так. Так, о, пошли реплеи. 2, ну-ка, Бэтмен. Конечно, Спайдермен, окей. Бэтмен. Угу.
Hello. Oh, we're finally here. Wow. I see someone actually said it's a truly async session.
Let's get it started.
We have very funny speakers. We have very funny participants. Thank you for your sense of humor and for your patience with us.
Great.
All right, so I think we can get started, right, Vihar? Let's not.
Batmobile.
All right, Leo, can you maybe?
Давайте, погнали.
Oh no. Technical difficulties, the challenges of hybrid work.
He said he doesn't hear us.
Что, опять у вас какие-то челленджи гибридной работы? Да вы чё? No. So.
See a lot of people joining from the U.S. I'm originally actually from the U.S. but relocated here to Berlin. I'm actually from Virginia. So hello to, I believe, who is that?
I don't know.
Tess from Richmond, Virginia. So,
I didn't know that about you, Vihar.
Yes, I'm a Virginian.
All right, Leo, can you hear us?
Yes.
Как бы задержка 7 минут.
I think Sreshko's audio is also not working.
Sreshko, can we hear you? Can you start talking, please? Nope, not working. Can you refresh? I think refreshing.
Пошутим. I'm Virgin 2.
We're gonna get there, guys. Thank you so much for your patience. Darmstadt, Germany. We have 2 speakers from in Germany right now. Berlin. Yes, Berlin is my home too. All right, Shreshko, can you say a word?
Не помню, как пишется слово. Да. Ну, мы так и не начнем, видимо, никогда.
Yeah, can you share the board link and I'll share my screen?
Yeah, I could share the board link, right?
Yep.
Okay.
For this section, we are going to share the board link with you guys because we will show you something very cool. So the participants, you won't get the board link. Maybe we can share it with you after the session.
Давайте, async game.
Yes, the technical issues are definitely part of this async game. This is
Okay.
our plan.
Oh boy.
No, it isn't.
Think experience is tricky.
I think of people who still stay
О, 9 минут. 9 минут. Ребята, ладно, серьезно. Что там у нас есть еще? Может быть, где-то есть еще что-то интересное? Боже мой. На самом деле, за 2 дня много чего набрал, то, что нужно будет потом раскидывать, рассказывать, чтобы не грузить народ в телеграм-канале. Ах. Давай, решай свою технику. Друг мой дорогой, мы желаем тебе успеха. Интересно, 2 подряд можно открыть? А если я открою 2 подряд рядом, например?
Other one that you're gonna see today quite frequent, that is repetition is key. Repetition is key because you have to empathize with your audience, and if your audience, the presentation of that persona or your findings of
Как-то их можно заглушить, интересно?
is just I don't know, a 45 presentation, and you just gave them a lot of information about what happened in every single interview, and then you help them summarize on the Kanban, and you don't want to repeat information because
Смотреть на 10 минут техники, это, конечно, стрёмно.
For example, in presentation, it's not so well that we repeat information, but that is how we learn. Repetition is key, and more if you want to make an idea popular or to believe that is true. In this case, it is true. You're showing your research, and you should have
you should have to
Да,
repeat
я
it.
помню, вспомнил.
Repeat the things that are
По-моему, там
important.
презентация будет у нас.
Repeat the things. For in this case, if we're talking about
Проверю сейчас.
persona that we just saw in the canvas,
Где?
that is Monica, we have to repeat a lot the name of Monica. It has to be clear that after those 45 minutes of that presentation, people go
Вы
with the name
находитесь
of, yeah,
здесь.
Monica is our users. We know which are her pains. We know that part of repetition. Sometimes
Нет, это воркшоп,
we think
кстати.
that repetition might be redundant, but it's helpful. Empathize with that your audience in that moment for those 45 minutes. It's learning from you, but then after that ends, they have other things. And if we don't repeat that information again with them, they might forget. So we have to rely on this. So let's remember in this case, which are going to be the common traps that we're going to avoid, which is knowledge curve, information overload, and repetition is key. And if we want to repeat it again, do it in your head. So yes, go ahead. For me, it has been so embedded in the way that I work. For me, simplify things is very complicated. I do believe sometimes that everything is super important and we shouldn't miss those details. This process
Вот
helped me to get
что смущает, ребят, обратите внимание, здесь делать так не надо. Либо ты делаешь слайд презентации, либо доску, ну, собственно, для работы, где можно приближать и прочее. Мы сейчас не на твоей доске, дорогая моя. Презентации ни черта не видно, что ты хочешь. Типа, валите на доску, да? Ты предлагаешь мне.
Okay.
Ну, хорошо.
For us, the solution to avoid these 3 common traps is to tell stories. The other day I was
Давайте попробуем вернуться. Что хочется посмотреть, что за игру там подготовили. Ребята из Miro, которые уже лажают. Вроде получилось.
The async collaboration space. And nice to meet everyone, and thank you all for your patience. I'm going to pass it over to Leo for an intro as well.
Hey folks, sorry for the time there. I'm engineering manager at the Async Collaboration team. Very hyped up to be here today. And Zrechko, did you manage to join?
I hope so. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes. Awesome. Just in time.
I'm so happy right now.
So yeah, if anyone was there. Okay.
All 4 of us. No,
so Zrechko is product designer in the team, and he's gonna walk us through 2 of the games.
Yeah.
Ссылку дадут?
Yeah, I'm Zrechko, and as Leo said, I'm a
Ссылку
product
не
designer
дадут?
in this amazing team. Basically, what we're trying to do is to make Miro a better place for everyone who is working asynchronously or in hybrid
Не
mode
дадут.
and working on this kind of solutions. Sophia?
Cool. Hey everyone. I'm Sophia and I work in product marketing. And as a marketer, I actually just want to say that I feel actually incredibly lucky.
Я вот сейчас боюсь, что они просто будут нам показывать, как они играют на 4, и не дадут нам. Все к тому сейчас идет.
Alright, no further ado, Vihar's going to introduce us how the game works and what we have in store for today.
Yeah, thanks, Leo. So this is the async game, as I mentioned. And what is it? We gathered 3 real-life scenarios from some of our peers, other Miro employees, when they just needed to decide how to communicate with team members. So they had to make a decision on how to communicate with team members, whether synchronously, asynchronously. And what we're going to do with the game is we're going to walk over each scenario and then ask everyone, you as the audience, to vote. What would you do? Would you do A, B, or C? This is not a voting moment right now, but we'll do that next. And then we'll have a quick discussion, try to understand, and think about why we may have made that vote. And then we will actually see what our colleagues did in that situation. So I think the key thing here is there's no right or wrong answer. It's just different ways that we might solve this problem and real problems that we might face day to day. So what's really interesting is our colleagues actually didn't attend this session. They actually recorded a talk track, and we're going to play that back and let you know what they did afterwards at the end to reveal, quote unquote, like their answer. But you might be wondering what the talk track. Maybe you missed Varun and Bree's keynote. So
Ребят, похоже, я прав, и нас не пустят поиграть. Они будут играть на четверых.
Thanks, Vihar. And yes, of course, I would love to introduce talk track to you all. But I think there is no better way to really explain what a talk track is than with a talk track. So,
Talk
Leo, I'm
track.
going to ask you to actually play it.
Окей.
Alright, let's do it.
Показывают как раз в применении.
Hello, everyone. This is Past Sophia, and I hear my future self wants me to explain what a talk track is to you. So Talk Track is a new feature on Miro that allows you to record a video or audio walkthrough of your Miro board so that you can explain and guide others through your content on Miro asynchronously. Now, what's special about it is that the recorded video is native to Miro and embedded directly into the board. So when people play back the recording, viewers can actually follow you on the board like how you are following me right now. And not only that, they can pause and interact with the board directly. Don't believe me? I'm going to ask Vihar to play this GIF on this slide as I'm talking. And
Кстати,
while
это
he's at it,
интересная
I'm going to
мысль.
ask future Sophia to finish typing the sentence that she didn't finish
Типа
on
по
this
принципу
frame.
города.
Now,
То
you might be
есть
asking, what's the point of all that? Well, first of all, this sort of immersive
То
playback
есть можно
experience is
кому-то
far
конкретно
more
уже
memorable
записываться,
and
ну правильно, да, я
engaging
понимаю?
than other ways to get information, right? And also now your video communication and your place of collaboration is all in the same place. So you don't have to watch a video or read messages from somewhere else and then go into Miro to do something. Everything is right here. Also, if you are a human being and if you make typos, you can change it on the board without needing to re-record. And the corrected text will be reflected in the recording. And that, in my opinion, is pretty cool. Good job, team.
Awesome, awesome. I love it when I am being lectured by my past. So as you can see, Talk Track is really not just any screen recorder, right? It's actually an interactive board recording that you can play with.
Можно
like
их
what we're doing
подписывать?
as you are watching the playback. Cool. So now that we've seen what a Talk Track is, I will actually pass it on to Leo and Shreshko. Let's get to the games part, guys.
Леонард, может микрофон включите?
You're actually on mute.
Mic.
Leo, you're on mute. Okay. No.
I can just start, I think. Okay, no, we have him back. Okay.
Okay, Leo, you gotta reshare your board.
All right.
Yeah, Leo, can you reshare the board?
Yes. Interesting.
It's like a,
Yeah, we haven't tried it. Yep, there we go. We haven't tried it with hopping, so turns out when I start sharing the audio, I will go mute, which is fine. Okay, so as Sophia mentioned, there's quite some differences between sharing a talk track. Basically, whoever is watching it can really interact with the board. Let's see if we can harvest and understand what are the ways we can get the value out of it. And Zrechko gonna walk us through a few cases. Go for it on the first one, Zrechko.
Thanks, Leo. So yeah, in this first case, as you can see in the screen, we have our colleague Dennis, who has team check-in meetings on weekly basis. He will miss the next meeting, but however, he has a very important update that he wants to share that might affect my design work. So I would like to ask you, in your opinion, what do you think he should do in this situation? Like, what would be the best way to convey this message and to let me know that there's an update that might affect me?
Так.
So we have a couple of options.
Спросим, что там за вопрос?
Should he, A, send his update through the Slack as a message, B, record a talk track so we can play it in a meeting and hear it directly from him, or C, tell me directly about it so I can hear it myself and also like share it with the team later in the meeting. So yeah, Sophia just shared the poll, so please take a moment to vote and let us know your thoughts.
Выберем, конечно же, самый очевидный вариант, а то
Again,
как
there's
же.
no right and wrong answer.
All right. I'll stop share for just a split second so we don't have the same problem again.
All right, everyone, I think the poll is, we can start the poll. You guys can pick the option that you think is the right one for this situation. What would you recommend Dennis do?
something to keep in mind. There's no right and wrong, and you can pick a combination of them as well.
So Slack, talk track, or direct.
Вообще, давай какой-то, да, Б вариант. Делай, записывай сообщение. Что вы порекомендуете ее менеджеру делать?
I see quite some B's option B in the chat. Like what? I will. First, we really want to see what Dennis has to say about this as well. Vihar, what do you think about the chat options and what are the caveats on this one?
Не знаю, просто так.
Vihar, you're on mute.
Thank you so much. Yeah, no, I love that everyone here is jumping to be on the chat. Sorry with some of the issues with the polls, but we'll work through that. But it's interesting, right? I usually, I can tell you from my experience, I've actually done C in the past before to quite negative effects. Actually had someone relay a message for me in a meeting, and then playing a bit of a game of telephone. So the message they relayed did not have the same context that I actually really intended, and there was miscommunication, and then we had to solve that over time after the meeting and after I returned.
Мы
So
активны,
that's my
друзья.
perspective.
Мы
I
здесь
think
очень
he's an
активны.
interesting answer. Let's see what Dennis actually did.
Hi, my name is Dennis, and I work as a UX researcher for the collaboration teams here at Miro. So the scenario that we have here is that I have a check-in meeting that is happening weekly, and I'm going to be missing it. And still, I want to share some of the work progress that I've been doing that is affecting my peer, the designer within the team. And we have three options here. I can either send my update through the team's Slack
Интересная
channel,
шутка
I can
будет.
record a
Ждем
chat talk,
подкасты
stand in
от
for my
Miro.
part of the update, or I can tell my peer Stretchko about the progress and ask him to share the update in the meeting. So in these three options, I would usually be doing A, because I find Slack messages easy to digest, and we can have that threaded system where we can continue the conversation. I can attach my documents and Miro boards that people can follow up and better understand the context. However, since the inception of the project, I have been finding some very valuable use cases for TalkTrack as well, where I had a huge Miro board that I needed to go fastly through, which would have taken too long to be done in writing. So I feel like TalkTrack is better for in-depth visual
Но
content,
это интересная вещь с точки зрения того, что
explaining a huge frame or a
типа
collection of frames.
сократить
And it
время
allows for
встреч.
faster collaboration, where I can directly ask
Видимо,
my
то, о чем
colleagues
вчера
to
говорили.
input on the board itself, and they can continue the
Но
conversation from
они,
there.
по сути, делают, короче,
The
давайте
third option,
встречи у
which
нас
is
будут
sharing through stretch code,
как бы
I wouldn't,
шерингс
like,
такие,
you can
да?
from time to time, but I wouldn't really rely on it, because
Я в этом вижу
this,
потенциал.
transfer of knowledge from one person to the next can
Назвать это игрой
sometimes
некорректно,
create
но
issues
у
around
меня есть
the
интересные
context
игровые
being
механики.
lost, or maybe losing some
Ой,
details
ой,
along the way.
да,
So
придумал уже
I
3, пока что
prefer
это
to
все
be the
слушал.
person who is actually delivering the message that needs to be delivered. So I will usually do A and sometimes B.
So he doesn't trust me. That's the that's the bottom line of this case. Remember to unmute yourself after we watch the record. Leo.
Yes, thanks, Rachko. Very good call out from Dennis here. As you see, like, he doesn't trust. First thing we learned, he doesn't trust you that much, Rachko. Good call. and as he shares the talk track, it also allows people to make the comments on the board during the recording, right? Which in our experience has helped a lot with follow-ups, right? So Zrachko himself can also come there later and add more content to the comments.
Exactly. All right, then we can move to the second one, right?
Yeah. Next case, this one was fairly straightforward. Even the audience was voting for talk track.
Я пока спрошу, какие у нас ограничения у этой
Maybe explore a case
функции.
where it's not necessarily talk track the best to use, maybe, and see what we can conclude from that. Surajko?
Okay, thanks, Leo. So in this case, we just learned that a competitor has released a very innovative feature, and Akshay, our colleague, wants to share this news with a wider product crowd. How would you recommend him to do that? Again, you have options: A, to share a talk track on the update and update the team in a channel. B, to post a text update about a thing, and C, present the update directly in the live in the team meeting. So again, please take a moment to vote and let us know your thoughts on this. So A, talk track, B, text update, C, live meeting.
All right, let's see what the pool says. Again, it can be quite nuanced, right? You can go for a certain combination.
Where is
Looks like text update and team meeting are kind of
Interesting. So we went a bit away from the option weight there. Who wants to take a step on
I wonder if, Leo, you influenced their decision by
Sorry for this.
Почти мой вопрос.
Yeah, Srečko, Sophia, you want to? What would you do in this situation? Yeah.
Well, I think it depends on the complexity of the update. Like, obviously, text updates are like the quickest and easiest, kind of like Twitter. But sometimes when a competitor releases something that's more notable, more significant, maybe you don't want to just say, oh, they released this. Maybe you want to add more commentary, like how it affects your company and things like that. And maybe a text update isn't like a rich enough format to capture all of it. And on the other side of the spectrum, maybe it's a huge update and you want to have a meeting to talk about it, but maybe the whole company
А в чем проблема нас
needs to know about
туда
it, and
пустить,
it's not always easy.
друзья?
Of course, at Miro, it's not easy to schedule a company-wide meeting so ad hoc. Maybe in that case, something like async video or talk track could
Очень
be
глупо
an
с моей
option
точки
to
зрения
share
сейчас
this
происходит.
information before the meeting. But yeah, I really think it depends on the complexity of the update, and it depends on how urgent the update
Вот. Можно подписывать.
Yeah, let's see. Actually does this fairly regularly at Miro. Let's see what he has to say.
Пожалуйста.
My name is Akshay Sharma. I lead product strategy for Miro. Looking at this topic, when there is a news update for me to share, I typically do a couple of things. Historically, I would choose option B, which is to create a synthesized text post, which I can post in Slack or email or other medias, whatever messaging system me and my team would use. And the reason I would choose that
Ой,
is
уныло чуть менее, чем полностью, на самом деле.
quickly consume and get the gist of what's happening.
Давайте посмотрим, что
And,
еще есть.
It increases the chances of
Пока
more
этой
people
функции не
who
будет,
should see
но,
it
в общем-то, здесь не
actually
будет.
see it.
Но вообще это
And
наталкивает на
then
интересные
for that to be
мысли
effective, it needs to be quite
геймдизайнерские.
Now, it misses some of the context. For example, what I'm talking right now, the intonations, the context, the nuance, that can't easily get communicated in a short text message. So, with the presence of talk track, I'm
В общем,
moving
пойдем
to
join now
A+B,
другое.
which is creating the succinct
Тут понятно
text,
все,
but
хороший
layering on
вариант.
an audio overlay on top of it, and that's.
Let's do that 5 times. Slowly breathe in, stretch back, open up, and breathe
Ой,
out.
давай,
Let it all
давай.
go.
Давай, родная, ты
Let's curl
права.
up into a ball.
Давай, сделаем зарядочку вместе. О, да, ну да. О.
And breathe out again.
И давай еще разок.
For those of you who are
Зарядка, это
facilitators,
важно.
great one to do in workshops.
Наушники только надо снять, это мешают.
And breathe out. We're going to just do that one more time. One more time.
Не забудьте сделать это стоя.
And breathe out. Awesome. And then just find your way back to wherever you were, probably on a keyboard and mouse. I love it. All right, now that we're all loose, I am going to hand it over. Next up, we're going to be joined by a panel of ecosystem leaders from Slack, Dropbox, and Miro to explore the trends, challenges, and solutions around collaboration and tooling that teams are facing today. If you guys saw the keynote, you saw Varun talk about how the typical company has over 100 SaaS tools. It's over 100. It's crazy. So we're always jumping between tools, and these folks know how the future of how these tools will interconnect. So I'm going to hand it over to Miro's Hollis Cool, who works closely with these partners and will be moderating today's roundtable.
Thanks for the introduction, Shipra, and hello, Miro community. I'm Hollis. I'm joining you all from Miro's Austin office, and I sit on Miro's platform team, collaborating closely with partners like the ones that will be joining us today. I joined Miro in the early days when we had just over 1 million users, and the notion of visual collaboration was just gaining traction. Now, 40 million users later, and a global revolution in the way that knowledge workers get work done, I am particularly excited to be able to close out Distributed with you all, accompanied by partners that have been true leaders in facilitating and changing the ways that teams connect, communicate, and work together. Over the last 2 days, we've heard a lot about building connection in the workplace and overcoming shared challenges facing teams around tool sprawl, knowledge silos, and spending time on work about work. So in today's roundtable, we will be joined by partnership leaders from Slack, Dropbox, and Miro to take a holistic view on the themes from Distributed and explore how all of the tools that we use mesh together to work more effectively. So with that, I'll introduce our roundtable. Joining us today are Steve Wood, Senior Vice President of Platform at Slack, Emma King, Director of Business Development at Dropbox, and Sanjana Tandon, Head of Strategic Partnerships at Miro. Hello, everyone. It's great to see you. Thanks for joining. Just to jump right in here, I'd love to hear from each of you and what the latest is with your company. So Emma, maybe you can start us off. Tell us about your role, what you've been working on, what you're excited about.
Без субтитров,
Sure,
например.
happy to. Well, to start,
Делать даже не в английском, дело в качестве микрофона. Вот она, например, куда она сейчас говорит? Просто в свой ноутбук. Умница, умница, молодец. Как ее еще по-другому скажешь?
Incredible interior design, and the company was really focused on how to make it a really nice place to spend your time. And when the pandemic hit, we saw an opportunity to sort of shift to this distributed work model and align not only our operations, but also our product strategy to virtual first. So we took kind of that same vigor that we had around having such a uniquely nice in-office experience and really directed that towards creating this distributed work model that prioritizes flexibility. Because ultimately, that's what employees want these days. You know, flexibility with where they're working, the hours they're working, the tools they're using. And I mean, I am a new mother. I can attest to the value and the importance of that for me on gaining that flexibility in kind of maintaining the balance for myself. So leaning into this remote model ourselves, we're really able to truly empathize with our customers and users around what they need as a distributed worker.
Смотрите, да, прям все говорят, все сюда.
To my role as an ecosystem leader, it's our job to make sure that as users are leaning into this flexible work, that we're not.
Разве может быть что-то хуже? Да нет, панельная дискуссия с интересными людьми. Это все прекрасно. Просто есть... Вот, talk, track, артикль. Отлично. Это очень хорошо. Отлично. Бета. Все, детка, я нашел. Go pleasure. Я создал.
Yeah, very good point from her answer, and we explored this.
Здесь интересно.
If you're onboarding somebody to board where you have the org chart, by instance, right? You can ask
только на Google Chrome, только в десктопном браузере.
If the board changes, like let's say I make a screen recording, right, not a talk track, but now I have a change in the org chart. Now I have to make a new recording, whereas here we can just change the board.
Так. Not the futures.
Which we did use ourselves and was a.
Ну, короче, типа еще не доступно. Хорошо.
I think
Ладно, давайте
I don't think though is
вернемся.
when
Ценность такая, артикль
with C only, right? My
с
understanding is like
описанием
we still want to
появился.
have
Хорошо,
meetings
будем
and meet
изучать.
people face to face, have face to face time. To
Absolutely.
avoid that, right? And talk track is a very big plus to that.
Yeah.
All right, how are we on time, Sophia?
Oh, I think we were actually pretty good.
Yeah,
We
it would be great to
yeah,
hear some
we can
questions
go.
maybe from
Yeah, let's go to the next frame.
Nice. Okay. That's the idea here is like with these cases and the input from the audience, share a few takeaways, also from our experiences and ways to collaborate async with the feature. Fire away.
Yeah, thanks so much, Leo, and thank you and Srečko for walking through those really like interesting cases that our colleagues actually did experience, and some of them used TalkTrack, some of them didn't. I think what's really interesting about this async collaboration space, something that all of us here have been living and breathing, and by all of us I mean everyone on this call, ever since like the pandemic, we've had to move to much hybrid models, async models, is we've been living and breathing the pain of this transition every day. And I'm really excited that we are releasing TalkTrack at Miro, because fundamentally it does add a bit more of that human connection for times when we have to work async and we have to drive outcomes async. And I think that's super important, is that human connection. And I'm really excited that TalkTrack allows that and allows us to collaborate. But really what I'm most excited about is working with everyone here in the Miro community on what's next.
Я согласен, здесь есть потенциал для синхронной работы, но есть такой point. С одной стороны, знаете, что это как Miro придумал рилсы. Вот задумайтесь про это. Я прям вижу очень клевые вещи. Как можно это использовать? Как минимум, ретроспективы можно использовать... заранее на конкурсе артефактов, как вариант. Записывать презентации решений, чтобы их не потерять.
About TalkTrack as a feature, and as you mentioned, it's like the tip of the iceberg, the whole feature set and ways of collaborating that come with it. What we really identify is that the meeting time and the quality of the sync meetings increased by a lot. So we can now use, you have these very complex boards where there's a lot of, usually we would jump on a meeting just to say, hey, here's the board, let me explain you the context.
Можно ли, вот знаете, как бы такой момент, хорошо, я могу доску вытащить, если хочу взять и вытащить что-то сюда. На доску, чтобы не в маленьком окне в углу, а на доске, чтобы было, и как бы красивый клип из этого сделать.
This feature into users' hand and get feedback and get to feel of how it works and how it solves problems for them or not. But yeah, I think moreover, I'm very happy is going towards.
Ясно, почему в этом втором дне больше как бы то, что называется воркшопы, интерактивы, потому что по сути мы типа официально предъявили вам новые функции, а теперь вот мы показываем, как конкретно использовать. В общем, вот этот вот, как он правильно это называется, еще не выучил, фишка, функция TalkTrack, может быть даже уже где-то есть, да я не знаю, это раз. Второе, что ж вы такие громкие, вот как вас сделать потише? Никак, да? А второе, то что все-таки, если мы говорим про TalkTrack, то у него потенциал очень большой, не как запись даже доски, а вот как обмен сообщений. Но если его нигде нет, то вот есть ощущение, что если он подлетит, то это как будет как в свое время с рилсами в Инстаграм, то есть когда оно пойдет везде. И в отдельное приложение станет такое закрытый ТикТок, да, то есть, собственно, почему нет? Надо посмотреть.
and drive
Надо
outcomes
посмотреть.
faster, right? And I think something like TalkTrack is just great for pre-meeting updates to get everybody up to speed. Also, as a shy presenter, I also really like
Выглядит
that.
интригующая функция. Надо посмотреть. Дайте бету. Бету записался. Ждем, когда дадут. Кстати, может, письмо уже пришло. Дайте бету.
Practice presenting. Yeah, so I think this is a really great tool for that. So, and that
Поможет
brings me to my next
интровертам
point. If you're
говорить.
really interested in trying out TalkTrack,
Интересно.
I hope you are. It's currently in public beta and available for
Эта
sign up.
гипотеза пока что не подтверждена. Уж прям так. Я не знаю, какая у вас была выборка. Может, да, может, нет. Может, поможет интровертам, может быть. Они ее возненавидят.
Maybe facilitate a bit of, we have actually a bit more time for some Q&A even.
Definitely. And Luna or Sophia, if you could repost that link in the chat.
Может ли она снизить? Может ли она снизить у нас количество встреч? При правильном использовании, да. Но если она решает одну задачу, она добавит как бы какие-то новые, другие задачи. Ребята, а вот знаете что? Ребята, вы знаете что? А посмотрите. У нее на стикере какой значок стоит? Ну-ка. Значок Google переводчика на стикере. Эту функцию вроде как не анонсировали, но у них же бета-тестовая среда, видите, да? Ну, там под вопросом стоит. То есть, возможно... Надо спалить, короче говоря. Это просто ярлычок был. Ладно, извините, все, тогда не будем.
So you see here Sophia's what is a talk track recording. She recorded that here on November 10th, earlier this week or earlier this month, and you can see all these other recordings of our other colleagues who also made these recordings.
Понятно, у него была надстройка. Когда записано, можно дать ссылку. Видим, что можно скинуть ссылку. Ага. Так. И что будет? Так, ссылка получается как объект. И можно в Slack кинуть, чтобы человек посмотрел.
And then maybe Leo, you can go to the create recording.
Yeah, we could show that.
You want to, or you or Sreshko can walk through this one.
Ну все, что ли? Нет.
Yeah, so as you can see, it's very simple. I mean, we aimed for a very simple experience here. There's usual pattern with this kind of things where you need to enable your camera or not.
О, можно подкаст записать, то есть камеру можно отключить, и может быть подкаст. Прикольно, да?
Live board that keeps to live there, right? And then it can evolve and
я только хотел пошутить про подкасты. Вот они, здравствуйте! Подкасты есть.
While I'm recording, I can actually we can play this back later, right? But
yeah, you can delete something and you can edit it later. So this is super kind of powerful thing.
I might want to just say it's inclusive, right?
Возможно, это крутая фича.
And here what we're actually capturing is my movement on the screen and the actual state of the board. And I can just stop it.
Так ваша коллега вчера это показывала, и сегодня уже это показывала. Ну, ладно, пушим. Продолжаем пушить функцию.
Let me, I reposted the link for the beta sign up. So basically you have to go to mirodistributed.com/beta. Sorry, Leo, if you want to continue.
А можно изменить название после того? Да, можно. Видим, можно изменить название.
So it's a demo. Demo, right?
Пока я видел до 3 минут.
With the title.
Live demo.
I'm gonna play it back. Once I play it back, we basically the latest state of the board, and as I play back, I will just interact with board to showcase how interactive it still is.
Yeah, and Sreshko, let's
from recording perspective. When you record something, you can move a bit around the board. So it's just like
while I'm recording, I can actually we can play this back later, right? But basically,
То есть они говорят о том, что можно писать и звук с ноутбука. Ага. То есть говорил один, и он поток выбрал звук с ноутбука, а второй как раз управлял на доске. То есть писать может у нас, условно говоря, человек, который не является докладчиком. Докладчик может концентрироваться на том, что он говорит. Хорошо.
We believe it's way more engaging way than simply have a pixel recording that you watch without participating.
Sreshko, great points, and maybe we'll turn it over to the last question, and then we'll end. Assess we're a little bit over, and great transition actually.
Просто даже вот интересно, неужели эта фича пользовалась таким спросом? То есть их исследование показало, что это прям решение, да? Количество больших встреч.
Usually we should not be using the feature during another video call, so the both apps are like competing for the resource.
Как мы знаем, не все функции выходят из беты, да? Но так пушить их на конференции своей, скорее всего, выйдет. Скорее всего, выйдет. Хотя бы уникальная, клевая функция, не то что презентации, просто пересобрали смарт-митинг. Ну, смарт-митинг не будет больше похожим. В их интерфейсе я, например, его не вижу вообще.
And the reason why we went with this approach instead of recording a static set of pixels is a Miro board is a living, breathing organism, and it's a place of work. And since that is the case, what's really, really important for these long, big, complex boards is that context, that navigation, that guide, and that feel. So you feel like you're there with your colleague as if you were sitting on the Miro board at the same time and following them. And that's the experience.
Хорошо, кстати.
And it comes with a lot of positivity, right? Because
можно инструкцию записать, по сути, оставить ссылку, например, в том же самом стикере, нажав на эту ссылку, он откроет сразу же эту инструкцию, где ты все покажешь, объяснишь в асинхроне. Это хорошо, это может от 15 минут сэкономить.
Allow you to record your different tabs, maybe you want to clear your desktop, etc. That's not exactly what this is doing. We're recording the context and navigation in the board, so it's easier to collaborate.
Ну окей, да, можно, проще говорить, и если ты что-то хочешь человека, ты можешь его попросить, чтобы, то есть он в этом же окне смотрит тебя и в этом же окне выполняет, ему не нужно переключаться. Это хорошо.
Actually interact with the board in a screen recording, right? In a board recording, if the viewer wants to get more understanding about something, they can also click and open a document while they're watching the recording. And that's a very different experience from a screen record, where the actual screen is recorded, but you cannot actually interact with the screen recording.
Yeah, nor change anything now, yeah.
Yes. And there's this concept of editing the board can be a positive edit as well. Anecdotally, I had this leadership update, me and Vihar, and we're talking about talk track itself. Vihar went on holidays and shared the talk track, but we then updated some numbers that we had. But the original recording was based on the numbers before our latest updates. So he was already on holidays, but I could just get the latest numbers, update the board itself, and the recording was still meaningful. So we can actually update the board as a living thing. Instead of editing a video, you're editing the content itself. So it can be very powerful if used with its inner workings in mind. And it doesn't go, like there's other tools, as Vihar mentioned, for screen recording. If you want to record other tabs, they go like hand in hand, right? If it's a in Miro thing that you want to do, and you want to have this power of keep editing the board, talk track is there for you.
Смешная шутка.
Maybe record some other tool,
Теперь можно порвать с бойфрендом через толк-трек, как раньше по имейлу. Да, забавная шутка.
Call that there just because we're a bit over. Just wanted to give some more time since we started late. One specific shout out I want to mention, Andy made a point here, and then we'll close it. You see the huge benefit of TalkTrack working with your team. If you would like your team to be enabled for this beta, make sure you get all of them to sign up so we can actually enable it for all of them, not just you, because we're enabling this at the user level. So Andy, if you would love to get your team and you want to make the herding cats experience a lot easier, please just make sure they all sign up and we get all their email addresses, and we'll be more than happy to activate them. And then if you are,
Сейчас ребята прощаются, и я хочу зайти в help-центр. Там появилась статья о TalkTrack. Это новая функция. По сути, есть как бы отдельно рекординг, отдельно TalkTrack. Ну, TalkTrack как бы тоже прикольный, он будет точно развиваться. Я понимаю, куда он пойдет. Давай. Пока. Thank you very much. Окей. Давайте посмотрим, что у нас появилось здесь. Влада уже зафигачила. Да, у нас здесь что? Еще раз мы говорим, что это бета. Вот здесь все по красоте. Ну, давайте как раз посмотреть. Минутку рекламную.
Sophia is recording a talk track. She is training the support team by walking through the latest smartwatch updates. She checks her mic and camera and gets a countdown to make sure she's ready. Then the recording begins.
Она начинает рекординг. Ну, это то, что мы сегодня уже тоже видели. Может ставить паузу, выпить воды. Минуты там уже 6:35, потом дан. Рекординг автомат. Назвала его, скопировала. И они смогут это открыть, где бы они ни были. А теперь представьте, да, мы комбинируем, мы с вами комбинируем с тем же самым хранилищем вашего кода, где один из инженеров залил код на доску. Говорит, у меня косяк, не могу поднять. Вот это я уже проверил, это все нет. Вот здесь осталось вот так. Глянь, пожалуйста. В чем проблема?
So the viewer and presenter are collaborating asynchronously. They can also see a library of past updates that she has shared, so they can revisit older recordings. And that's how Awesome Watches uses Miro's talk track to keep teams connected and make sure they have all the necessary info to solve anything together.
Так, все хорошо. Давайте тогда посмотрим, что здесь у нас именно пишут. Лучшие практики. Советы, приемы, получается, как лучше создать толк-трек, ну, который мы только что посмотрели. Можно еще раз, да? Так, это что у нас? Повторение от сжатия интерактивности. Using screen recording, but rather the recording of your movements across the board. Ага, да, то есть мы говорим о том, что это именно ваши движения на доске. Ага, не запись экрана. Ваша интерактивность с доской не захватывается. Оп, отлично. То есть нельзя включить видео, посмотреть его, сказать, а вот на, смотри. Будьте осторожны. Signification board edits after recording. Когда смотритель запустит ваш толк-трек, он будет смотреть измененный контент на вашей доске. Понятно. То есть мы, по сути, участок доски записываем. ваши движения в этом участке. То есть мы записываем движение. Вот как это работает. Все, я понял. Я понял, как это работает. Это запись не совсем видео, то есть доски. Тем более, как бы, ну, понятно. Он записывает поток с вашего видео, то есть с вашей вебки и звук. А с доски он записывает только, как передвигался ваш экран. То есть именно местоположение, по сути, центра экрана он записывает. Как бы привязанный. И если вы, ну, то есть показываете какой-то, например, слайд, потом через некоторое время вы этот слайд убираете в другое место, ничего на это место не поставите, то в итоге он запишет, что правильно, пустоту. Ясно. Consider locking frames. Especially the ones you don't want to be entered. Remind your viewers not move things that should be moved. Ну, короче, то же самое про движение, видимо. То есть и про изменение, и про движение. Pro tip. Reserve frames for input. Так, и что это значит? Razer. Прежде чем спрашивать с Фьюерса добавить что-то on top of recorder screens, поверх этого сделайте резервный, ну, понятно, резервный фрейм, да, получается, чтобы он ничего не сломал. В общем-то, выглядит так, что нужно аккуратно с этой штукой обходиться, особенно если работаешь с командой. Скорее, какие-то как адресные штуки, что типа, Николай, какое из этих двух решений вам больше нравится? Правое или левое? Выделите стикер черным цветом то решение, которое мы выбираем, пожалуйста. Ну и так далее. Где я могу это использовать? Pre-reads, meetings, weekly team updates. Очень странно, вот если честно, weekly team updates. Спорно. Не знаю, стал бы я это сейчас использовать. Надо посмотреть. Standing recording for meetings you cannot attend. Свое мнение для встреч, где ты не можешь присутствовать. Да, хорошо. Это очень хорошо. И наоборот, наверное, те встречи, которые может присутствовать, может не присутствовать. Опять же, вот сижу я и думаю, ну, ведь есть функция записи, например, того же самого Teams. Ну, мы предполагаем, что мы постепенно вот столько функций, видимо, в Miro скопим, что потом мы таки решим, а больше нам ничего не надо. И откажемся, например, от использования Microsoft Office. И откажемся. Как скрейтить здесь написано. Проигрываем. Тоже понятно, что ты просто открываешь эту штуку слева и включаешь. Здесь митингс еще есть, я вот вижу. Но будет ли он дальше? Такая как будто функция для про-юзеров. А вот Presentation мод, скорее всего, он для всех, наверное, будет. Надо сейчас проверить. Как он называется там? Present? Не помню. Угу. Проигрывают. Может ли больше одной персоны? Да, но по очереди, как говорится. На мобильных устройствах временно недоступно, но планируется. И опять же, да, получается. Only the few port on the Miro board. Ну окей, да. Only Miro board. Only Miro board. Сейчас будет полчаса в любом случае перерыва. Но Miro Smart Meeting updated у нас. Давайте зайдем, посмотрим, что у нас апдейтит здесь. Когда 26 минут назад. Между прочим, у нас Miro Smart Meeting Update. Так. Угу. Так, и что именно апдейтнулось у нас здесь? Очень тяжело, что бывает такое, что вот нет истории. К сожалению. Хотелось бы иногда история, чтобы была. Там заканчиваем. Ну, понятно. Learn more. Learn more. Learn more. Learn more. Learn more. Так. Miro Smart Meetings Update. Miro Smart Meeting тоже бета. Breakout Frames так и не вышли за год из беты. Ну, ребята, конечно, молодцы. Вот если бы они хотя бы сказали, что да, ребят, новый мод презентации у нас теперь вот в бете записываетесь, а при этом мы берем и выдаем вам breakout frames. Все, выходит из бета. Все, мы их закончили. Они готовы. Они будут вот такими. Или все, Miro Smart Meeting вот будет вот такой. Ну, вот вопрос. Непонятно, к сожалению. Вот 3 часа назад. Мне интересно, на каких тарифах? Тарифы? О, где тарифы? Угу. Есть ощущение, что на всех тарифах будет у нас новый режим презентации. Новый режим презентации, похоже, будет на всех тарифах. Это здорово. Так. Вот это интересно. Вот теперь интересно. То есть мы можем выбирать, что отправлять в все фреймы, доску, либо то, что добавлено в Smart Meetings. To create facilitate meetings or workshops. При ранее запланированными активностями выберите Smart Meetings. Да. Ну, Smart Meetings остается существовать, но он, получается, переходит в функцию планировщика. Да, то есть Smart Meetings мы использовать будем скорее как планировщик. То есть как панель для планирования, видимо, постепенно. А в Presentation у нас пойдет, ну, то есть вот эта история. В режим презентации будет уже, соответственно, проведение. Потому что вот эти все функции, которые вот здесь изображены, это был Smart Meeting. Это прям вот здрасте. Ну, наверное, это правильно. Да. То есть, если ты такой импровизировать будешь, прямо здесь и сейчас, то используй режим презентации. Если ты, дружище, опять же, он будет ограничен, да? Вот так. Вот. Handoff. Релевантно для всех, кроме фришного тарифа. И это значит у нас, что будет за функция? Hand off the presentation to another speaker. И так, мы даем другому презентацию hand off. Права, что ли? Презентатор бар. Так. Окей, you can hand off the presentation to another speaker. Возможно. Надо разбираться, не до конца понимаю, что это значит, но мы же во всем разберемся. Мы же для того и существуем. Курсы же для того и пишутся, чтобы потом другим людям не тратить вот на это время. Пришел, посмотрел курс, просветился, а потом забабахал крутые доски для своих команд или для себя любимого. Как иначе? Join. Да. Надо тестить. Вот прямо хочется это пробовать. Мы показывали сегодня, но все это было Ну, такое. Все это будем читать. Все это будем тестить. Главное, чтобы дали. Вот. Ключевой вопрос. Is Smart Meetings being replaced? Нет, Smart Meeting это, ну, поддержка интерактивного режима презентации. Так. It can be accessed through the present button, right toolbar in Miro. So the frames sidebar panel. Понятно. Короче, как я и думал, скорее всего, Smart Meeting у нас типа а-ля такой режим все настроить, сделать, создать. А потом переходим в режим презентации. Но вот тут такой момент. Как бы есть же стереотип, что есть такой презентация. То есть это же как доклад. Мы хотим поменять майндсет в этом плане, то есть чтобы сдвинулось, понимаете, ну, нужно же будет пробираться через дебри вот этих вот привычек, через вот этот понятийный аппарат. Ну, все можно, все возможно. Все сделаем. Блин, толк-трек что-то вот, не знаю, смутная такая штука, что столько проблем принесет. Вот это, что он записывает экран. Ой, сыро. Сейчас я понимаю, что прикольно, но так сыро. Там, получается, ну, не знаю, насколько это может прижиться. Поэтому теперь стало понятно, почему они так сильно давили на то, что, пожалуйста, используй комментарии. То есть, пожалуйста, вот режим, то, что ты, когда записываешь рекординг там, видео экрана, то ты используй комментарии. Там не стикеры, не правь, пожалуйста, контент, а комментарии. Ну, понятно, потому что если произойдут изменения, то следующий, кто зайдет, он уже не будет изначальную версию видеть. А то, что тебе нужно сделать, изначальный дубликат, изначальной версии и так далее, это все равно немножко танцы с бубном, если сказать больше. Да. Любопытно. Хочется все это теперь, конечно же, попробовать. Особенно хочется попробовать сложить свой как бы дата-дашборд, как они это назвали, панель, состоящую из других элементов. Просто тоже часть интеграции, они просто заявили, что оно как бы будет. Почему не пошли в фигму? Вот хочется все-таки задать вопрос. Ну, неужели думали, что прямая конкуренция, не выйдут? Посмотрим. Пока что, ну вот, да клевые функции, как бы, что сказать, все равно клевые, все равно будем использовать. И режим презентации просто он такой, знаете, итеративный, он дальше, больше, круче, дальше, больше, круче. И также будем использовать и остальные фичи. Точно совершенно. Надо будет просто дождаться, пока дадут бету. Там будет виднее. А бета, в свою очередь, имеет свойство меняться радикально. Вот вспомню тоже Smart Meeting, с чего он начинался, какой обалденный он сейчас. Просто. А тот же самый интерактивные презентации, вот они просто взяты от Smart Meeting и туда впихнуты. Кстати, судя по тому, как активно показывают функцию, которая про кластеризацию, есть ощущение, что ею очень слабо кто пользуется. То есть, видимо, мало кто знает, мало кто пользуется кластеризацией стикеров автоматической. И это очень странно, то, что это просто бомбическая вещь. В первом же занятии видеокурса про это показываю, рассказываю, чтобы люди уже уходили с чем-то вкусненьким. Ладно, давайте пока что у нас там все равно перерыв, сейчас ничего не происходит. Но чтобы не разрывать презентацию, то я думаю, сделаем следующим образом. Включу сейчас фончиком Miro Reelz. Эти ребята все еще говорят. Пускай будут Miro Reelz. По кругу идут. И через 20 минут у нас будет следующая активити. Кажется, последняя. Ну, за исключением ретроспективы, итоговые по конференции. У нас будет последняя слот через 20 минут. И финальное ретро. Окей. Окей, в общем-то, последние кусочки конфы. Давайте включим фончиком, чтобы сделать еще немножко кофе. Кофе. Ой, прям вот где я ее покинул, там же она и продолжает. Такая милая девушка. Как бы двусмысленно это не значило. Так, через 15 минут вернусь.
I then have the topic, the problem statement, and I go one step further and I assess the risk, the wish list, and the success metrics. It's really important to call these out because it then allows a product manager to prioritize which is the most significant category to address. Once a prioritization has taken place with my product manager, I then reach out to my developers to have a functionality mapping session. A functionality mapping session is a step that I take before I go into designing. The reason for this is I need to understand as a designer if functionality, capabilities, features are actually feasible. And this is where the developers come in. To create the template for this, if I press N on my keyboard, that will give up a shortcut in how to create a new sticky. So I'm going to select green. And here I'm going to add in my journey. I'll then give an example of that journey. On the right hand side, I'll then start to call out my features. Feature 1. And then feature 2. On reload, this is where developers will start to add in their comments. Could be comments about the architecture, about something else, but this allows a conversation to take place before I start designing on what is actually feasible, what is the difficulty, and if we were to do this feature, how would this be t-shirt size in the sprint? Once I've completed the designs, I tend to either export them or screenshot them into Miro. The reason for this is it's really easy for my product manager or my engineers or anyone else to leave a comment and review. So one way they can leave a comment is by pressing C, and they can leave a comment. And they can drag and drop that anywhere onto the image. Another way that they can leave a review is with a sticky note. I hope this overview was incredibly useful. As I mentioned, Miro is absolutely great and used extensively in our day-to-day processes and ways of working at Kaluza. Thanks, everyone.
Okay, I got it. I'll be sharing all my vacay deeds on my board from now on.
Okay, but don't worry about that while you're on vacation. You just need to enjoy the sunshine, maybe drink a few drinks.
See, I wish I didn't have to worry about it while I was on the beach, but let's face it, I'm going to return to so many notifications when I get back.
Ugh, notifications are the worst. But did you know with the Miro and Slack integration, all of your comments and mentions will be in the same place? You won't even miss any of them.
Oh yeah, that's right. You know, we also have a ton of other really cool integrations. Here are a couple worth checking out.
fun doesn't stop there. Come join our community at community.miro.com and submit your first Miroverse template today.
Did somebody say swag?
Yes, there is swag. In fact, we recently launched our Miro swag store. Scan the QR code below for a chance to win.
All right, team, let's roll.
Bye.
Oh, hey, Joe.
Hey, McCall.
I thought we were meeting at the coffee shop before we went to the office. You're still coming, right?
Actually, I decided to start my vacation a little early. I'm in LA right now.
Vacation? Oh my gosh, I would love a vacation right now. Tell me you at least planned it out on a Miro board.
Girl, no. Why would I plan my vacation on a Miro board?
Joe, okay, you're missing out. Taylor from sales, she showed me the other day. She planned her entire European vacation out on a Miro board.
Wait, really?
Yeah. Okay, do you have your phone with you? I'll send it to you.
Yeah, perfect. Thanks.
Hello, Miro distributed community. My name is Taylor Saig. I am a sales leader at Miro, and today I wanted to show you what I do in a Miro board when I'm not working at Miro. It's arguably one of my favorite topics of all time, and it is traveling, planning trips. What better place to do that than Miro? So, a little backstory here. My partner and I had been planning this fantastic trip for around 4 years. A little something called COVID got in the way. We had quarantined, we weren't allowed to travel. And then finally, we were able to plan our dream trip. But we were a bit rusty. It had been a while since we traveled. And we started thinking about, where do we even begin? So this is where Miro came into play. We first and foremost just mapped out all of the dates that we were going to be gone so that it would make just booking the hotels and organizing flights super, super easy. You can see where we were when. Next, we wanted to understand, what does the all-in expenses look like? You can see here that we've actually linked out an actual Google Sheet. It made it super easy to come into this spreadsheet whenever we booked something new, whether it was a hotel, a flight, a restaurant. We came in and just populated the price so that we had a really easy way to understand the total cost of the trip itself. I'm a little nerdy, so I like to know that going into a trip so I know where I can splurge on a nice dinner or where I can buy some cool vintage clothes. We then wanted to understand, hey, what does the weather look like when we're traveling? We wanted to know what to pack, and so we did a quick search around what weather was like in Lyon and San Sebastian in September, and there's your answer. Now let's move on to the fun part. So for us, we really wanted to stay in some boutique hotels. We wanted to stay a little bit off the beaten path. And so we wanted to map out, where we would be in relation to the really touristy areas. For us, we wanted to steer clear of that. We wanted to be in a little quainter area with some of the locals where we could get some really good recommendations and just kind of fly by the seat of our pants. So you can see here that for me, I'm a very visual person. I wanted to see not only where we'd be on the map, but also what the interior design was like and what the surrounding areas were like. We included the link to the hotel here that you can very quickly and easily access. And then finally, when we booked, we include our booking confirmation. So this made it super simple, especially when you're kind of like chaotically traveling, to just organize everything in one place. So instead of, checking into the hotel and frantically searching my Google Mail account, I could just really quickly dive into this board, find it, boom, I'm good to go. Next, we wanted to really build out our own itinerary. For us, we wanted to leave it open-ended. We wanted to just kind of create whatever the day had in store for us. And so we just dropped in a few ideas and we figured, let's just feel it out. Let's see what we want to do. So we weren't folks that relied on some of the travel books. We wanted to, again, just lean on locals, understand what they recommended, understand, what they thought were the must-see sorts of things. So this was a great way for us to drop in a few ideas. So strolling through the streets of Lyon, going to a little wine shop and doing a tasting, and heading to a park, all of those were great ideas. And we wanted to be sure to kind of remind ourselves of, hey, here are the cool things that we can do. Let's just figure out when we want to plug those into our trip. So we dropped all of that in. And finally, This trip wouldn't be complete without some really, really, really spectacular food. After all, that was the goal of this trip, was to eat our way through these fantastic food cities. And so you can see here that this is where we did the majority of our research, which is around any sorts of restaurants that came highly recommended, anything that was Michelin rated. And we just figured if we had the chance to get in here, we should absolutely do it. So you can see some really fun food guides from websites like Eater or Condé Nast Traveler. And then we've included little sticky notes that tell you what's going on in each one of these restaurants. Shameless plug. You should definitely go to San Sebastian and eat this delicious, delicious meal. It was my absolute favorite. That is an overview of how you can use Miro to not only do great and productive work, but to also plan the trip of a lifetime. I highly recommend it. Thanks so much.
Workshop creation can seem daunting, but in this video, in honor of Miro Distributed 2022, I will share with you my one secret to creating workshops that are perfect for you and your participants. Hi, I'm Philip Wallaga, founder of BT&G Studio, and it is my mission to create a world in which truly every company is customer-centric. I'm a design thinking expert, certified design sprint facilitator, and a Dutch Miro expert. And yes, I know that's way too much, but in my defense, I've been going at it for over 15 years, contributing to the success of brands such as Adidas, Air France KLM, Lego, Heineken, Philips, PwC, Vodafone, and many more. But enough about me, let's jump straight into the magic. So, here we go. Let's talk about it. The one secret to creating your own unique workshops. And this all starts with design thinking. For me, quite a few years ago already, this was such a huge eye-opener. When I was working as a UX designer, I noticed that I was simply designing things because people told me so. I'll keep this short because I'll only have a few minutes, but what you see here are actually rectangles, pivoted, rotated to a quarter to the right. And it all has to do with, first you have to discover, collect things, and then you have to define it. So what does that actually mean? Then you have a lot of ideas and concepts which you'll test, and you will make it smaller again because you'll see that some things work and some things don't. Now that whole idea for me was a huge eye-opener when it came to designing workshops. Because it's actually diverging and converging. So diverging means creating choices or creating options, collecting things, making things broader, and then you're going to converge, making things smaller. So there are different ways you can actually do this, and I'll show you just one example of everything. So see every workshop in a few steps. You'll collect things, create those choices and options. You'll have to somehow make them digestible, either by grouping them or removing a couple of already. And then you could do a voting session, and at the end someone should decide. Now that deciding thing also comes from a design sprint workshop that I'm working on, or actually a design sprint masterclass in which you'll learn the entire strategy of design sprints, but that is a different story. So let's talk about collecting. And there's different ways you can actually collect information or create options. One of the examples would be either listening to an expert interview or a user interview or observing a user test, and you'll create a lot of different cards. You could say you could start with either writing down the problems, but asking the people not to simply write, "This doesn't work." Ask them, how might we make something like this work? So it's a different way of writing things down. So we have a template in the Miroverse, which is called the Desert of the Unknown. It's entirely free. You can download it. And what I like to do is personalize things, so you could create those Apple emojis or some other type of avatar for every participant. And every participant will have their own little section to work in. So this is an example of how something like that could work. You could type in here, how might we do this or this or this? And you can actually see that the individual already also have voting dots, but let's pause that for a second. So you have collected and created options. Now it's all about grouping. And there are different ways of doing that. It all depends on your workshop, your challenge, but try to find things that are either the same and remove them if they're double. If they're not exactly the same, put them in a group. But it's very important to give that group a name, because it could look something like this, and it could be a specific topic or a specific department. It's all up to you. So now we've done the first part, which is the creating choices. So you've collected a lot of things and you already kind of grouped them together. So now we're actually going to converge by making some choices. And once again, making choices are also, there's a lot of ways to do this, so I'll just show you one of the voting options. And traditionally in a physical or on-site location, you could do something called dot voting, which is nothing else than putting a sticker on ideas that you like, and this way you can actually see where the heat is on the wall. So if you would have all these cards next to each other, you could see, well, a lot of people find this interesting or that interesting. And yeah, in Miro you could do a voting option. So for example, here in the top right, you can say, I want to do a little bit of voting, and you can drag a space like this, or simply click the filter sticky notes, and you can say, okay, everyone has 3 votes, 2 minutes, start the vote. Once again, I'll leave it there for now. But that would be one way of voting. And voting isn't the same as deciding. So there should be a decider who could look at this and say, you know what? I see how everyone has voted. I'm using that as information to base my decision on, and I'm going to choose this one as the winner. So there it is, very short, a few ways to first collect information, make things larger, and then narrowing it down. So that was my video, real short. Before I leave you, I want to ask you one thing. If you found this video interesting, or if this is a topic that you find interesting or want to know more about, I'm running a design thinking community, which is called the BTNG community. It's totally free. Feel free to join. We'd love to meet new people, introduce yourself, and we talk about design thinking, user research, creating prototypes, running workshops. So there's definitely a lot there.
Ну давайте.
So thank you so much
как говорится,
for
последний слот,
viewing this video. I hope
он трудный
it helps
самый,
you
да?
to create your own unique workshops.
Ouch, ouch, ouch. Ту-ту-ту-ту-ту-ту-ту. Серьезно? Самое большое количество пошло в building blocks for brainstorming? Ну, такое себе, наверное. Угу. Так, что я хотел посмотреть, куда я собираюсь вообще? Я же куда-то хотел попасть. Вот, мне и напомнили, куда я хотел попасть. Нет, я хочу просто проверить, действительно это последний слот, и дальше у нас будет ретроспектива, или еще какой-то будет у нас... по времени... Кстати, есть ощущение, что будет еще. Да, действительно есть такое ощущение. Давайте посмотрим. Взглянем правде в глаза. Да, 2 слота. 2 слота, божечки. Угу. 2 слота. Слот сейчас. Так, и слот потом. Они в накладку получаются, да? Да или нет? Нет. Там почему-то опять разрыв. Полчаса. Или я чего-то не понимаю, у нас все сдвинулось, может быть, просто и все сдвинулось куда-то. Сейчас решим, наверное. Наверное, решим. А даже если не решим, то какая разница? Так, ладно, у меня же была адженда. Moving Minds. Все, действительно, мы идем в Moving Minds. Заходим, и кажется, это очень непопулярно использовано,
You
да?
do see my attention ever slightly drift. It's not because I don't love being here with you, but at 1
Я
a.m.
просто
I am
подглянуть
ever
хочу.
so
Что у нас
slightly
там за
unsleepy
Moving
something.
Minds
I'm
было?
very undercaffeinated at the moment, so it may every once in a while take a little while to gather my thoughts. Been doing this for quite some time. Last year did this in 35 plus countries virtually. 2019, 25 plus
Понятно.
face-to-face. Mostly for 400, all that kind of stuff around the world. Although we do a
Хорошо.
lot of nonprofit and NGO stuff as well. And this is actually my third time getting to talk and hang out with all of you at Distributed. So it's really, really a pleasure to be here. But that's enough about me. I'd really like to know. Thank you, Teresa. That's very kind that you wouldn't know that I'm sleepy. Normally,
Отлично,
I would
то есть,
actually slightly caffeinate myself for this, but I have another session starting
у него
face-to-face
презентация,
at
это
8:30 a.m.,
его
so I
зеленый
didn't risk
экран.
it. So, yeah, fantastic.
На ощущение, что оно причем
Yeah,
как обрезается.
very, very good. Thank you, Marissa, for making the note in the chat. If you want to see me larger because my slides are behind me, you can click on my video and pin me. You can pin me so I am larger there.
Мгм.
So,
Ну,
without further
давай,
ado, I'm kind
пин.
of curious how all of you would actually define influence. And just to make that a bit more fun, I would invite you all to click
Тебя
on
слишком
that lovely,
много,
beautiful link
Джошуа.
that is at the top of the board there. I see that we've got 35 people on there, and I would love you actually to grab a square and just to get to defining influence in however you would like to define it. And we'll just give you a minute to do that, not too long. And I can see we're going quite wild there. We have 72 people in the room, and I believe I have 70 squares. Did I do my math right? So we're pretty close. If you need an extra
Ой,
sticky
ладно,
note, feel
пойдем
free to toss one
на
on there.
доску.
But I am kind of curious what we got here. All right, let's see what we're getting here. And if I was being really fancy, we could also vote on which definition we wanted. But I actually just want to get an ad hoc survey of some of our definitions. So influencing others,
Может, в интерактив?
changing minds, impacting direction. I'm liking this. Storytelling to influence, love that. Guiding factors to motivate or sway someone's actions, positive or
Да.
negative. Strong point of view, new
Ах ты
ideas,
хитрец,
persuasive,
а?
movement,
Смотрите-ка.
inspire. And you know what? It's got to be true
Прикрыл.
because it's got an exclamation point. Fantastic change, all that kind of fun stuff. A lot of really good definitions. And I'm very happy that these are largely positive definitions that we're capturing here on the board. The reason why I say it is when I do this session a lot of times with clients, there's always at least one or two people who have a mild temptation to go into the manipulation side of influence, but they're like, yes, we're going to learn to trick people. And I need to be super, super clear. When we're talking about mapping conversations
А
and
мужик-то
mapping
шарит.
influential dialogues using Miro, we're
Смарт-митинг
very much
ведет.
talking about positive influence.
Ну,
Not just because
красавчик.
it's ethical and a good idea, but also honestly because the research doesn't tend to support this idea of manipulative influence. It might work in a very brief moment, but in the long run, most conversations and most business relationships are just that. They're relationships. They're extended over time, and it's just not a good practice. So we got a lot of positive, good definitions going on here about inspiring change, all that kind of stuff. And that kind of aligns really with kind of the Cambridge definition on this, to cause someone to change a behavior, belief, opinion, etc. And I think that's a great definition. But I also think it's, to some extent, missing half the ingredients of the recipe. So if we look at influence, on the one side, we've got the things that we're bringing to the table, our message, the things that we would like people to embrace, to change, etc. But on the
Но
other side, I think
не
it comes down to
согласен
a
с
lot
ним,
of what
что
Paul
вот он решил
Watzlawick, who's a
разделить
very famous organizational behavior psychologist,
что он
and he said the
отделил
belief that one's
интерактив
own view of reality is the only
и
reality is the most dangerous of
отдельно
all delusions.
поставил
And what he means by this is this idea that it's just our view
презу.
that matters.
Хотя интересно, конечно,
It's just
давайте.
not quite enough. So when we're talking about the recipe for good influence, it's a mixture of exactly what we've all
Надо было
shared
делать
here
в
on the
одном
Miro board.
пространстве.
But the other half of that is really about what's going on in the other person's head, the ingredients they've got, and how we could bring those to the surface. So today, actually, on the Miro boards, we're going to be exploring this over about the next 35, 40 minutes. So hopefully I can get you interested in some of the techniques for positive influence using Miro boards, help you actually map, explore, and remix those conversations, and get you a little bit curious to check out some of the follow-up resources. So without further ado, I'm actually kind of curious. based on this definition of influence, this positive one, where it's us trying to move people's minds, you know, to change of things, but also making sure that we're pulling ingredients from wherever they're going, how good are you at doing that? So on a scale of 1 to 10, if you could just type in the chat really, really quick, and that's the chat in Hopin. This is one of the few things not on the Miro board. Where are we at? 10, absolute master at influence, didn't even need this, just wanted to hang out with me at, you know, 1 a.m. Hong Kong time and keep me awake, which I do appreciate. 1, total disaster, you know, not even sure what we're doing here. Somewhere between 1 and 10. Partial numbers are fine, 6.25, 8.33. Look at that, we've got a full wide spectrum going on there. We've got from 6, 7, 8. What's the highest number going on there? Who's the most optimistic? All the way down to 4s. So it looks like we got a 4 to 8. Oh, David Diaz, an 8 that is on fire. Thank you. I like the emphasis there. You've literally lit it on fire. Yeah, and so when we're talking about this influence, this idea here, obviously there's this blend of culture, context, and character. Individual variation, situational variation. Yeah, depending on the topic, Quanta. Excellent answer. And cultural variation. The only point that I want to make when we're starting to talk about influence and mapping it in Miro is a lot of times there's a temptation to go too deep into the culture side. And I do recommend, if you want to dive deep into culture, Aaron Meyer, Culture Map, great book on this. But the one little note I want to pin on that is it's not as simple as like an East-West divide, because way too often people try to oversimplify influence looking at it. And I just want to make an example, and this is from Aaron Meyer. And she's got 2, you know, axes here. Avoids confrontation, emotionally unexpressive. Hey, Natalie, great to have you in the show as well. We got UK and Sweden down here, but we've also got Korea and Japan. And the only point I'm trying to make with that is that when we're looking at the culture, context, character, all that kind of stuff that impacts how we influence others, we don't want to make over-assumptions about culture and start stereotyping around it. So today, a lot of what we're going to be exploring is that individual variation and contextual variation. So that's a mouthful. That's the TED Talk. The TED Talk is done. What I'd like to do, actually, is start looking about why we're using Miro for this, and then actually getting a couple of volunteers to start doing this. So before I ask for 2 volunteers, I just want to plant a thought in your head and give you a little bit of time to think about that thought, so that you're feeling ready if you do raise your hand in just a moment. So for those of you who are interested in volunteering, what I'd like you to be thinking of is imagine for the 2023 distributed, so not 2022, next year, but 2023 distributed, we're going to do an unusual location for the offsite. We're going to do it all face-to-face. We're not going to be dialing in virtually. We're all of us who love Miro are going to all together somewhere. And what I'd like you to do is to think now in your head, what is your really interesting, unusual destination that you're totally convinced everyone should buy into to have the next Miro offsite? We're going to come back to this slide in just a moment, and we're going to start playing with it. But I just want to plant that seed with you now, because we're going to loop back to it in a second. So before we get to that, why Miro? Quick question, I'll ask this in the chat. The secret to why we're using Miro for doing this is this. Now, my question to you, which I'd love a yes, no, or maybe in the chat, is would you be willing to live here? This right here, that's the interior. This is exterior. The reversible destiny lofts. And this is actually an apartment complex in Japan. So interior, exterior, yes, no, maybe. Would you be willing to live here? Yes, no, maybe. I'm kind of... Thank you, Santia. No, absolutely not. I love the effusive no. No, maybe if it was free.
Нет, ребят, извините. Перерос эти
that was such an effusive no. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate that. So I should make a note for those of you saying yes, where you're agreeing. Yes, but not with my kids. Thank you, Lillian. I like that idea there. It is a fun one. So this was actually designed very, very specifically, this reversible destiny law. It's actually designed to be a retirement community. So this was designed because they've done a lot of really interesting research where if people are living in a more literally reverses the aging process, but slows it down because it's constantly surprising us. Can't imagine my parents there. I'm with you. My parents are New Englanders through and through. They may find that an interesting environment to be in. They're in Newport, Rhode Island. This might be a bit of a stretch from there. But the reason why I say this is I would agree with the quote, it's a Churchill quote, that we shape our buildings and thereafter they shape us. We shape our environments, and that has an impact on the type of ways we live there, the type of conversations we can have. And the same is true with our Miro boards. So one of the best ways for us to actually visualize conversations, to actually see and play with them,
Хорошая
is
мысль,
through using a
Джошуа.
Miro board.
Хорошо.
So with that, and before I actually show you how we're using the Miro board, I'd actually like 2 volunteers, if I might. 2 volunteers. Volunteers, what you're going to be doing is you're going to be taken off mute. Yeah, you'll be joining us. And what you'll be doing is you're going to be having a short little debate about what's going to be the best location for an unusual offsite. Nabila, so we've got Nabila, awesome. So that's one person. So Marissa will unmute Nabila, and we need at least one more. We have up to 3 maximum. Renee, so we've got Nabila and Renee are going to have a debate. All right. All right, it's going to be Nabila and Renee. Fantastic. Could we unmute, please, Marissa, Nabila, and Renee? And we'll just double check to make sure the audio is working. We got Nabila and Renee. And if one of them, so Chris, thanks for raising your hand. If Nabila or Renee's audio is not working, we're going to pull you up on stage as our awesome backup.
Yes, apologies. I'm just trying to figure out how to unmute them.
I don't understood you.
No worries whatsoever. So, one moment.
Немножко тяжело становится уже.
They have to ask to share audio and video. Top of the screen.
Я, если честно, ощущаю, что это будет последний слот на сегодня.
Okay,
Suspense is very dramatic. You see the request? Okay, fantastic.
Okay.
Yes, I can, Nabila. No worries. I'll explain
Renee,
the debate.
I have you. I believe. Renee, can you say something?
Push your story. Pull there.
Renee, can you hear me?
Hey, yes, we got you, Renee. One down, one to go. And yes, Nabila, I'll explain again. Renee, hello.
And Nabila, yes, if you can request to share your audio, I can add you as well.
К сожалению, нет. Wow.
Good to see you, Renee. All right, we've got one more.
Just waiting on the request from Nabila.
Or Nabila, if you're not able to find the request button, Chris, if you want to try it as well, top right of the presenter window, whoever gets to it first, we'd love to have either one of you up here with us so we can begin this conversation.
Okay, Nabila, I saw your request come through and I just added you. So hopefully you're showing up soon. There you are.
Hey, welcome Nabila. Fantastic. So yes, let me briefly explain what we're about to do. So thank you so much for volunteering. What Nabila and Renee are going to be doing, and this is, how to put it, this is potentially a friendlier discussion than the ones we do with some of our
я понимаю.
and sales discussions, but we're having a nice friendly version of it. And what Nabila and Renee, what you're doing is you're having a discussion. You're coming to a very important meeting at the Miro headquarters to propose your solutions and debate what's going to be the next offsite location for Miro. So I would like to have the offsite Miro distributed in Antarctica, or I would like to have it, in the space station, wherever it might be. But you have to try to persuade the other person. So it's a back and forth dialogue, not a presentation. It's a back and forth dialogue. And we're going to be trying to persuade the other person. Now, everybody else who's sitting here in the meeting, you've actually got something to do as well. And let me explain what that is. If you click on that wonderful, wonderful link that's up there, you're going to see that I've got this nice board here. Let me make myself transparent. So Renee and Nabila, you can be thinking about your argumentation, your influence, persuasion while I explain this to everybody else. I've got here, let me just shrink myself down slightly. Make it a little easier to see. Semi-transparent, Jedi style. There we are. So what we've got here is we've got something called the conversation map. Now, regardless of context, culture, and character, underneath every conversation is this map. Now, how you move around the map is definitely going to differ depending on culture, context, and character, but the map itself is the same. You can either be in this yellow corner, yoink, right there, where you're storytelling and persuading, essentially trying to push your message out there. And thank you very much, Annalisa. Or you can be over here in the red zone, which oftentimes you put your message out there. Renee says something to Nabila, and Nabila goes, I understand you, but, and so pushes back, goes to that red zone. So the question is, how do we get out of that red zone? And way too often what happens in the conversation is people just go back to the yellow zone. Oh, I understand you, but, and they just try to persuade again. Where we really want to be trying to go to get unstuck, so we don't get in this perpetual loop of I understand you, but that's a nice idea, but statement, statement, position, position, parallel monologues with no real dialogue. We're trying to get up to this blue zone of understanding, validating, and then after Nabila and Renee feel understood. And I need to be clear, there's a big difference between me saying, Renee, I understand you, and Renee's going, no, you don't. And Renee actually feeling understood, because then Renee might be willing to listen to what I've got to share, or to engage me in mutual problem solving, where it's a bit of my ingredients and a bit of her ingredients. So I've got over here an example with Nathan and Robert that I'll show you in a little bit, but we're actually going to replace the Nathan and Robert. I would like you, instead of having Nathan and Robert, blue. Renee, since you dialed in first, are you okay with being the color blue, Renee? You are blue. Nabila, are you okay being the color reddish pink? Is that all right? So that color is going to represent you. You don't need to worry about those. Everybody else in the dialogue, everybody else who's watching this, the 103 people we have, no pressure, Renee and Nabila, the 103 people who are watching this debate, what I'd like you to do is, as you see the conversation happening, when you see Renee do something, she's blue again, Renee is blue, Nabila pink in this, move the sticky note into what they're doing. So if you see Renee telling a story, just move it on over here. And if you see her, doing something else, take another sticky note, move it to there. So you're moving the sticky notes to where the person is. You're moving the sticky notes to where the person is as the dialogue is going on. And in the background, I'm also going to be doing some live transcription. All right. Does that make sense what I'm doing? So everybody in the audience, I hope it makes sense. Again, blue, Renee. I really should have done red, Renee. That would have been super easy. Why did I not think of that? Anyways, it's fine. We're not switching it. Renee, you're blue. It's 1:30 a.m. here in Hong Kong. Renee, you're blue. Nabila, you're pink. People, please do move the stickies as they have the conversation. I'm also, thank you so much at Viva. That's awesome. I'm going to also turn up transcript in the background so we can map out the dialogue another way in just a moment. Are there any questions before we begin, Renee and Nabila? You're coming into a meeting. It's a really important debate. Feel free to interrupt each other, push back, anything you'd like. Renee and Nabila, are we ready to begin?
Yes.
So I will probably cut you off in about 5 minutes. I'll probably cut you off prematurely. Don't worry if you don't get to the end of the conversation. It's no stress. And without further ado, Renee, Nabila, a big clap. You may both come off mute, and let's begin. With you, Renee.
Well, sure. Yes. I'd like to suggest the location of Wayside Waifs Animal Shelter in Kansas City, Missouri. I recently actually ran a conference here, and it was a beautiful facility. Imagine looking around and seeing picturesque views of the mountains and the plains, and just having trees surround you as you're sitting there in a conference. On top of that, there are also 3 huge screens. It is set up for any kind of digital sharing, which would be
Короче, получается, он дал задание аргументировать свою точку зрения, я так понимаю, по вопросу жить там вот в этом доме. И остальным он предложил распределить, как бы вот сейчас, где находится у нас Рене.
Nabila, you are muted. You are muted.
Не только muted, но и без видео.
We may have lost our other volunteer.
Oh no!
No worries. Oh, there she is. Oh, you're still muted, Nabila. I'm so sorry. Can we have to unmute you?
Да не видео выключи, а
Nabila has some really good perspective.
Yes. Well, let Nabila jump in when Nabila's back.
Нет, микрофон надо было проверить.
All right. In the meantime, let me tell you more about this space because it's fabulous. So another way that it's accessible that I really liked is that there are all gender restroom occupancy. They're fully private, which I like to have for folks so that everybody feels comfortable getting what they need. There's also a huge full-size kitchen there. So you have everything you need to be able to host. And then one thing that's further is that motivation and inspiration. What better to be able to have a beautiful functional space, but that is connected to a nonprofit?
It's probably on the iPad. It's probably the iPad issue. No worries, Nabila. That's possible. Now, I know it works in Zoom, but apologies in Hopin. I don't know if the iPad audio works. It might be that, Nabila. So actually, can I quickly, because we are making sure that this is a dialogue, not a monologue. Marissa, would you mind debating Renee, since you are already up on stage? What do you think about Renee's idea? Push back as hard as possible, Marissa. I know you've got some ideas. You don't want a shelter. You don't even like kittens. You are anti-animals. Let's push back. Nabila, I'm so sorry to cut you off. We love having you up on stage. I'm so sorry it doesn't work with the iPad. We learned something new today. Marissa, please push back.
Okay, yes, I hate animals. Boo. That's bad idea, Renee. I would rather go to the park. It's really fun, and we can swim and go on rides. My favorite water park is Schlitterbahn, which is here in Texas, in a city called New Braunfels. It has lots of very exciting water slides and rides, and I just think it's better than animals. You know,
where my mind is going, Marissa, is what does this liability look like? Is that something that we would need to get approved through multiple processes and have people sign waivers and things like that?
Yeah, that's a great call out. And I think that we would need to get some waivers signed, and I don't think that would be a problem because everybody loves a water slide.
I feel like that's a little bit of a generalization, which is funny because in my mind, I'm like, everybody likes animals, and then you don't. So thank you for sharing that.
Вообще, это можно использовать очень много где. Хорошая упражняшка, и не обязательно вот здесь, то есть где есть 4 у нас стиля чего-то, можно так это делать. Двое демонстрацию, остальные распределяют. Опять же, стратегии, предположим, да, если каковую стратегию занимал в разговоре. Давайте погуглим, кто такой Джошуа Дэвис.
We'll provide full scuba suits for anybody that's uncomfortable in a bathing suit. And they can wear those to the conference, and it's great. Yeah. The sticky notes will get wet. Good point, Bobby.
That was absolutely beautiful. Stop the conversation there. I mean, we could go on forever in this slightly nonsensical dialogue that is. We were going for a real dialogue because I know Nabila's got. Nabila, if you could actually just type in the chat, what was your idea of the place? Because honestly, we're just all so curious, and I'm so sorry we weren't able to hear you up on the main stage, but we are genuinely curious. And with that, actually, can we give Renee and Marissa a huge clap? Renee, we can have you gently step down off. And what we're going to do now is we're going to unpack this dialogue, and I'm going to show you a couple of different techniques that we can use to do that. So this is, again, going back to our beautiful Miro board. And Nabila, if you've got a chance, do type in the chat where you wanted to go, because we are really curious. At least I am. You can see that what we were already doing on here is we were mapping where the conversation was going at different points. Now, what's kind of interesting about these kind of conversations is with Miro boards, you can actually embed things in them. I'm sure many of you are aware of that. But if not, one of the things that I actually like to do, if I'm doing this, for example, in a Zoom or some other session, is we can actually not just have people mapping it out like this with the sticky notes, we can have them actually be mapping it out with the real conversation. So for example, if I've got an Otter going on, and let me just, so Otter is a transcription software. And if I am on my Otter and it is actually recording what I'm doing, so there we are, you can see it's actually recording what I'm doing, blah, 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 and it is going through that. Going to challenge Renee with the goals, going and propose either Dubai or London. Ooh, good choice, Nabila, especially London when it's warmer. And you can see what I'm saying, that's all appearing there. Now, why am I showing you that? Because if I actually share this, let me just click the share thing here, and I'm going to copy that lovely link there. I'm going to go to an iframe generator. Any old iframe generator will do. I'm going to copy that little sharing link, and I'm going to generate myself a lovely iframe. There we are. Copy that. And what I would do here is on this main board, I would actually go on here. I'd be in facilitator view, of course, because I need to have that. I would go on in here into my embed iframe code. Nice little iframe code on in there. This is behind the scenes. You don't need to see this, but we're going to show you anyways. And I'm going to do a nice little embed. Look at that.
Все это выступление для меня похоже на то, что типа, смотри, как я умею, да? А так можешь?
There we are.
Давай, где мы? По-моему, это уже
yes,
есть.
I'm loving this stuff on I love
зачем? Ты же уже...
So, what we've got going on here,
не знаю.
and it's going to pop up in just
What's
one
going on?
As it gets all started up, is you can actually see my live dialogue going forward there. So if it was a back and forth dialogue between two people, I didn't do it in Hopin because in Hopin there doesn't have that transcription integration, but if you're doing this on Zoom, you can do it. And what's nice here is it's not just the dialogue, but I could actually copy and paste that dialogue, and instead of having a sticky note, I could literally take something that was happening in the conversational turn, come on in here for one of these sticky notes, or just copy and paste it, and but boom, it actually is literally the thing that I just said. So we're mapping out that back and forth dialogue, visually showing where the conversation is going in real time, which is something that's really, really interesting for us to unpack. Lots and lots of fun there as our first step towards doing that. So in terms of having an awareness, the first step of getting better at these conversational dialogues is having people have this awareness of where the dialogue's actually going. So that's our first step. The second step is what we do with it next. So let me just go to the next screen here. Hidden for now. Let's unhide this. Doesn't need to be a head. Yeah, it is a really cool clue. It's not the only one. What we're going to look at now is what lies beneath. So let me just kind of pull back for just a moment before we dive on into this. Because as I did say, we did do actually some transcription on that wonderful dialogue that was up there about animals and pets versus water parks. A lovely dialogue, although I know plenty of golden retrievers that would be okay with merging those two solutions. And what we're going to do now is actually, beyond just mapping out where they are on that map, we're going to try to look a bit behind the scenes. Because one of the biggest challenges, as Covey says in conversation, is that most people do not listen with the intent to understand. They listen with the intent to reply. That will work in Zoom on the spot. Yes, it will, 100%. And if you've got the Otter, so it's not the only way to do it. There's a bunch of different tools that integrate directly with Zoom. I was using Otter, it's one that I prefer to use. I don't work for Otter. You're welcome to use any other tool. Descript and a couple of others also integrate. Any of the live transcription tools will work, and you can actually, as long as they've got a separate thing they go to, you can iframe it directly into the Miro board and then have literally people pulling pieces of the conversation onto the board itself, which is super fun. But anyways, yeah, let's step back. Why this matters. Most people don't listen to understand, they listen with the intent to reply, meaning just like we said on that map, you see that dialogue going back and forth between red, yellow, and you'll usually see a lot more sticky notes in these two categories, and not that many sticky notes going up in there into that green and blue. Yeah, sometimes it does keep misspelling things. I had a participant today, Caitlin, in session. Her name was Sharon, and it kept calling her Sheriff. Sharon decided that Sheriff was actually a lot of fun, and she was happy being the new sheriff in town. So in that case, it wasn't a bad error, but yeah, it's not a perfect transcription. We're getting better every time. But yeah. So the question is, rather than just getting stuck back in that back and forth loop, how can we catch the ball and go in a different direction? How can we actually explore it and go somewhere else in the conversation? And that's really what we're trying to do. So for example, if Marissa says something to me, what do I do with it? She tosses this ball of thread to me. Do I just drop it on the ground, or do I in some way weave it together? Every conversation is truly many possible conversations. As a kid, I used to love these like choose your own adventure books. You get to page 23 and it says, would you like to go up the mountain? Turn to page 84. Would you like to go into the dark cavern? Turn to page 86. And so essentially
Как же мощно он заряжает энергией, согласитесь.
And everything opens and closes different doors.
А сколько же метафор на квадратный метр? Оптимальное количество, я бы сказал.
Doors and close other doors. Not saying one is better than the other, but saying that we definitely were making some choices in terms of how we were shaping that conversation. So let's take a literal look at the conversation. Let me show you behind the scenes what I am doing here. Just to show you the behind the scenes stuff. It's going to get slightly messy, but it's good to see. You see I've got my big blank slate here that I want to do some subtexting on, start analyzing this conversation a bit more. And what I actually want to do for that is I want to take the beautiful meeting notes that I've uploaded. That is the transcript from the live conversation we just had a moment ago. And it should be ready to go. Yep, I've got my speaker 1 and my speaker 2 right there. I can now embed it if we wanted to do that. And instead, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to export it really quick. So we're just going to export this. I'm just going to keep it really simple. Export to text. It has nicely downloaded itself. We're just going to open that up, show that in the Finder, and we're going to drag that onto the Miro board. So super, super easy. It's going to get dragged onto the Miro board as a nice little text, and that means we're going to be able to play with it then. So dropping that on there.
Нажмите и послушайте этот текст. Ну давай.
Don't embarrass me on the spot, Miro. I know you work perfectly well with this.
Ну ты потому что...
Oh, sorry, I meant to do doc. This is the, it does work perfectly well. Export to doc, not to text. Brain freeze, it is again 1:30 a.m. in Hong Kong. So apologies. One more time. Let's try that one more time. Export to document. I do actually know how to do this.
Мужик.
Yes, I am aware of that. That's actually why I'm exporting it to doc as opposed to text object, Robert. You're absolutely right. 100%. So the workaround for that is specifically going to doc or PDF, although I prefer doc for this one, because that way I can avoid that whole issue. But yeah, you are 100% correct, Robert. And Robert, it's awesome to have you in session because Robert is one of the most awesome and consistent posters on the Miro community forums. So it's really good to have you here. And that is like super, super cool. Thanks for joining us.
Хорошо,
so
давай.
then I would just basically pull this on up, and we can then, of course, expand it if I want to the 2 pages. I can expand this all. Fun little Miro features here we got going on. And we got our conversation here. I'm just going to lock it, though, because I don't want to go anywhere. We're doing the very rough version of this today. It's all locked down in here. Yeah, it's a fun workaround. And so we've got here this back. We've got the actual conversation. And so what we would do in looking at this conversation, and this is, again, more of a monologue than a dialogue at the moment. It gets to be dialogue a little bit later on. But in this conversation here, we would want to have people actually map out what's going on behind the scenes. Because if we want to get out of that red box into more the blue box, there's essentially 5 techniques we can do. We can look at following up. So questions for greater information and what else, tell me more. And basically not just focusing on the position someone's got. I want the water park. I want to go to the animal shelter. But why did they come to that position? What was behind that? Basically, we want to go open and go deep with our conversations and questioning. Second thing we want to do is listen and label. Not just understand what people are saying, but what's behind what people are saying. Are they excited or are they angry or frustrated by something? A lot of times we stay on the surface level of the conversation and we know something's going on behind, but we're afraid to bring it to the surface. So one of the best ways to actually do that is to tag the subtext quite literally. So I've got it here. If you want to try this on the board now, you're extremely welcome to. Again, the link is at the top. And what I'd actually recommend, there's a couple different ways you can do this, is you can actually use our nice little pen tool over here. Choose a color that maps the feeling that you think's behind it. So for example, let's go for joy. I'm going for joy. That pretty much maps there. And I'm going to find a place in here that feels like it's representing joy. I'm going to try and underline that little bit here. If you don't feel like doing that tool, you're also welcome to go, and we sometimes have people do this by grabbing a bunch of emojis. So literally grab your emoji and copy and paste whichever emoji you think fits to that particular line. Basically, we're not just looking at the text itself, but what's behind the text. What is the emotion or feeling that's behind it? And this is really a great way to have people analyzing a conversation. And you can see we're beginning to get people having some fun coloring it out. All right. Awesomeness. Yeah, highlighter is better. Yeah, so highlighter is better. There is the highlighter option. Highlighter option is the second option down. That is better option there. The reason why I didn't choose highlighter for this, Ilya, very specifically,
it's me.
3 color options, and for the emotional wheel, we want to have a few more options in terms of matching the color ones. But you're absolutely right. If I wanted transparency, and if I've got like 100 people on here, it can get really, really messy. But usually when I'm doing this in session, I've usually just got up to like 20 or 30 people. Oh, there's more color options. Oh, am I learning something new? I'm clicking on the highlighter. Where's the more color options for highlighter? Am I about to learn? Oh my goodness gracious, that's embarrassing. Yes, there's more color options for highlighter as well. I stand corrected. Thank you, Caitlin and Ilya. Never mind. Y'all should use the highlighter tool. And see, I even learned something new today. I've been underlining things for months. I could have just clicked on that little button and done a highlighter. And look at that. We've already gone over the conversation. I hate animals too. Look at that, how we've emotionally tagged that. And that's beautiful. So this is, again, looking at subtext. Now, the next thing we can do if we want to take this dialogue even a little bit deeper is to look for the different directions we could take it. What are different ways that we can build common ground, to acknowledge and agree? Basically, they've done all this research on good versus not so good negotiators, and they found that the best negotiators not only ask more questions around subtext, around what's behind the position, the interest factor, but they're also trying to build shared common ground. Like, hey, we both want this to be a successful event for the community. We both want people to feel psychologically safe, to have joy in this, whether it's with animals or at the water park. What's underneath it, the shared common ground, is this kind of interest. Can I just make a pause here? Whoever tagged, what does this liability look like, and put the money sign? Legal and Compliance is very happy with you at this moment. So we're looking for that common ground, and we're looking also with how well we can show the other person that we've really heard them. So if I was saying to Marissa, if I understand you correctly, you're saying X, Y, Z. Marissa can either say, no, not exactly, Joshua, and give more information, or she can say, yeah, absolutely. And it doesn't mean we've agreed. But what's really, really critical there, you're welcome, Lacey, that was spot on, is as Cubby says here, people are willing to
Да, согласен с одним из участников.
So people are not usually willing to explore and problem solve or to
Здорово, что на конференции по самому миру узнаешь столько интересного вокруг мира.
Now, why is this gentleman wearing this slightly unusual outfit? Please type in the chat if you think you've got an idea what his job might be. What his job might be. What is his job? He's got a job, and he's wearing this outfit for his job. Any guess what that job is? Any guess what that job is? SWAT? That's possible, Lacey? Could be SWAT. Any other guess what that job might be? Stuntman, crash test dummy. I am liking all these suggestions. They are a heck of a lot of fun. Motocross. Last time I did this, someone said he was a professional chair tester. He is not a professional chair tester, alas. Apologies. Marketing manager. He is actually a product designer, and in particular, he is a product designer for products for the elderly. He's a product designer for products for the elderly. And the reason why I mention that is he's wearing this because what he's wearing is actually called an empathy suit. This suit is actually designed to make it harder for him to see, harder for him to hear, heavier and slower to move around. Basically, it's designed to age him 30 years in just 5 minutes, to force him to perspective take, to really understand his audience. This is crucial. For example, my brother is left-handed. I'm sure we've got a bunch of other left-handers in the room. You're all awesome. Left-handers, super awesome, like my brother, but also statistically 1.7 times more likely to be injured in a product accident, not because they're clumsy, although I might tell my brother that sometimes, but because product designers are usually right-handed designing for right-handers. So it's really critical that we try to do that perspective taking, not just having it out there, but truly, truly demonstrating it. So what we're actually going to do now is look at how we can actually demonstrate that, or rather, how we cannot demonstrate that. So my next thing on the board, which I've just opened up, is what we call the bad idea brainstorm. And what I'm going to do is I've got the whole dialogue up here, but I just want to take a single snippet of it. I just want to take a single snippet of it. And so I'm going to actually go on in here, and I'm going to look at one little exchange here. And I'm going to look at what speaker one says. So we've got speaker one going on here about, single occupancy, all this kind of stuff, and why it's an awesome place. But we're actually going to go, I just went too far. Sorry about that. We're actually going to go, we're going to start with Marissa's thing on I hate animals, I want to go to a water park, and how could we respond even worse to her thing. So she says that, and then we've got the speaker's response here, liability, all that kind of stuff. And what I would like you to do, yes, Serene, I absolutely love the bad idea brainstorm. Bad idea brainstorm. I love stretching people's brains in different directions. So I'm going to pull off the overall transcript here. And thank you for the nice little kitten. That's adorable. And what we're going to do in the middle is I'm just going to paste a snippet of this conversation, make it a little bit bigger.
За уголок потяни.
Nice and big. Come on. There we are. I hate animals, boo. That's our thing, the Schlitterbahn. Oh my goodness, I made it a little bit too big. Sorry about that. Again, this is what happens when we are moving very quickly at like almost 1:40 a.m. So what we would do here, and I'm going to do this one along with the other one that goes simultaneously with
Мы уже на
it.
4-м фрейме, а что
Our
на
beautiful
3-м?
bad idea
3-м было
brainstorm.
это?
Let me shrink that down slightly, bring it back into the center. Come on, Miro, don't let me down today. Move it on over. Hey, there it is. Nicely locked up in the center there. Boink, you got it there. What I'd love you to do is I would like you to think, take a look, zoom on into this, and surround it with sticky notes. Now, you could also use the mind mapping tool if you wanted to mind map it off that, but I'd love you to surround it. What would be even worse responses to this comment? So this was the one that Marissa put out here. This is her dialogue quote.
Самое, вы придумайте самое худшее продолжение этого разговора.
Is that something we need to get approved through multiple processes?
Это прям
That's what we got,
хорошо.
which is, again, going back to that red zone of blocking very, very much. But I'd love to hear what could be worse potential answers here. And I'm sure we're going to get a whole bunch surrounding it. Now, while you're doing that, I'm also going to open up the next one, which is the opposite. And so for the next one, the opposite one, once we've stretched people into that negative zone of the bad idea brainstorm, we, of course, want to talk about how we can remix it in a much more positive way. So what we do for that usually, if we're going to remix it in the positive way, so feel free, I'm going to let you bad idea brainstorm for a moment, is I would once again pull our beautiful, beautiful document up here. And yes, we'll be done in exactly 2 minutes. I'm super punctual. Ba-ba-ba-ba. And what we would have here is we would ask people to actually use one of these techniques to take just one section of this, one exchange where it goes from speaker 1 to speaker 2, and to try to remix it using the questioning technique, following up, agreeing, acknowledging, listening or labeling, summarize or paraphrasing, or that helping technique. So to take a sticky note and to actually remix something that's gone on in here and try to imagine a different path to conversations that have gone on.
Молодец,
So basically,
прям
we've gone
класс.
to the bad idea brainstorm to really, really focus on, oh my goodness, what we should not do.
Слушайте, я даже
Then we
проснулся.
pivot to what we can do. Because ultimately, we really want to invite people to truly problem solve. And it's really critical that we give them the space to be able to do that by imagining different possibilities that can happen in the conversation. Right now, in terms of imagining those possibilities, we're still stuck in the what not to say. And oh my goodness, no surprise. That is a terrible idea. Someone just says they should just yell, Renee, research shows that people who don't like animals are sociopaths. So I hesitate putting a decision in your hand. Deny people sunscreen. I'm loving these bad ideas that we got going on here. That is absolutely beautiful. So just to close out, what we've looked at here today is just a number of techniques that we can make conversations visible, really make conversations visible so that people can actually organically work with them a bit better as they try to move around that conversation map. Ultimately, we don't want to be like the Choluteca Bridge. This is a bridge in Honduras. It was built to withstand hurricanes, and good news is, yay, it did withstand a hurricane. Congratulations. Unfortunately, the hurricane was so strong, it actually moved the river out from underneath it. And way too often our conversations are like this. These perfectly planned logical arguments that we've got that go on forever, they're great, but they don't really listen to the conversational reality of what's going on around us, and we don't adapt and move forward.
У него очень хорошие метафоры. Отличные, прям все выверено, все в цель.
More about this, we do have a place where you can leave some questions, but also another little embedded pop-up. Yeah, it actually can, Anna. It's really, really interesting. Google the flow of the Mississippi over time. We do have a nice little embedded pop-up. Does have a copy of guides I was using in this session. It's also got a copy of some follow-up resources you can try on if you want to go deeper, as well as my contact information if you want to reach out and have any other questions. Thank you all again. It's exactly 1:45 my time. Hope you enjoyed this.
Как визитку можно положить, смотрите, да, тоже клево.
Out on LinkedIn and enjoy the rest of Distributed. There's a lot of good other stuff going on that I'm going to try to stay awake and sneak around to. And thank you again to our amazing volunteers, Nabila and Renee, and apologies about the audio, but it really was great to have you all. So yeah, that's it.
Great. Thanks so much, Joshua. This was great. There were a few questions in the Q&A, and so if you've asked a question, just make sure to add it to that board so that Joshua can see it.
Офигенные
or I think that you
карточки.
can also privately message people within the Hopin platform, so if you want to continue the conversation, you can do so over there as well.
7 taps, да?
There was a question, how often do I map dialogues? Very, very often, because it's what I do for my job. So very, very, very often. I wouldn't say it. So it becomes less labor intensive if you're doing it in a non
Уложился четко в 45 минут. Все выверено. Да, минуты. Молодец.
My inner nerd wants to know which webcam emulator. Robert, I'm using MMHMM. I'm using that
Преступно
tool, so
мало
I can
людей
become a
было у
Jedi
него.
and use this behind me. It is literally called MMHMM, and it works really well. It plays well with Miro, so I use it almost every day. But not XSplit VCam. That's also a good option. I find to be more powerful, but they're both good. Cool. Thank you, everybody. Yes, I do map conversations live, Caitlin. Yes, we do, using the live methodology. I use my Remarkable tablet, and we're doing so actually in the Otter software, there's an option to leave notes, and so I'll be in the background literally tagging notes as the conversation is going on. So good question, Caitlin. But yes, literally mapping it live. But we're doing it in Miro here to make it more visible to more people. But if it was just me, I could do it just in a single tool.
Он скорее мастер вот именно соединения мира, то он как бы использовал совсем чуть-чуть.
Links in the embed are not working. Oh, that is actually a really good fun thing. They should have been before. Let me double check on that. Is it not working? Oh, if you're on it, definitely on an iPad, it won't be. Is it? So, by the way the embeds work a lot of times, is it?
Все отлично работает.
Oh,
Все
it
хорошо
should be
работает.
if we do. If you right-click on it and click Open Link in New tab. Oh,
Да все хорошо.
Oh, it's not working. I'm going to redo the embed. That is so strange.
Он закончил, мы его поблагодарили. Он крутой. Он прям крутой. И я рад, что выбрал его. Потому что это скорее был действительно не столь там про содержание, сколь про форму. А вещи, вот форма, такая онлайн-подача, конечно, необычная, запоминающаяся. Может быть, отчасти перегруженная. Но, может, и оправданная, на самом деле. Это круто. Я расширил сейчас свой инструментарий. Я думаю, что многие смогут его расширить, если так посмотреть. Ничего сложного при этом нет. Ну, как бы... Сервисы просто знай. Сервисы просто используй. Так, кто у нас тут еще? Подсмотрим нашу подсказочку, что у нас тут. Джошуа был прикольный. У Джошуа был воркшоп, да. Через полчаса у нас будет. Через полчаса. Через полчаса? Что, сейчас опять перерыв, что ли? Не понимаю. Не понимаю. Ничего не понимаю. Давайте посмотрим по сессионам. В моей адженде что? Нет, в 00 все-таки стартует у нас ретро. А это значит, что относительно того, что было в доске, у нас, получается, все подвинулось на 30 минут. Вот интересно, ту доску, которую они сегодня скидывали. В ней тоже идут изменения? Были изменения или нет? Да, проверить так. На скидочку. Это ментальные модели. Я, наверное, ее сейчас не найду. Ну, не найду, так не найду. My Day in Miro. Давай. Что там у тебя? My Day in Miro.
Of what the board might look like. And, I'm not really fond of this font. So I know she didn't ask. Classic manager. I'm just going to leave feedback when not asked for it, right? So I'll just say,
Это было. То есть то же самое. Часть не повторяют.
Different, font options that we might try for this.
Ну, ладно. Причем это какие-то базовые вещи, абсолютно. Ну, то есть, ребят, если вы тут, только здравствуйте, осваиваетесь Miro, вот, пожалуйста, посмотрите сюда. Miro improve manners built to win. How to be more. Так, давайте проверим, вот это что у нас. Это про инбокс. как работает с инбоксом. Я чувствую, что там пропустил половину. Battle to win. Что такое Battle to win? Давайте подглядим. То есть все, у нас, ребята, идет последний слот. Последний слот, он сложный самый. Сил нет. Держимся с последних сил, на последних каплях кофе. Смотрим до последней капли кофе. А по-другому-то и нельзя. Это что? Это воркшоп. А здесь презентация. Значит, что мы делаем? Идем на воркшоп. Конечно, нам интересно посмотреть, как что делать с руками. Ну, там уже конец. Но вдруг нет.
They do teams of 5. We've got about 31 people on the board. And here's what's going to happen.
Okay.
I have a little demo over here I'm going to show you. All right, you're going to find an ice cube. You're going to write your names. Look, see, I knew we were going to only have 5 because I only put 5 names on mine. See, look at that. On the fly, on the fly. All right, so find a blank sticky.
Слушайте, извините, конечно, но как предельно...
In the area over below. Down here. Write your name on
Я
it.
пытаюсь слово подобрать.
And you're not going to be able to really talk to your team, right? So that's why we have these sticky notes here.
Какие они максимально разные.
No, I'm gonna put on the sticky notes into there. And what we want everyone to do is first vote. We're gonna have about 10 minutes to do this. First, vote for either wizards or dragons. You get to pick now, right? Just because we pick dragons for the main event doesn't mean you can't vote for wizards. Everyone gets 1 vote in their team there. And then vote on your ice melter activity. So here's some examples. We just did that name that thing. So you could do that. You can emulate that. But I want you
Какая интересная у нее панель меню слева настроечка-то, да? Что у нее?
Make it your theme. Make it your own. This is the how do you feel
Под горячими клавишами,
It doesn't even have to be a circle. It could be a line. Whatever you want to do for your ice melter there. These are just examples for you to reference. Or you could pick the
необычненько.
Of course, this one's with spacemen.
Очень необычненько.
Да. This or that.
Шкалы хорошо.
And what you're gonna do in the next 10 minutes is you're gonna build it here in the build space. So we're gonna still kind of show you some things, some techniques while you're building in your build space, and then we're gonna vote. So what I'm gonna do is everyone on their teams there, I'm gonna go ahead and set a timer here for 10 minutes. I'm not gonna give music because we're gonna talk.
10 minutes.
Just so you could see that timer up there, and we'll kind of talk
Я все равно включаю таймер с музыкой. Но не более 6 минут, потому что иначе музыка утомляет абсолютно всех. Она идет одна и та же, зацикленная. И все становится тяжело.
You can use your icons to get any sort of thing on the board. What's really great about icons
I can find наш любимый, куда же без него.
Ooh, it's kind of tiny. I'm gonna make it bigger. So it's mostly all SVGs. And so when you grab an icon on your own boards, you can, you probably can't download it from this just because of the permissions, but you can always hit this download button for an icon, and it'll download it as an SVG, and you can bring it into a design program and change the color of basically any icon that you can find in Miro. And these are all open source, so just change the color, drag and drop it back on board so it matches your theme. The other thing that I really love here is undraw symbol, and this is an app that you get from the Miro marketplace. In here, you can actually change the color for these, but if you go to the actual undraw site, and that's linked to our board here, you could put in any color, any hex code, and you can get any of these drawings, or you can search for other drawings, and it's all open source. So you could just drag these. So let's say you wanted to use one of these in your ice melter here, right? You could just drag one of those. It's an SVG. It's got a transparent background. I have no idea what that is, but it's like a sad face, sad reaction. We're happy. We're not sad. You can use emojis. You can use stickers.
Ну,
You can
окей.
use anything to kind of bring that joy and fun
Joy and
to your
fun.
board. All right, we've got people are building.
Надо действительно больше веселья, больше
Come on, team
радости
two.
и удовольствия.
Bring up the caboose.
Yes?
Looks like you're still voting.
Team two's run into a tie for their icebreaker
Got
or
a
their ice melter
tie?
activity. Oh, there it goes. It was
Alright.
broken.
Oh, it was the tie was broken. All right, looks like we got 3 teams battling. It looks like, right?
Yeah, that's it.
That's it. 3 teams. Jeez, where is everyone today? Feels like maybe it's a Friday or something, but it's a Wednesday. last we had so many people. All right. Oh, we're building this or that, and then also just so you know, you've got places up here that say copy your assets. You can use Command C on a Mac, Control C on a PC. We have not a lot of people, so if you want, you could just drag them. I just did copy paste in case we had a lot of people. You've also got some accessories here. You know,
Я хочу
let's say
себе
you wanna
такой
put a Miro
значок.
hat on your wizard.
Где взять? Дай.
Actually looks pretty good, huh?
Я тоже себе такой хочу.
All right.
Рэйчел,
So, does anyone have any
дай мне
questions
тоже
about the
такую
types
кепку.
of things they can use on their
Да ладно, не
boards?
знаю, где ее
So
взять.
we've got all these things that are already built in. If you want to use any images, actually, Unsplash is a great thing to use. Let's see what they got going
Unsplash,
on
это вообще.
dragon-wise. Oh, wow. There we go. You could look through those images. Where do you get the stickers? Which stickers are we talking about? Because we've got stickers here. Oops. If you go onto the emoji icon,
Это
and
тоже
then
такая
click
история, скорее для
stickers,
начинающих
there's a
в большей
whole set
степени.
of
Ну и
stickers.
не знаю, мне кажется,
Pull whatever
странно
you want.
финалить ей
Yep,
последний
that's it.
слот.
You pick whatever you want there. I
Такое.
have no idea where that sticker went on the board.
Доживем до
no,
ретроспективы,
those
как
are,
думаете? Доживем?
They have updated this. These are different types of stickers. I meant the graphics packs, like the ones that I'm looking at now. So the graphics, the dragons and wizards are actually something that I created myself.
Oops. No, thanks.
And
Я еще немножко здесь
so I created
побуду и
those
пойду на
myself, and you just click on these Google links next to each one, and I have provided them for everyone in SVG format. Those are
Она
my
будет
gift to
интересно
you.
что-то еще
So you
открывать?
can download those by clicking on the Google icons here and the accessories icon here. Those are all for you. And then everyone who has participated gets a participation badge, and one of the team members in his agency, Hero Studio,
Странно.
and that's with an I, Hero with an I, like Miro with an I. And he has a wonderful designer on staff, Hills, and she actually created these badges. And so those you can download here by clicking on these. So those are all gifts to you for this session. All right, we've got about 15 minutes left, so let's see what's going on over here. All right. Oh, look, this one we're voting with the dragons. I love it. I love it. We are voting with the dragons. So different types of hats. You know, this is interesting because I hadn't even thought
Так,
about this.
ладно,
Usually
доску
they're
давайте
like,
посмотрим.
cookie or cake, or,
Что за
right?
доска?
But what if it's the same thing? Graduation cap or Santa hat? I mean, I've got dragon hat or wizard cloak, right? Different types of shoes, red or blue. I'm loving it. All right, what else we got going on here? We just have some stickers going on over here. Which one did we vote on doing? This or that?
Looks like the this
are
or
we
that, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like we're getting some information for this or that on there, what we're going to do. Looks like some
Открылось.
seasons in there.
Открылось.
Everyone chose this or that. All right, so we've got
Так,
a
плейграунд
different this
здесь
or
у
that
нас
here.
был
We've
до
got
того, да?
actually people, this is
О,
interesting, a
там
little
еще
different.
раз,
I
два,
almost
три.
slipped on my cloak there. So we've got actually the little avatar with the name on it. So that's a different way that you can do this or that, which is fantastic. It looks like they were kind of thinking
Что мало народу, вообще всего 30. Вчера было 300, сегодня 30.
So I'm seeing little lobster or jellyfish. Looks like maybe tea or coffee, beer or martini. That's a good one. Which one? Beer or martini, Annie?
Простые проверенные активности.
I think I'm martini.
I'd go beer.
Go
beer. You go beer?
I'd be a chocolate martini.
Пойдемте в ретро сходим тогда. В каком формате будет, если что?
All right, so yeah, so you labeling your this or that, which is fantastic.
Stage. My stage, live, ретро. Как будет проводиться ретро? Интересно.
Which device you're using. I personally find myself going between my trackpad and mouse constantly, and I'm always so impressed by auto-detect and how sort of smoothly it switches between the two. If you are navigating using your trackpad, you can move through the board by sliding 2 fingers across the trackpad, and you can zoom in and out by pinching. If you want more control while zooming, you can hold the command or control buttons and slide your 2 fingers across the trackpad.
Просто купи петличку.
If you are navigating using your mouse,
Петличку
you
хотя бы,
can click
ребята.
and hold your mouse button and drag. You'll see the cursor change to a hand. The same gesture is used when you want to move objects around the board. Sometimes, though, you'll want to navigate around the board without changing anything. Let's see here. I think we have a bit of feedback. Let's see if we can fix this real quick. I'm not sure where it's coming from. Let's see. Okay. Well, back to it. You can click on the arrow icon in the left toolbar to switch to a view-only mode. You'll see your cursor turn into a hand icon. And if you want to switch back to the select tool, you can click on the arrow in the left toolbar again, and you'll see your cursor looks like an arrow again.
То есть на финальную ретроспективу мира сейчас вы вообще как думаете, вы какое-то мероприятие проводите? Просто хотелось бы уточнить. Вы сейчас объясняете очень базовые штуки, супербазовые, для людей, которые выжили всю конференцию, пришли к вам на ретроспективу финальной конференции, специализированную по миру. Окей.
Okay, now that we have that out of the way, let's do a little warm-up by getting to know each other a bit better. To kick it off, we're going to warm up and practice some of the tools that we will be using for today's retrospective. And we're going to start by seeing where everyone else is from. I'm going to set up a little voting activity, and everyone will get 1 minute to select which location they're from. So let me go ahead and get that set up, and then we will start voting.
Join.
So we just select the area we want to vote. We want to give everyone 1 vote, 1 minute, and you'll vote on the shapes. So let's go ahead and get that started.
Визуализации-то не будет.
Okay. And while you guys are all voting, let's get a little decades music playing in the background.
За Эшли следите или за Бритни? Что за Бритни? По ретроспективе.
So, are you from the Americas? Are you joining us from America?
У них есть функция
Are you joining us from
включить эти курсоры
APAC?
принудительно для
If you're
всех.
joining us from somewhere else, let us know
И,
in the
видимо,
chat where
выключить
you're
тоже.
joining
У
from.
меня такой кнопочки нет, хочу. Дайте 2. Ох, народ ломанулся. Прям ломанулся. Вот такое разделение у нас. Понятно?
I'm excited to see the results.
Close my eyes.
Okay, let's see what it says.
Большинство
Okay,
из
it looks
Америки.
like the majority of you are joining from the Americas.
Но нужно понимать, что Америка
We've
это
got
не
29
USA.
folks in
Америка это как
EMEA.
в целом.
Let's
Тут у
see
меня
here,
ребята
we've
были
got
многие,
someone from
которые
Amsterdam.
говорят,
Hello
привет из
from
Рио,
Amsterdam,
там,
Berlin, South
привет из
Africa.
Аргентины, опять же,
Oh, this is
Ванкувер,
awesome.
Торонто. Это
I love having such a diverse group of people joining us today.
что ты хочешь?
Okay. Okay, next vote. We are going to look at how long everyone has been using
Join
Miro
вот следующее.
for. So let me go ahead and set up another voting activity.
Ну, 24 года.
Here we go. Everyone gets one vote, 1 minute. I'm gonna vote on
Получается
shape.
здесь, да.
Okay.
Видимо,
Take
все
some
там.
time to let us know how
Спорим,
long
здесь
you've
будет
been
больше
using
всего.
Miro
24
for.
года.
We've got someone from Texas, Argentina. That's so awesome.
Угу.
I myself have only been using Miro for 1 to 2 years. Started using it when I started working here. And it's been a pretty transformative experience to start working in and with Miro, especially as a user researcher.
Угу. Транслирует.
Got someone from California. I'm originally from California, Vermont. I bet it's
них?
beautiful there this time of year.
О, вы как так сделали? Почему вы всегда так не делали?
Okay, a few more seconds.
Опачки. А большинство новичков казалось.
Okay, let's
Но на
see
втором
here.
месте наша
So
каста.
the top three
Наша
results,
каста.
a lot of you are new to Miro, less than 1 year.
Да, те, кто уже почти 4
We've got a lot of
года.
people 2 to 4 years. And then, yeah, 1 to 2 years. Okay, so no one more than 5 years. That's
Очень
actually
много
really
новых.
cool for
Очень
us
много
to
новых.
see. To know that so many of you have just joined
Огромное
us
количество
recently.
новых. Прям капец,
Kind of
как какое
understanding where you're
количество новых.
at in your Miro journey. Really, really cool.
Very cool,
Okay,
yes.
so the last thing we're gonna do is we're gonna do a little this or that. So which of the following do you prefer? The first one we're gonna look at is
Давай дальше.
stickers versus emojis.
Чего ты хочешь?
Next, we're gonna look at whether you prefer to leave comments, feedback, and ideas on your boards through sort of the classic comments, or do you prefer to use stickies to kind of communicate and document your feedback
Ой,
and
кто-то опять
ideas?
ничего не закрепил.
And then the
Опять.
last one you'll pick from is, do you prefer Miro's templates or the Miroverse templates submitted by our community members? I know I personally love seeing how others are structuring their boards for different use cases, so I get a ton of inspiration from them. But let's see, someone has, there we go. Okay, let's do a little vote for this or that. Okay, you get 3 votes. 1 minute. Can you vote on your shapes? Let's go ahead and kick that off.
Stickers. I'm done. У меня такое разделение, что я больше
Oh, there were
лучше
5
люблю,
of you
использую,
where
да.
you have been using it for 5+
Но
years.
это
I see some
классная
OG
штука, тоже надо
real-time
запомнить,
board,
такое
hashtag
разделение
OG.
я не
We love it.
использовал.
We love that you're still with us.
This
I
was
hope
it.
that you love how much the product has changed over time and developed. Would definitely love to hear your thoughts on that.
Прекрасное количество замечательнейших людей здесь с нами сегодня собрались.
Let's see here. A couple more seconds to place your votes. Stickers or emojis,
Обожаю Miro.
comments or
Просто
sticky notes,
обожаю
Miro
Miro.
templates or community templates.
По цепочке сделали, да, у нас. Пум-пум-пум.
So emojis are sort of those classic emojis you see in your phone, and stickers are what was presented today during Varuna's talk. We have all of these sort of sticker packs with really fun things. I'll put one on the board so you can see it. Oh, let's see. No votes were cast. Oh, there we go. Okay, here we go. So let's see here. Okay. That didn't work very well.
Я тоже хочу
So
посмотреть.
let's
Покажи
see.
мне.
We have a preference for, let's see.
Не покажешь?
Okay, people are loving stickers.
Окей.
Big love for sticky notes.
No, я не успел посмотреть.
And we're seeing that, oh, it's a split between Miro templates and community templates. 55 of you love the Miro
55,
templates
55,
and 55
забавно.
of you love the community templates. Hopefully you can see these results on my screen here.
Конечно.
Very cool. Okay.
Объективно, да, и
So
такие
let's
тоже
then
хорошие.
move to our next activity. Oops, turn that off. Okay. So our next question is, I'm super interested to hear what product announcements you're most excited about from
Ловим.
this year's distributed. I
Чтобы
watched
никто не
Maroon
увел
and
мой
Breeze
стикер. Сейчас я
announcements
подумаю.
today
Какой
and found all of the work
анонсированный
our teams
сегодня
are
продукт?
pushing
У
out
нас сегодня
so
были дашборды.
inspiring and exciting. And there are so many new
Инструменты,
features
да,
that I can't wait for you
получается,
all to
это
get your
запись
hands on.
экрана у нас была
So in the stickies
второе.
below, type out what you heard about today that you were
Третий,
most excited about.
так и не вспомню.
We heard about live dashboards, interactive presentations, talk tracks,
Presentations.
image cropping, code blocks, all sorts of cool things.
Да, рекординг,
Which one are
конечно,
you most
рекординг
excited
надо
about?
посмотреть.
Go ahead and type in your answers into one of the stickies, and I'll set a timer for about a minute. Okay.
Толк. Трек. Да. Talk tracks.
Okay, let's see here.
Talk
Oh,
tracks.
talk track. I'm seeing a ton of talk tracks. I have to say, I've been using talk tracks, and it's really seriously so cool. I love using it, especially as a researcher. I can sort of record a walkthrough of my reports, really giving that voice over to the insights that I discover. YouTube clip embeds. Yes, I think that's such a powerful thing. Presentation features. I have a soft spot in my heart for those presentation features. I did a lot of research for that, talking with users to understand, how do they go about presenting, what are their experiences like, etc. Let's see here. Wow, tons of talk tracks. Code blocks, awesome. Tableau usage with Miro. I saw a lot of people during a talk mentioning, like, hey, are you guys going to do Tableau? And then we hit you with, we're also doing Tableau. So that was really cool to see. Glad we're kind of getting out in front of that for you.
Keynote 60.
Okay. Now, thinking back to the new announcements, how helpful do you think that the new product announcements will be for you in your day-to-day work? Will they be extremely helpful, somewhat helpful, not very helpful, or not helpful at all? Of course, we hope they'll be extremely helpful as we want to supercharge your work. But if we aren't solving some of your most pressing problems, that's also helpful for us to know. So go ahead and move a dot to your answer.
Думаю, some helpful. Насколько будут эти полезны новые, именно новые анонсированные продукты для вашей ежедневной работы?
I know for me, the majority of my work and a lot of what I do in my role is presenting to others. So I found the interactive presentations, as I mentioned, to be so extremely helpful. And we use them several times a day for meetings.
Тоже все три,
it's really like up to the experience
что-то,
of
конечно,
presenting.
будет полезно из этого.
Getting a lot of love for how this talk is being handled with the transitions. So glad you guys are experiencing a clean and smooth fade in between.
Ну, есть те, кто написал not very helpful, видите? Кто-то написал. Может быть, просто рука не дотянула.
I'm so happy to hear that a lot of you guys are finding this really helpful.
Да, я догадываюсь, что ты счастлив, что ты все это
we are
получил.
Almost at time. Get your last votes in. Oh, awesome. Okay, this is great. For those that didn't find them helpful, we'd love to get feedback on what you didn't find helpful or what you're really looking for Miro to provide you more of. That's a lot of what my job is around, is understanding how we can better serve you guys. So definitely share that feedback, if not in this retro, in the other surveys that we're sending out about the different talks, announcements, and things like that.
У нас битловская ретроспектива.
Okay. So we are going to go ahead and get started with our retro. Here we are.
Master ретроспектива.
So as I've mentioned, we are going to be walking through the decades for this retro, and I'm just going to pause the music real quick.
Ладно, давайте посмотрим. Любопытный формат.
Okay, so we're starting off with the 1960s, and this activity will be a quick gut check on how you feel about your experiences
Это
at
будет через
Distributed
голосование.
2022.
Угадал?
This first activity was created by our Miro community member, Olga Sergeyeva, who is an agile coach. and she enjoys helping teams and individuals develop an agile mindset and create valuable products. In her retrospective activity, inspired by the Beatles, we start with a quick mood check. In Olga's retro template, there are links to the songs embedded on the board so participants can listen to the songs while reflecting on the questions. This is a really informal and fun style for a retro. So let's get to measuring your experience using the Paul McCartney scale. Which of these Paul McCartney moods best describes how you feel about distributed 2022? I'm going to set up a little voting activity and then we'll get started.
Так, хорошо.
Okay.
Окей, подожди.
Here we go. Let me just cast the
По шкале
area.
Пола Маккартни.
Okay, let's go ahead and get started. Let's get a gut check. And I'll turn that music back on.
Честно, конечно, я не могу сказать, что мне прям супер продал. Шестой, главное, смотрите, шестой нельзя выбрать. Шестой нельзя
I know for
выбрать.
me, I'm feeling like a 3, but I feel like it's happy tears just because this has just been such a cool, fun event. It's done so well. It's been so nice to connect with all of you.
Доволен, было много полезных вещей, но не в восторге, потому что, в общем-то, кое-что мне не дали то, что я хотел увидеть.
This is such a fun retro activity from Olga. It's really nice to inject this sort of
в течение года постоянно пользуешься Smart Meetings и учишь им пользоваться сотню других людей. Как-то странно выглядит попытка выдать тот же самый Smart Meeting за новую функцию. По факту. Ну, опять же, могу быть абсолютно не прав.
Also would have picked 6. I'm so sorry, guys.
Да, чуваки, шестую вы не дали. Переголосуем.
Can you add your own music in Miro? No. So I'm actually just playing music in the background, and I've shared my
Это у них
audio.
принципиальная позиция не пользоваться микрофонами. Вот просто интересно мне.
Because I am using a 1960s, the best of the 60s and 70s playlist. Okay, 20 more seconds.
Да мы, да. Ну, такие довольненькие, хорошо.
Okay, got a couple more. Let's see what.
Ну, есть люди, которые такие, ну, я все, пожалуйста, отпустите меня домой. Давайте посмотрим все результаты. Хорошая идея, кстати говоря. Так вот.
Okay, let's see
Мне
here.
нравится тоже.
We have 71 at number 4. Ooh, yeah, I like all of the votes for number 1.
Ну, 5 плачут.
22 for number 2. We've got 5 for 3, and I hope you guys share the same sentiment that you're crying tears of happiness. And it's not that you're really upset with how it went, but hey, if it is, we'll ask for that feedback and we can make it better next time. Okay, let's move on to our next activity. Okay, so moving on, we have the 1970s.
Они взяли из разных
And here
участков.
we have some Star Wars A New Hope inspiration, and this was developed by one of
Вот у
this
нас
year's speakers,
Dave.
Dave Westgarth. Did anyone catch Dave's talk? It was about how to theme your retros. And as we can see here, he's
Понятно.
definitely an expert in this. But if anybody saw this, share your feedback in the chat. We'd love to hear. Dave is a project manager who serves on software development, automation, cloud, and service transformation projects across the spectrum of delivery approaches. In this activity, we'll cover 3 sets of questions. In the first one, do or do not, there is no try. We'd like to hear from you on whether or not we delivered on your expectations for the event. How did we deliver or fail to deliver on those expectations? You can type your feedback into the stickies. I encourage you to be candid. As a researcher, I always like to say bad feedback is better than good feedback because it really highlights the opportunity for us to improve. And that's so important because nothing's ever perfect. So I'm going to set a timer for 4 minutes to leave your feedback. If you finish early, I encourage you to see what other community members have to say. And in the meantime, let's listen to some music.
Если хотите увидеть реально клевые тематические
Love to see
ретроспективы,
everyone
все-таки
at work. If
посмотрите.
you need to duplicate a sticky, if we run out, feel free to do that.
У Стоуна. Крис Стоун. Офигенский. I had a chance to see Miro across several uses. New products release are...
Love to see it. Dave was great. I'm so glad you enjoyed his talk.
Давай сюда. А что здесь у нас? Кто пишет?
Hey, we're seeing some great things. People are excited about new product releases.
Boy, do I need
Too many
practice.
interesting sessions in parallel. I think that's a super real problem. Really good to know. People are liking the interactive sessions. More focus on specific new features or how they're used. I think that's a great call out, great recommendation.
Nope.
Lots of engagement. Love that. That is a big focus for us at Miro. We really want to make work more engaging, collaboration more
Хоппинг тоже как бы
engaging.
странное решение. Да.
Great that it was recorded and you can watch what you missed. Yes, especially with the time differences. We're trying to kind of cater to everyone in different regions. So if there isn't any content going on, you could watch that replay. Tech was a little wonky at times. We're going to dig into this more in one of our upcoming activities. So I'm looking forward to hearing more about that.
So
Great presentations. Yes, totally agree. Our brand team did such a great job with all of the content and the presentations and the animation, imagery. Pretty good virtual event platform. Yes, Hopping is fantastic.
Миро мастеров. Я увидел мир мастеров за работой.
Sessions could go deeper, more time. That's really helpful for us to know and plan for next year.
Yes.
A lot of good ideas to take back to my company. Yes, please do. Somebody got a shout out. That's
Ну,
awesome.
по сути, два крутых мастер-класса, две крутых презентации в каждый день, один хороший продукт, новый. Отлично.
Session on async. Yes, I think that was from some folks that I work with. I think it was the team that did top tracks.
Выборочно читаем.
They are just fantastic. Miro Reelz. Yes, that was an amazing idea. Kudos to the person that came up with that. I think it might have been Ashley. I don't remember.
Да нормально хоппинг. Нет.
Тест.
Great. It is recorder and can't watch what
Quality
I
speakers
missed.
and content.
Yes.
100%. A big thank you to all of our speakers for dedicating your time and your knowledge and sharing all of that information. Yes, Ashley. Yes, Miro Reelz was her baby. Big shout out to her. I think she's just done such an amazing job with this event.
Некоторые типовые прям были вещи, и нужно это разделять. Это
100%.
Плюсую нещадно. Некоторые вещи были прям супер базовые. Здесь есть люди, которые, как и я, 4 года, то есть в следующем году будет уже 5 лет, Miro пользуются, и поэтому нужно что-то экстремально крутое.
Only as good as the energy we get. So thank you to everyone who's attended and just brought the enthusiasm and the excitement.
Давайте, ребят, 5 минуточек осталось.
Time's up. Let's go over to our next activity. And next up we have, I don't know what it is or what to do with it, and I need help. Here we want to learn about what extra help you could have used from Miro during the event. Was anything unclear or confusing? Maybe registration, the schedule, how to watch past talks, accessing links, or signing up for our betas. Why don't you take 4 minutes to leave your comments? I see a lot of people already got a head start. If anyone has anything to add, and if we wrap up early, we can also do that. But I'll keep an eye on what everyone is adding here.
Чё, плюсы поставить? Что нужно сделать?
Shout out to Patrick and Nicole and Giovanni.
Я пропустил задание.
Miro Reelz should be a streaming service. Miro Reelz and chill. I like that. Let's see here. What's going on the board? Okay, people could have used extra help with formal networking opportunities. Yes. I think connection is a big part of these things. Good to know that we can improve that aspect of it. More description of session scope. See here. A bit overwhelming with so much happening in parallel. Totally hear you. Someone mentioned that earlier. Okay. Here. Networking important. Yes, definitely hear you.
Ой. Давайте.
Need designated chat monitor so questions don't go unanswered. Ooh, so hard. So sorry to hear that not all of everyone's questions were answered during the chat. Short breaks between sessions. Totally hear you. Meeting fatigue is a real thing. Not certain if or how long recordings will be available. Okay, that's really helpful for us to know. Maybe somebody from our events team can help let people know how long those things will be accessible for. More pauses to have time to review notes and make the new hop.
Ну, в общем, да, можно здесь
Super
интерактивности добавить, то,
helpful.
что выбери какие-то пункты, при этом не через голосование, визуально. Да.
A call to action on how to stay involved after this event. That's really helpful to know. I think the main thing I would say for sure with that is join our Miro community. It's a super active community. People are putting in requests, they're asking questions,
Ну,
they're
комьюнити
helping each
действительно у
other.
мира
It's a
суперактивные.
really
Это
fantastic,
вообще же
engaging, helpful
безоговорочно
community.
абсолютно. Комьюнити суперактивное.
Some sessions were labeled interactive, but weren't. Okay, that's really helpful to know. Oh, and great. We have an answer about how long session recordings will be available. They'll be available in the replay section of Hopin until November 30th. Definitely make sure to catch everything by the end of the month. Audio challenges at time. Yeah. I've even had audio challenges during this session. So apologies for that, guys. Okay, we also have another question around whether Miro boards used for the session recordings will also be available or linked. Maybe somebody can answer. See here, maybe we'll put some more upbeat music. I'll switch over to some here. Best of the 80s. Switch it up a little. Okay, we're almost done. Couple more seconds. Would love opt-in to share attendee contact information with other attendees. I did see a networking tab in Hopin with people, I think, LinkedIn links. Okay, we're at time. Thank you so much for taking the time to be candid about what didn't go well. This is going to be so helpful for us in the event team. Okay, last one for this activity is I want to learn the ways of the force. Okay, so here, what did we learn that we can now act on, and what knowledge will we all take into our next distributed? I'm going to set the timer again for 4 minutes. And yeah, let's see what people are sharing. Okay, Ashley shared our networking for our conference talk board. And yes, our social links are all connected to our profiles and Hopin. Definitely encourage you to reach out to people who inspired you or who you love to connect with.
Это третье добавление времени. Правильно понимаю, что мы должны были последовательно, то есть сначала первый столбик вопросов отвечать, потом второй, а теперь третий. Ну, хорошо.
Okay, real life examples. Remote and hybrid in office. Working with storytelling, we've got some hearts there. Somebody needs the day in Miro board template. Awesome. So many cool boards. Okay, too many emails. That's super helpful for us to know. Somebody loved the methods to create candor in virtual spaces. Yes, that's super hard. Excellent speakers to reach out to. Hopefully everyone's going to make some good connections. The idea to share
Real life examples.
in another place needs more
И
emotion.
так было
Okay,
полно
good to know.
примеров из жизни. Ты чё, чувак? Кто-то он Miro Reelz для себя открыл. Потрясающий. Ну, как бы.
We have somebody from
Больше
Indonesia
половины
joining
по
us.
статистике
Hello.
новички. Больше половины. Те, кто работают год
Hey.
последний.
Pre-introduction for newbies, that's super helpful feedback. We definitely hear just in using Miro that, you know, new users that they need that help and support, especially for an event like this, it'd be even more critical. We'll definitely take that into account. Tiny hacks to make my work easier.
Great retro inspiration.
Def try out the presentation feature. Hope to make my colleagues do the same and use the template for brainstorming.
Yeah.
Yes, I love the presentations work.
PowerPoint тебе нужен.
It's
Нет.
really
Нет,
like it's
не
when you
прав ты.
switch from your other presentation
Слайды,
tools to Miro,
слайды.
it is just
Чтобы стать
kind of
презентатором,
mind-boggling,
тебе
like,
нужно,
just the
чтобы у тебя были
change that
слайды. Чтобы у тебя
it
были слайды,
makes
тебе
to
нужно
your experience of creating a presentation and giving a
шрифты.
presentation.
Шрифтов нет. Вот, теперь я четко сформулировал.
Loved the
Давайте
inspiration
fonts.
for themed boards.
More
Yes.
fonts. More.
Subscription to be informed about the future beta testing, not only current ones. Okay, that's really helpful to know.
Шрифты, нужны шрифты. Больше шрифтов.
The
Потому что
research
если
team
вы
would
хотите
love
идти в
to get a group like
презентации,
that set up. Miroverse in all caps. Yes, we love Miroverse. Someone didn't know about Miroverse for the community templates. Yes, it's such a great source of inspiration. How to create beautiful boards. Yes. It was a bit of a learning curve to learn how to really make boards look great, but once you do, it becomes addicting to just like make this
Давайте
great,
проясним.
beautiful interactive board.
Add fonts more.
Okay, a couple more seconds before we move on to the next activity. Okay. Great. Thank you so much again for all of that feedback.
Вот здесь
We're going to move
пригодится
to our next activity,
это
which
embed,
is taking us to the
связки
1980s.
с другими
And here we are going to
сервисами.
focus on
Если
Pac-Man.
возьмем с вами
So this was
сервис,
designed by Haiti Lee Mayora, who is a
какой-то
Scrum
связан с
Master with
шрифтами,
over 10
и
years of
можно будет,
experience
прям не
working with
покидая
the teams and
Miro,
helping them to
вбивать
create a
нужные
safe
фразы тебе, и он
environment
выдавать
to talk
будет
about
тебе
their
в
ideas.
шрифте
She's a gamer, which is very
эту
fitting for
фразу.
this activity. Tech girl, therapist,
Не
and
ставя
writer.
шрифты, ничего, он просто
In this retro
хрясь,
activity, we're going to be
готово.
reflecting on two key aspects of our event.
Это было бы
The
интересно.
tools we use and the community we connect with.
Как объекты, да,
So first,
редактируемые,
think
то есть
about our community. We'd like to hear what you think
единственный
we have
шанс, наверное,
achieved
сейчас.
as a community during distributed and what things we must continue with to further improve our community. You can type in your answers into the green stickies and definitely feel free to leave more than one sticky or more than one kind of answer. I'm going to give everybody 4 minutes to list their answers and I'll keep an eye on what everyone is sharing. You know, there was some talk about networking, making connections. We might see more of that feedback here, but hopefully some of you have been able to network and make those connections already. You've connected with some of the speakers, some of the Miro experts that are in-house working on all of these products. Hopefully you're enjoying connecting with the community in our retro and seeing what people have to
Она
share and what their
открытая,
experience was like and how it
сделать
compared with
конференцию
yours.
открытой, вот кто-то написал. Так она открытая. Как бы она
Awesome. Somebody
открытая.
did make a lot of connections. Okay, making the conference free so everyone can access it. Yeah. We got some more for breakout sessions. An idea around a one-on-one matchmaking networking tool. That would have been great. That's awesome to hear, especially I'd love to hear, you know, who you'd like to connect with so we can see how to kind of set those connections up.
On YouTube.
Learned other ways to
Translation on
manage
YouTube.
teams. Sharing locations and chats.
Translations.
Yeah, it's just so crazy how we can be connected despite our distance from each other. Love finding OG real-time board people. Yes, I think there's 5 or 6 of you here, which is so awesome. Not enough time for networking and sessions. Totally hear you. Lots of feedback around networking. Positive mentions about the community. Yes, we love you guys.
Need feedback. О чем? Все про комьюнити пишут.
Community networking, sort of like LinkedIn for virtual enthusiasts. Free is amazing. Translations on YouTube, yes, super inclusive. We are working hard on that, especially with the translations that we're going to be offering in the products. Cozy Juicy Reel was impactful, maybe more sessions. We play Cozy Juicy Reel when we join the company, and we get to play that game with a couple of our new coworkers, and it's just so insanely helpful for making deep connections, really getting to know somebody quickly. I know there were some people that I collaborate with on a daily basis who I was in with, and it just really helped to jumpstart our relationship. So I highly recommend bringing Cozy Juicy Reel to your workplace to get to know your colleagues better.
Я согласен, что нужно больше времени
Yes,
для
everyone's
нетворкинга.
focused on
Вообще не
reading it right
хватило
now. We're going to move to the purple in a second, where we're going to focus on our tools. We're just going to focus on the community first. We've got about 1 more minute, and then we'll start to talk about tools in more depth. I know we kind of got some initial feedback on challenges,
Обзор
but we're
панелей
going to
можно
really dig
было бы
into
тоже
that.
сделать.
A Miro Slack community, there should totally be that. Inspiration from presenters, yes. Okay, we've got about 20 more seconds. Oh no, there was a Munich in real life meetup that didn't happen. Ugh. A good idea might be like watch parties in different locations for our community members. How can we find more information about Cozy Juicy Reel? I think they have a website. I think. I'd have to double check. Okay, time's up. Okay, so we are going to move over now to focus on tools.
Это же просто.
So here we're going to be talking about the event platform and tools. So thinking of our registration, the event platform and beyond. What worked well for the event, what failed, and what could be improved. I know we started to share some of this information in one of our previous activities, but let's dig into this a little bit more because we really want to make sure that this is super smooth for you. So I'm going to set another timer for, see, I'm actually going to do this one a little bit less because we want to be mindful of time. So we've got about 3 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh, and there's a link to join our Miro community. Yes, please join the community. It's super helpful. At Miro, we really value all of the feedback and comments we get. We use it to kind of investigate new product ideas, improvements to features. It gives us a pulse on how our community is feeling. Somebody shared the link to cozyjuicyreel.com. Yes. I think the creators of that, they created it in a Miro board and they spoke to Miro and told us about kind of creating that activity. And I think it's just such a cool thing. Okay, let's see what people are saying about tools. So Haben might have caused troubles, but Miro was always reliable. Super happy to hear that. We definitely want to make sure Miro is reliable. Glad people are having a smooth experience with the boards. Hopin integration. Hobby was pretty intuitive. Okay, that's good to hear. The companion board was super helpful. Great to know. Presenters seem to need more practice with Hopin before the event. Okay, our events team will definitely take that into consideration and see how they can give the team more training. Loved the template for my personal planning, goal setting, and note taking. Yes, it becomes really powerful when you can start to use Miro, not just for work, but for your personal projects or personal development or anything. I use it for vacation planning with my family. See, love the session where they did interactive Miro on Hopin, bridging empathy. Appreciated having links to the Miro boards for the sessions later. Okay, we've got about a minute left. Initial registration didn't work. Let's see here.
Вот так надо привлекать внимание.
Almost about at time, so I'm going to pause this and just quickly do one last thing. I'm going to take you to the 1990s. We have SpongeBob SquarePants retrospective. This was created by Steven Sampson Jones. He's a doodler and a visual artist, and so he loves putting those interests together into his agile workshops. What we're going to do here is we're going to take a quick retro of our retro. You can move a Krabby Patty to your mood and how you feel about how this retro went, whether you're happy about it, meh, or hangry. Let us know, and we can see how we can improve these retros even more to make them more valuable to you. Okay, see lots of happies. That's great to hear. If anybody's hangry or meh, let us know why so we can improve this for next time. Yes, I love these illustrations. They're fantastic. Lots of nostalgia for anyone who happened to watch the show.
Хорошо все было.
Okay, I want to thank everyone so much for your time and for your feedback. We're going to be taking all of your feedback, your thoughts, your ideas back to our team so we can make next year's distributed event even better. And with that, I'm going to hand it back over to Shipra.
Hi. Thanks, Brittany. That I cannot stop smiling. Those retro templates were awesome. And of course, there's so many more on Miroverse. The talk on retro themes was super helpful. And I feel like retrospectives are a moment for everyone in our community to just bring out their creative genius. So thanks, Brittany, for expertly facilitating that retrospective with almost 190
Ну что, конференция подходит к концу. 2 дня.
Oh boy. I can't
Ой,
believe
сегодня
we're at
6
the
часов,
end
да.
of distributed
Жестко.
22. I mean, where'd the time go? A moment of reflection is the best way to close out events, and so thank you all
Хороший
for participating.
ретроспектив в конце.
You know, we got lots of good
Классно,
feedback,
конечно.
and we're gonna have to synthesize it. Maybe use the Miro clustering tool to figure out what are some impactful actions for next year. So I do want to say I saw the feedback that we've been sending a lot of emails, but there's one email that I'd say keep an eye out for. We're going to send our post-event survey. It's live. It's available in Hopin if you want to hop over to it.
Но мы все равно вас
now.
запросим еще.
It's on the
Понятно,
help
конечно,
desk,
конечно.
but we'll also be sending an email with the link. And
В общем, давайте будем мы заканчивать. Поэтому, что хочется сказать? Конференция состоялась. Конференция была плотная по событиям. Не было ярко каких-то выпадающих моментов. Ну, может быть, были. То, что прям хотелось, ожидалось, к сожалению, там не было анонсировано. То, что мы получили, нужно тестировать. Есть интересный потенциал. И сейчас не будем подводить итогов, прям потому что уже на это нет возможности и сил, а все будет, наверное, прям не сразу, а по чуть-чуть, понемногу в канале, телеграм-канале Мироскоп, поэтому можно туда зайти, остаться, получать много полезной инфы. Будут тайм-коды, и здесь как минимум много наглядных полезных примеров, как можно делать. В общем-то, про гибрид. Увидимся, услышимся. И формат, кстати, понравился мне. Такой какой-то разбор и прожарки. Я думаю, мы сделаем его традиционнейшим, но не постоянно. Всем давайте. Всем до новых встреч на этом канале и